Welcome back to Harry's Cosmos, where we ask the questions the books never got around to. Today's deep dive: what if Bill and Fleur raised Harry and Hermione after the war began? A sweeping 7-chapter story about the family shell Cottage might have built, the cursebreaker who refused to lose either child to the war, and the apprentices who took apart Tom Riddle's soul one fragment at a time. If you're enjoying the journey, hit that subscribe button, drop your favorite moment in the comments, and ring the bell so you don't miss the next deep dive. Now grab a cup of tea, settle in, and let's begin. Chapter 1, The Cottage by the Sea. The hedges of Privet Drive had never looked so much like a cage. Harry Potter sat on the curb outside number 4 with his trunk wedged between his knees and Hedwig's empty cage at his elbow, and he did not move when the street lamp above him stuttered and died. He did not move when the second one died. He did not move when the third went out, because by then he understood that someone was coming, and that someone was not Death Eaters. Death Eaters did not bother to put out streetlights. They preferred to be seen. He had been 17 days out of the Triwizard Tournament. 17 days of staring at Aunt Petunia's begonias and listening to Uncle Vernon's small sour throat noises and trying not to think about Cedric Diggory's open eyes. 17 days of waking at 3 in the morning with his hand wrapped around a wand under the pillow because the wallpaper had begun to look like cloak hems. 17 days, and not one letter from Ron or Hermione that had said anything more useful than be careful. The fourth lamp died, and a long figure unfolded itself out of the shadow at the end of the street. Harry's hand went into his sleeve. The wand met his palm like a relieved animal. "Easy," the figure called, voice low and amused. "If I'd come to kill you, I'd have had the manners to do it from the front." The voice belonged to a man with a fong in one ear and a long ponytail of red hair, and Harry's shoulders dropped roughly half an inch before discipline pulled them back up. "Bill." "Harry." Bill Weasley stopped at the edge of the dead halo of street lamp and held his hands open at his sides, the way you held them open near a wounded creature. "I'm not going to ask if you're all right. We don't have time. Come on." "Where?" "My place. Mine and Fleur's. Cliff House, Seaview, not on any map you can find in the Ministry." Harry didn't move. "Dumbledore knows. Disagrees. Doesn't get a vote." Bill came another step closer, and the easy curve of his mouth tightened a fraction. "I can stand in this street and argue with you about it, Harry. Or I can take you somewhere your aunt's begonias aren't the most dangerous thing in your life, and we can argue there with tea." The fong in his ear caught the dead light and looked, for a second, like a tooth in a real mouth. "What about, Hermione is being collected as we speak. Her parents are being moved tonight. The order's offering them a safe house in Devon, and then we'll see. Ron's at the Burrow. I've already had that fight with my mother. I lost. She's keeping him there." Bill's voice didn't change, but something behind it did. "I'm not losing the fight about you." Harry stared at him. There was a roar building somewhere far away, the kind of sound a car makes when it changes gear too fast on a hill, and it took him a breath to realize the noise was inside his own skull. He was so tired of being talked about as a fight other people were having. "All right," he said. Bill exhaled like a man who'd been holding it. "Trunk." Harry stood. Bill set his palm flat on the lid of the trunk, traced something fast and sharp with his other hand. Harry caught the flash of a rune he didn't know, all hooks and angles, and the trunk vanished with a soft punctuation, the way a sentence finishes. "Where, already there? You didn't say a word." Bill flashed him a grin that had nothing of his mother in it. "Cursebreaker, Harry. We don't shout." He took Harry's wrist, not his hand, and that small thing, wrist, not hand, professional, intentional, steadied Harry more than anything anyone had done for him in a year. Then the world folded. Apparition was always like being squeezed through a straw. This was different. This was being threaded through a needle. Harry felt the ward at the other end before he felt the ground, felt it the way you felt a warm room from the doorway, layers and layers of it, runes singing to each other in the dark. He opened his eyes to wind and salt. A small white house sat on a cliff. Behind it, the sea moved in long slow breaths under a sky that was somewhere between violet and black. Light came out of the kitchen windows and lay on the grass in two warm rectangles, and a woman stood framed in one of them, silver blonde hair down her back, sleeves rolled to the elbow. "Welcome, Ohm," Fleur Delacour said, and stepped aside. The kitchen smelled of butter and rosemary and wood smoke. The trunk stood at the foot of the stairs where Bill had said it would be. The cage had appeared next to it. A teapot was already steaming. "Sit," said Fleur. It was not a request. "Eat. Then we will talk about why you have been brought here, and after that we will talk about what we will do." Harry sat. Bill closed the door behind them, and the small bright sound of the latch was followed, almost too quiet to hear, by the deep exhale of a ward ceiling. He was halfway through a slice of bread and some kind of tomato thing that was better than anything Aunt Petunia had ever produced when the door opened again, and Hermione Granger was carried through it. Carried was the word. Remus Lupin had her around the shoulders. Tonks had her around the waist. Hermione's feet were on the ground, but they weren't doing very much. Her hair had ash in it. There was a scorch mark across the front of her jumper that started above her left breast and ended at her right hip, in the long curving sweep of a curse that had narrowly missed. "Hermione," Harry said. He was on his feet without remembering standing. She looked up. Her eyes found his and held there, and he watched her make herself focus, watched her drag herself back from wherever she had been a moment before. "They came to the house," she said. Her voice was flat and careful. "Mum and Dad are alive. They got out. The house is gone, Harry." "Sit her down," Fleur said, and there was suddenly a chair behind Hermione, and tea in front of her, and Fleur's long pale fingers were undoing the singed jumper at the shoulder with the tender efficiency of someone who had done this before. "I will look at this. Bill, take the others into the sitting room." "They won't hurt me," Hermione managed. "I know they will not," Fleur said, calm as still water. "But I will hurt them if they stay here while I am working on you." Lupin made a quiet sound that might have been a laugh in another mood. He stepped back. Tonks went with him. Bill nodded toward the sitting room door, and Harry, after a long beat, walked through it on legs that did not feel quite his. The sitting room had two armchairs, a sofa, a table, and a fireplace. There was a chess set on the table that wasn't wizard chess. There was a bookshelf along one wall that had the look of having been built into the wall by hand, and the books on it were leather and old, and many of them weren't in English. 3 of the spines were in something that wasn't even an alphabet. Lupin sat down on the sofa. Tonks didn't. She walked to the window and stood with her back to it, her hair the dirty pink of a day spent doing things she didn't want to talk about. "How bad?" Bill asked. "Bad," said Lupin. "There were 5 of them. Dullahav, Mulciber, Travers, and 2 we didn't recognize. They were inside the house in under 90 seconds. The Grangers were already in the cellar. Hermione had built a panic room there over Christmas." "Of course she had," Bill murmured, with what was unmistakably affection. "And the fluke connection she'd set up to a safe address held until we could get them through. She held them off for almost 6 minutes alone in a muggle house with one wand." Harry's hand had found the back of the nearest armchair without his telling it to. He gripped the wood until his knuckles felt the grain. 6 minutes. "She's good," Tonks said from the window, not turning. "She's better than good, Harry. She'd have killed Dullahav if her father hadn't shouted from the cellar and broken her concentration. She had him on the floor. I saw it." 6 minutes, Harry said again, because saying it once wasn't enough. "They've been hunting Muggle-born homes for 2 weeks, Lupin said. Quietly. "We've been pulling families out. Hers was the 3rd tonight." "And Voldemort?" The room went still. Tonks turned, then. Lupin did not flinch, but his mouth tightened. "He hasn't shown himself," Bill said. He doesn't need to. The Death Eaters don't need orders for this. They've been waiting 11 years. And the Ministry? Pretending it isn't happening, Tonks said. Fudge has been on the Prophet every morning calling Dumbledore unbalanced and you a liar, Harry. The Aurors have been told it's terrorism by unidentified parties. I've been ordered 3 times this week not to investigate. And you've ignored the order 3 times, Bill said. I've ignored a lot of orders. That's my girl. Tonks's hair flickered toward bubblegum at the edges and she looked down at her boots to hide it. Harry turned to Bill. He was breathing slowly. He could feel the breath, the way you felt your breath when you were trying not to do something else with your body. Why am I here? Because Privet Drive isn't safe anymore, Bill said. The blood wards still hold. They'll always hold. But the Ministry is not the Order, and the Ministry is starting to wonder out loud whether it would be useful to have you somewhere they could keep an eye on you. I'm not interested in waiting to see whether they decide to send Aurors to fetch you, Harry. I'd rather be the one who already had you. And Dumbledore agreed. Dumbledore did not agree, Bill said. Dumbledore was informed. That was new. Harry watched him for a long second. The thong in Bill's ear moved when he turned his head, and the soft light of the fireplace caught the edge of a scar Harry hadn't noticed before, a thin silvered line down the side of his neck that disappeared into his collar. Cursebreaker, he thought. Not a fight, a working. Something that bit him from the dark. All right, Harry said. All right? All right. I'm here. What now? Bill smiled a slow professional smile that for the first time made him look like his mother's son. Now, he said, you eat the rest of Fleur's tomato thing. Tonight you sleep. Tomorrow we get to work. Work, Harry repeated. You've been a student for 4 years, Harry. You've been very, very good at being a student. Starting tomorrow morning you're not a student anymore. You're an apprentice. Harry opened his mouth, then closed it. And Hermione? He asked. Hermione, Fleur's voice said from the doorway, will be avaying a long bath and a longer sleep, and tomorrow I will see what she has taught herself, and then we will see what I can teach her. She came into the room with her sleeves still rolled. There was a smear of healing salve on the back of her wrist. She will live. She will scar. She does not seem to mind. She wouldn't, Harry said softly. No, Fleur agreed. She would not. The fire in the grate popped. Out beyond the windows, the sea took a long slow breath, and then another. Harry sat in a strange room in a strange house with a strange family, and felt, for the first time in 17 days, a particular knot at the base of his neck unwind one full turn. Right, he said. Where do I sleep? Hermione came down at 6 in the morning. Harry had been awake since 5:30. He had stood at the window of a small whitewashed room with a sloped ceiling and a single beam down the middle, watched the gray-violet light come up over the sea, and tried to decide how he felt. The conclusion was that he didn't know yet. That was something. A week ago he hadn't known he was allowed not to know. When he heard the stairs creak he came out onto the landing, and Hermione was there in a borrowed jumper that was too big for her at the wrists. Her hair was still damp at the ends. The scorch line was gone. The skin under it was pink and new. Hi, he said. Hi. How are, don't. He shut up. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she crossed the landing in 3 steps and put her arms around him hard enough that he heard the small puff of air leave her own lungs. I held them, she said into his shoulder. I held them for 6 minutes, Harry. I know. I had Dolohov on the floor. I know. I want to learn how to do it again. Harry closed his eyes. He thought he probably ought to say something measured. He thought he probably ought to be a person who pulled gently away and said gentle things. Instead he said, into her hair, then we learn. She pulled back and looked at him, and there was something settling in her eyes that hadn't been there a year ago. Not hardness. He knew hard. This was something else. This was a decision finishing itself in her. Bill says we're apprentices now. Bill said that to me last night. I want to be an apprentice. Then we are. They went down to breakfast together, and Bill was at the table with a map and a knife, and Fleur had her hair up in a long pale rope down the back of her dressing gown, and the kitchen smelled of coffee and sea wind. Sit, Bill said, without looking up. The map on the table was not the map of Britain. Harry stared at it for a long second before he understood it was a map of the magic in Britain. Lines and circles in colors he had no names for, sitting over and through the shape of the country like nerves under skin. Some of the lines pulsed. Others were dim. A small bright knot sat over Cornwall, where they were now. What is it? Hermione asked, leaning over. Ley lines, Bill said. Magical infrastructure. Most wizards don't know it's there. Most wizards don't have to. Cursebreakers do. He tapped a long fingernail at a faint dark smear over central London. That's the ministry. That's a sick spot. It's been sick since November. Whatever's happening in there is bleeding out into the lines. Voldemort's in the ministry? Harry said. Not yet. But he's pushing on it. And the lines feel it. Bill looked up at last. His eyes, in the morning light, were the same green-gray as the sea. Right. Rules. He set the knife down. Rule 1. This house is yours. Both of you. As long as you want it. You don't ever have to ask permission to be here. You don't ever have to apologize for being here. Understood? Harry nodded, because his throat had gone briefly tight. Understood, Hermione said. Rule 2. Fleur is in charge of the wards, the kitchen, and your physical training. I am in charge of the wards, the books, and your magical training. We are both in charge of you. If you have a question, ask. If you have an idea, say it. If you have a complaint, write it down and put it in the jar on the mantelpiece, and we will read it on Sunday with tea. We are not your parents. We are not Dumbledore. We are not the Order. We are Bill and Fleur. Understood. Understood, they both said. Rule 3. We do not lie to each other. Not about big things, not about small ones, not about feelings, not about plans. If I am about to do something dangerous, I will tell you. If you are about to do something dangerous, you will tell me. Whether I let you do it is a separate conversation. But you tell me first. He looked between them. Lying in this house gets you sent to bed without supper. I am not joking. Understood, they said. Rule 4. You are not going to win this war by being polite. There is a thing English wizards do where they call the killing curse you know what, and act surprised when it kills people. We do not do that here. The man hunting you is named Tom Riddle. He calls himself Lord Voldemort. He is a half-blood orphan with a god complex and a fragmented soul. We are going to kill him. Anyone you let pretend he is more than that will help him kill you first. The fire popped. Rule 5. Bill's mouth curved. You are allowed to be teenagers in this house. You will fight. You will sulk. You will have feelings that don't make sense. You will look at each other and look away. All of that is allowed. We are not going to pretend you are small soldiers. Soldiers lose wars. Children who know they are loved sometimes win them. Fleur, behind him, made a soft sound that wasn't quite a laugh. Understood? Bill said. Understood, Harry said. His voice came out steadier than he'd expected. Hermione opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. Yes, she said. Good. Bill pushed the map aside. Then let's begin. Harry, what do you know about wards? Almost nothing. Hermione. I've read about runic protection circles, ambient magical fields, the basic Fidelius theory, blood-based ward inheritance, and the difference between active and passive ward fields, but I don't know how any of it actually works in practice. You're going to be a nightmare, Bill said happily. Right. First lesson. Wards are conversations. Most wizards think wards are walls. They aren't. They're an agreement between a place and a person about who is welcome and what counts as welcome. The reason the blood ward over Privet Drive worked, Harry, is not that your mother left magic in the house. It's that your mother's love was so loud it kept arguing on your behalf for 16 years. Harry blinked. The reason the wards over Hermione's parents' house didn't hold last night is not because Hermione's panic room was weak. It was extraordinary. It is because the house didn't know her. It hadn't been asked. Wards need a relationship. We're going to teach you both how to start that relationship. With this house? Hermione asked. With this house. Eventually with any house you walk into. Eventually with rooms, with circles you draw on the ground in 5 seconds with chalk, with the inside of your own coat. By the end of the summer you will both be able to ward a tent with your wand. By the end of the year you will both be able to ward a room with a thought. He looked between them. Don't roll your eyes. I'm not exaggerating. I wasn't going to, Hermione said, who had absolutely been about to. Good. Outside. Both of you. Bring a coat. The cliff path took them down to a flat shelf of rock above the sea, where someone, Bill, probably, had drawn a careful circle in chalk that the wind had not been able to scuff. Inside the circle were 7 smaller circles, each marked with a single rune. Names, Bill said. Tell me what you see. Hermione began rattling off Elder Futhark. Stop, Bill said. I didn't ask you to read them. I asked you to tell me what you see. She stopped. She frowned. She looked at the circle again. There, she tilted her head. They're not equally spaced. Good. Why? Because the spacing means something. The runes are doing different jobs. The closer ones are reinforcing each other and the further ones they're balancing. Like guy ropes on a tent. Better. Harry. Harry stared at the chalk. The runes meant nothing to him. But, he tilted his head, the way Hermione had, but the circle did something. He could feel it under his ribs, a pull like a slow tide. He stepped forward and the pull got softer. He stepped sideways and it got sharper. He stepped backwards and it almost vanished. It's listening, he said. Bill went quiet. Hermione looked at Harry. Bill looked at Harry. Fleur, who had drifted down behind them and stood now with her arms folded and the wind pushing her hair, looked at Harry for a long moment. Say that again, Bill said softly. I don't know how to say it. The circle is paying attention. To us. To me. How long have you been able to feel that? I don't know. Always. I thought everyone could. Bill looked at Fleur. Fleur lifted one elegant shoulder. Most wizards can't feel ward tension at all unless they've trained for years, Bill said, and his voice had gone very level. A few can feel a strong ward if they walk into it. You're standing 15 feet outside this one and telling me the runes are listening. Is that bad? No, Harry, Bill said. That is not bad. Hermione's eyes had gone bright in the way they went bright when she had just understood 3 things at once. Is this related to? It's related to several things, Bill said. We'll get to all of them. Not yet. Fleur stepped forward then. She walked into the chalk circle without ceremony. The runes did not flare. They softened, the way a dog softened when its person came home. She turned to face them. Today, she said, we will not draw runes. We will not read M. We will sit in this circle and we will listen. Both of you. And you will tell me what you hear. They sat. The wind came off the sea. The runes hummed under their palms, faint and patient. Harry closed his eyes. He heard the sea, and the gulls, and Hermione's slightly too fast breathing settling, and Fleur's voice murmuring in French, very low, to the chalk. He heard the wards above them, and below them, layer on layer, and the small bright knot of the cottage's heart somewhere up the cliff. He heard, very faintly, far off, a wrongness in the lines, the smear over central London that Bill had pointed to, sick and old and pushing. He did not say that part out loud. Not yet. When he opened his eyes, the sun was higher and Hermione was looking at him with her head tilted in a way he had not seen before. "What?" he said. "Nothing," she said, slowly. "I'll tell you when I know." "Up," Fleur said. "Inside." "Tea. Then your father will teach you how to write your first word. Real one. Bill," she added, smiling a small smile to herself, "the ward of the front door is mine. Be careful what you teach them with it." "My ward of the front door, woman." "Our ward." Bill grinned. He led them up the cliff path with one hand at the small of Fleur's back and the wind lifting his ponytail behind him, and Harry walked beside Hermione, and Hermione's hand found his sleeve once and let go again, and overhead the gulls argued about the morning. The owl came at dusk. It was not Hedwig. It was small, brown, and exhausted, and it landed on the kitchen windowsill with the worn-out professionalism of a bird who had been flying since dawn. There was a single black feather tied to its leg under the letter, which was a code Harry didn't know yet. Bill read the letter over the sink. He read it twice. Then he read it a third time, and his shoulders, which had been loose all day, set themselves into a different shape. "Fleur," he said. She came at once. "Bones," he said, very quietly. "Late this afternoon." Her flat. Fleur's eyes closed for one long second. "They were not subtle," she said. "They want us to know. They want everyone to know." Hermione, who had been at the table with a book on basic ward construction open across her knees, set the book down very carefully. "Madam Bones?" "Amelia Bones, head of magical law enforcement," Bill said. "Auror. Lifer. One of the few in the ministry who would have stood up to Fudge. She was at the meeting last week where we tried to get them to admit Voldemort had returned." He folded the letter into thirds. "She was murdered in her own flat at 4:15 this afternoon. 3 Death Eaters. They didn't even bother to make it look like an accident." Harry's chair scraped on the flagstones as he stood. He didn't remember deciding to. "That was the third," Hermione said. "After my parents' house. After the Lovegoods." "The Lovegoods?" Harry said sharply. "This morning," Fleur said. "Xenophilius is alive. Luna was at her summer school. He says they came for is press, not him. He may be lying. He often does, but not this time." "This is starting," Harry said. "This started," Bill said, "the day Cedric Diggory died, Harry. Yesterday they were quiet. Today they are loud. Tomorrow they will be louder. The next day they will overplay their hand, because Voldemort always overplays his hand. Our job between now and then is to make sure that when he overplays it, we are the ones holding the cards." Harry took a long slow breath. "What do we do tonight?" he said. "Tonight," Bill said, "we eat. Then I'm going to take you down to the cellar and show you something that Dumbledore does not know I have." "Bill," Fleur murmured. "They're past the point of being protected by being kept ignorant, love. I know. I am not arguing. I am only," she set her hand briefly on his back, between his shoulder blades. "I am only marking it." He covered her hand with his for a moment and turned back to the children at his table. To Harry, who had not sat back down. To Hermione, whose fingers were spread flat on the cover of her book, very still, as if she were keeping it from flying away. Eat, Bill said. Then we begin. The owl took off into the dusk, and the wards over Shell Cottage hummed once, softly, around them like a closing hand. The cellar at Shell Cottage was not a cellar. It was a room. The stairs went down through 6 feet of stone and then opened into a low whitewashed hall the size of the kitchen above, with 2 rough wooden tables, 3 lamps that lit themselves when Bill stepped off the bottom step, and a circle worked into the floor in something that was not paint and was not chalk and shifted faintly when Harry looked at it sideways. Salt and silver, Hermione said, before he could ask. It's salt and silver. He's worked silver into the salt. That's not in any book. It's in one book, Bill said. It's in a book that is not, strictly speaking, supposed to leave Gringotts. The goblins teach a school of warding that human wizards don't get told about, because human wizards spent 600 years insisting they had nothing to learn from goblins. I spent a year being polite, and then I spent a year being useful, and then I spent another year being trusted, and Ragnarok lent me 3 books for as long as I needed them, and I have not given them back yet. Are you going to? Hermione asked. When I'm done with them, yes. Goblins do not forget loans. Bill shrugged off his coat and hung it on a peg. Step inside the circle. Both of you. Slowly. They stepped. The line of salt and silver did not flare. It welcomed. Harry felt it the same way he'd felt the chalk circle on the cliff, but this was deeper, the bass note under a melody. Hermione drew in a small careful breath and let it out again, and her shoulders relaxed without her telling them to. Now, Bill said, look up. They looked up. The ceiling above them was not the underside of the kitchen floor. It was a slow-moving star map. The constellations were not the ones Harry knew. The lines between them were not the ones Hermione had memorized. They moved, very gently, the way water moved when something far away had thrown a pebble into it. What am I looking at? Harry said. The wards of this house, Bill said. All of them. Mine, Fleur's, the goblin lattice we put under the foundation, the protections the previous owner left and we kept, the small spells Fleur's grandmother taught her about doorways, the stupid first-year warming charm Fleur's youngest sister insists on adding every time she visits. Everything. All of it. Drawn as it actually is, not as it appears in a textbook. He stepped into the circle behind them. Most ward mappings are flat diagrams. They tell you which lines are present. They do not tell you how the lines are speaking to each other. The goblins don't make that mistake. Why are you showing us this? Hermione asked. Her voice had gone careful. Because in a week I'm going to ask you both to put your own names into it, Bill said. Not as guests. As anchors. The way Fleur and I are anchors. The way it knows us. Harry's mouth was suddenly dry. That's, Hermione said, and stopped. I know what it is, Bill said. I am asking you anyway. Why us? Harry asked. Because you live here now. For the summer. For as long as you want to. I told you upstairs. That is not a polite phrase. That is the rule of the house. Bill looked at him steadily. I am not going to put you under this roof, Harry, and let it treat you as a stranger. I would rather you were anchored to something that loved you back. The world is going to spend the next 2 years trying to convince you that you do not have a home. I am not going to help it. And if I die? Harry said. The words came out quieter than he meant. Then the house will mourn you, Bill said, and Fleur and I will mourn you, and the wards will hold without you because Fleur and I will hold them. You are not a load-bearing column, Harry. You are a member of this household. Those are different things. Hermione, beside him, made a small sound that was not a sob but was related to one. Bill's eyes flicked to her and softened. You too, he said. My parents, are alive. Are coming. We are arranging it. We do not move them tonight because tonight there are eyes on every safe house in the south of England. In 3 days they will be in a cottage near Tintagel under a name that is not theirs, and you will go and see them whenever you want, and they will know where you are, and they will know you are loved and learning and not alone. I am not separating you from them. I am giving them a fortress, and giving you one, and connecting them with a Fleur I am personally building tomorrow morning. Hermione closed her eyes, opened them, and said, "Thank you. Don't thank me. Anchor my house." She laughed, then, a wet startled laugh, and Bill grinned, and the star map overhead pulsed once, gently, as if it had heard her laugh and was filing it. "Tonight," he said, "I'm not asking. Tonight I'm just showing. You sleep on it. In a week, if you're sure, we'll do the binding properly. If you're not sure, we don't do it, and the house will go on hosting you like guests for as long as you want, and that is also fine. There is no wrong answer here." "I'm sure," Harry said. "Sleep on it anyway." "All right." Bill turned to Hermione. She was still looking at the ceiling. "Take your time," he said. "There is no clock." "I know," she said. I want to. I just want to do it well." "You always do." She smiled, small and tired and pleased. Bill turned back to the salt and silver circle. He raised his wand. He did not say anything Harry recognized. He drew a single shape in the air, a hooked angular thing that Harry had a sudden suspicion he had seen for a fraction of a second back on Privet Drive, when his trunk had vanished. The lamps dimmed by half. The star map overhead settled itself into a steady glow. The circle around them softened from welcome to neutral. "Out," Bill said. "Up. Bed." They went up. Harry did not sleep at first. He lay on his back in the small whitewashed room with the sloped ceiling and listened to the sea, and to the very faint hum of the wards below, and to Hermione padding across the landing once to use the bathroom and back again, and to Fleur's quiet voice in the kitchen below murmuring to Bill in 2 languages, and to Bill's lower laugh. He thought about Cedric. He thought about Aunt Petunia's begonias. He thought about the smear over central London that he had not told Bill he could see. He thought about the words "You are a member of this household." He turned his head on the pillow and looked out the window at the stars over the sea, and the stars did not move, and somewhere very far away an owl cried out across the water, and Harry Potter, who had been 17 days a Triwizard champion and a Triwizard widower and a Triwizard liar according to the Daily Prophet, closed his eyes. He slept. He did not dream. In the morning, when he came down the stairs, Hermione was already at the kitchen table with a quill and 3 pieces of parchment, and she had drawn the layout of Shell Cottage from memory, and she had marked the 7 places where she thought the wards anchored, and she had been right about 6 of them. "You're going to be a nightmare," Bill said, looking over her shoulder, with exactly the same intonation he had used the day before. "You said that yesterday." "I'll say it every day." "Good." Fleur set a plate of eggs in front of Harry without being asked. Outside, the sea hammered its slow steady rhythm. The wards hummed under the floorboards. The stars overhead, invisible behind the daylight, moved very gently as the house listened. The owl that came at noon was Hedwig. She landed on the back of Harry's chair with the wounded dignity of a bird who has been trying to find her person for a fortnight, and she dropped a Daily Prophet onto his lap, and the front page said, in letters 2 inches high, "Dumbledore asks, where is Harry Potter?" There was a photograph of Dumbledore at the front gates of Hogwarts. There was a photograph of Privet Drive with the street lamps fixed and the front door of number 4 shut. There was a sub-headline that said "Boy WHO lived missing, Order of Phoenix suspected." Harry read it twice. He read it a 3rd time. Then he set the paper down on the table and looked at Bill. "He's playing it on the front page." "He is." "He's trying to force your hand." "He is." "What do we do?" Bill considered the photograph of Privet Drive for a long beat. He considered the photograph of Dumbledore, who looked, in that picture, exactly as old and exactly as kind and exactly as tired as he always did. Then he picked up Hedwig's empty water dish and refilled it from the tap, and set it back on the windowsill, and Hedwig hooted once, low and approving. "We do not move," he said. "We do not write back. We do not respond. We let him sweat on the front page for one more day, and then tomorrow morning Fleur is going to apparate to the Hogwarts gates and tell him, calmly and in person, where you are and that you are well and that you are not coming back to Privet Drive and not coming to the Burrow and not coming to Grimmauld Place and not coming to him. And then she is going to apparate home, and we are going to keep doing what we are doing. That's it. That's it. And when he tries to compel us, he won't. Albus Dumbledore, Bill said, is a great man. I have known him my whole life. He will not always agree with me. He will sometimes try to outmaneuver me. He will not ever try to force me. He is too good for that. And he is also, I am sorry to say, too tired. Too tired for what? To fight a war and a guardian on the same morning. Hermione looked up from her parchment. Her quill had stopped. He'll come here, she said. He'll come here, Bill agreed. Probably tomorrow afternoon. After Fleur tells him. He will not come angry. He will come kind, and worried, and full of arguments about destiny and sacrifice and the greater good, and you will both listen, and then I will speak, and then you will speak, and then he will leave. And after he leaves we will keep doing what we are doing. He looked at Harry. If you want to go with him, Harry, you can go with him. I have told you. There is no wrong answer here. I don't want to go with him, Harry said. You can change your mind. I won't. You can change your mind tomorrow. I won't. All right. The kitchen was very quiet for a long beat. Hedwig drank from her dish. The Daily Prophet's photograph of Dumbledore moved its hands once, slowly, in the gesture of a man asking a polite question. What's the plan, then? Harry said. The actual plan. Not just train us. What are we doing this summer? Bill considered him for a long moment. Then he sat down at the table opposite Harry, and Fleur slid in beside him without being asked, and Hermione set her quill carefully down on her parchment, and the four of them were very still for a moment in the morning light. Tom Riddle, Bill said, is afraid of dying. He is so afraid of dying that he has done a thing to his soul that no wizard in living memory has done. He has split it. He has hidden the pieces. As long as the pieces exist he cannot truly die. We are going to find the pieces. We are going to destroy them. Then he can be killed. Harry's hands had gone very still on the table. How many pieces, he said. We don't know yet. More than one. Possibly 7. Goblin records suggest 7 is the number a desperate man would choose, because 7 is the most magically powerful number a soul can be split into without ceasing to be a soul. The objects he chose will mean something to him. They will be hidden in places that mean something to him. They will be guarded. They will not be subtle, because Tom Riddle is not a subtle man, but they will be vicious. And we hunt them, Hermione said. We hunt them. Quietly. Methodically. Cursebreaker style. We do not announce ourselves. We do not sacrifice anyone. We do not let the Order know exactly where we are at any given moment, because the Order has a leak we have not yet plugged. We do not tell Dumbledore which one we are working on. We tell him only when it is done. Bill's mouth made a small dry shape. He will be angry. How do we know about the soul pieces? Hermione asked. I've never seen anything in any book. You haven't seen it in any book you can buy at Flourish and Blotts. You haven't seen it in any book in the Hogwarts library, including the restricted section. You haven't seen it because the technique is so dark that the Ministry has banned the very mention of its name on penalty of memory modification. Bill paused. It is called a Horcrux. The plural is Horcruxes. The goblins have a word for it that translates roughly as soul coward. I learnt that word in my 3rd year of working for Gringotts. I have been thinking about it ever since I heard, 3 weeks ago, that Voldemort's body returned in a graveyard in Little Hangleton. You think there's one already destroyed, Hermione said. She had gone pale, and very focused. I think the diary that possessed Ginny Weasley 3 years ago was one of them. I think Harry destroyed it without knowing what it was. I think that is why Voldemort took as long as he took to come back. And I think there are more. Harry's mouth opened. The diary, he said. The diary. That was a piece of his soul. That was a piece of his soul, and you, Harry, killed it with a basilisk fang at 12 years old, while bleeding out from a venomous wound. So when I tell you we are going to do this together, I am not asking you to do something you have not already done. Bill's eyes did not leave Harry's. I am asking you to do it again. 6 more times. And to live through it. And to have help. Harry was quiet for a very long moment. All right, he said. Hermione's hand had found his under the table. He had not noticed her reaching for it. He noticed now. He turned his hand over and laced his fingers through hers, and she squeezed, hard. All right, she said. Fleur reached across the table and took Bill's hand, then, in her own. The 4 of them sat in a strange small chain in the kitchen of Shell Cottage with the sea at their backs and the front page of the Daily Prophet folded between them, and the wards under the floorboards hummed once, very softly, around them, and the small star map 2 floors below shifted by the width of a single line. Eat, Fleur said. They ate. In the afternoon Bill took them back down to the Salt and Silver Circle, and showed them the goblin name for Anchor, and made them say it, and laughed at Harry's accent, and corrected Hermione's twice, and then went up to make tea. Fleur stayed below with them and showed Harry the way to stand when he meant to draw a wand fast, and the way to stand when he meant only to listen, and the difference between the two. She showed Hermione the way Avila's mother held her hand to a child's face, palm flat and fingers spread, when she meant the child to feel safe, and then she showed her the way Avila's mother held her hand to a child's face when she meant the child to be very, very afraid. They are the same gesture, Hermione said. Yes, said Fleur. That's terrifying. Yes, said Fleur, and smiled. When they came up the cellar stairs at dusk, Bill was at the kitchen table with the Daily Prophet open to page 4, and his finger was on a small column at the bottom of the page that had not been on the front. Listen to this, he said, and read aloud. Sources within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement confirmed late last night that Director Amelia Bones died at her residence yesterday afternoon. The official cause of death is being recorded as a heart attack. He looked up. A heart attack. They're scrubbing it, Hermione said. They're scrubbing it. The prophet has been told to bury her by the end of the week. The ministry has appointed Pius Thickness as acting head of magical law enforcement effective tomorrow morning. Thickness, he added, mildly, has been quietly under imperious for at least 2 months. The order suspects but cannot prove. Then prove it, Harry said. That, Bill said, is for next week. He folded the paper. Tonight, he said, we eat. Tomorrow we begin in earnest. The owl that came at midnight did not bring a letter. It brought a small square of parchment with 3 runes on it, drawn in something darker than ink. Bill read it standing by the window with the moonlight on his ponytail, and then he set it down on the table and looked at Fleur, and Fleur looked back at him, and a wordless thing passed between them in the language of long marriages. Ragnarok, Bill said quietly. He says yes. Fleur exhaled. To what? Harry asked from the doorway, where he had appeared because he had not been sleeping and because he had heard the owl land. Bill looked at him for a long moment. Then he picked up the parchment, folded it once, and tucked it inside his coat. To everything, he said. Go to bed, Harry. Tomorrow we go to Gringotts. Harry stayed in the doorway for a moment longer. The wards under the floor hummed. The sea moved. Hermione's bedroom door, behind him, opened a crack, and she stood in the sliver of light with her arms wrapped around herself and her hair loose around her shoulders. What did the owl say? She asked, very softly. Yes, Harry said. She nodded as if she had been expecting that exact answer for a long time. They went, separately, back to bed. The wards held. Down in the cellar, the ceiling map of Shell Cottage shifted by the width of 2 more lines, and a small bright knot somewhere off the coast of Cornwall made room, very gently, for what was coming next. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, Cursebreaker's Apprentice. They went to Gringotts at dawn, because Bill said the marble hall was kindest to humans before the public was let in. Fleur portkeyed them in. She used a smooth grey stone the size of a hen's egg that had a single rune cut into it, and she did not speak the activation word out loud. She breathed it, and the world bent around them, and they stood in a narrow service alley behind the bank with the cold of an early summer morning rising up off the cobbles. Harry took a steadying breath and noticed at once that he could feel the bank. Not the building. The bank itself, the deep magical thing that was Gringotts, a slow heavy heartbeat under the stone, older and stranger than any of the wards under Shell Cottage. He felt it the way you felt thunder before you heard it. All right? Bill said quietly. It's loud here. It's the oldest active warding lattice in Britain, Bill said. Older than Hogwarts. Older than the Ministry. Older than most of the language we use to talk about wards. Don't try to follow it. Just let it sit. Hermione? Harry said. Hermione had her hand pressed flat against the wall of the alley. Her eyes were shut. It's beautiful, she said. Oh, Harry, it's beautiful. You're feeling it. Not the way you do. I can hear the rhythm. I can't hear the words. It feels like standing in a cathedral while the choir is singing in a language you don't know. That's exactly what it is, Bill said softly. They'd be flattered. Don't tell anyone you said that out loud, ever, or they'll like you forever, and that's a very long time. Come on. He led them around the corner. There was a small black door in the side of the bank that did not exist on the public facade. Bill drew his wand and tapped the door 3 times, short, long, and the door opened inward into a corridor lit by torches that burned with a green-white flame. A goblin was waiting. He was old, and small even for a goblin, with a long white braid that hung over his shoulder and a robe the color of old wine. His eyes were very black and very still. He did not bow. He inclined his head, exactly 1/4 of an inch. Cursebreaker Weasley, he said. His voice was the voice of a man who did not waste it. You bring guests. I bring my apprentices, Bill said, and bowed, not low, but deliberately, with the particular angle Harry would later learn meant respect without submission in goblin grammar. Master Ragnarok. Thank you for receiving us at this hour. At this hour the marble hall belongs to those who built it, the old goblin said, and his eyes moved to Harry, and to Hermione. Walk. He turned and walked. They walked behind him. The corridor opened into a small antechamber of black stone where the air smelled of iron and old paper. There was no furniture. There were no decorations. There was a single circle on the floor, cut into the stone itself, drawn in a silvery grey metal that Harry understood, without being told, was very old and very alive. Stand, Ragnarok said, and pointed at the circle. Both children. Harry looked at Bill. Bill nodded once, very slightly. They stepped into the circle. The circle did not flare. The circle waited, patient as a stone bench, and then it did something Harry had no name for. It tasted them. He felt it. It was a small clean professional taste, the way a doctor pressed a stethoscope to a patient's back, no warmer and no colder than that. Ragnarok watched them in silence for a count of 7. Then his small black eyes slid to Bill. The girl is true, he said. She is what she says she is. She is not marked. She is not compelled. She has been touched once by a curse, recently. It is not active. He looked again at Hermione, and his head tilted by a degree. She has read Auster's third treatise. Hermione blinked. Yes. The translated edition. There is no translated edition, Ragnarok said. Hermione's mouth opened, closed, and opened again. I had a French copy. In second year. I taught myself enough French to read it. Said Ragnarok, and his mouth did something that was not quite a smile but was the goblin cousin of one. He turned to Harry. The boy. Harry waited. The boy, Ragnarok said, is interesting. Bill went very still beside him. Define interesting, Master Ragnarok, Bill said, with extreme politeness. The boy carries a mark that does not belong to him, Ragnarok said. It is small. It is old. It is not a mark in the manner of the Death Eaters. It is a fragment of something larger. It sits behind his eye. The circle dislikes it. The circle would prefer it removed. The room had gone very quiet. How long has it been there? Bill asked carefully. Since the boy was a child of 15 months. Hermione's hand had slipped into Harry's. She did not look at him. She looked at Ragnarok. Master Ragnarok, she said, with the kind of formal composure she had once used on Professor McGonagall. Can it be removed without removing him? The old goblin's eyes flicked to her. You ask the right question first. I have been asking the right question first since I was 7 years old. Yes, said Ragnarok. I see that. The answer is yes. It can. The technique is not easy. The technique is not cheap. The technique is not, strictly speaking, sanctioned by the Wisingamot, which has, as you may know, no jurisdiction over what goblins do beneath their own bank. He paused. We will speak of it. Not today. Today we have other business. Today, Bill said, we have his vault. Yes, said Ragnarok. He turned and walked again. Bill went after him. Harry, after a beat, followed, and Hermione's hand stayed in his. He was not entirely sure who was holding whom. Down. They went down. The corridor cut through stone in a long slow spiral, and the air grew colder and the green-white torches flickered, and somewhere very far below Harry felt the bank's heartbeat speed up a fraction, the way a great animal's heart sped up when something interesting happened in its house. Ragnarok stopped at last in front of a door that was not in the public part of the bank. The door was made of a black metal that drank the torchlight. There were no hinges. There was no lock. There was a single rune cut into the center, and Harry had never seen it before, and he understood without being told that it was the rune for the Potter family. The Potter Vault, Ragnarok said. Inheritance Vault. Last opened by Charles Potter in 1953. Closed at the death of James Potter in 1981. Sealed under the protection of House Gringotts at the request of the Potter estate, pending the majority of the heir. He turned to Harry. The heir is 16. The heir is technically a minor. Then we wait, Harry said. He had been ready for this. He did not want anyone bending rules for him. The heir is technically a minor, Ragnarok said, by wizarding law as drafted in 1841. By Potter family law, as drafted in 1612 and never amended, the heir achieves majority upon the death of the last guardian recognized by the family. He paused. The Potter family does not recognize your aunt and uncle as guardians. Harry stared at him. The Potter family, Ragnarok continued, with the very slight emphasis of a being who had thought about this for a long time, recognized one guardian after the death of James Potter. That guardian was Sirius Black. That guardian has been incarcerated, escaped, and exonerated as of last Thursday. He has not yet visited the bank to formalize his guardianship. Last Thursday, Harry said. The Wisingamot quietly overturned his conviction at 4 a.m. last Thursday morning. They have not announced it. They are hoping no one will notice. Sirius is free. Sirius is free. Sirius does not yet know. We received the official notice yesterday afternoon. We have not yet sent him a letter. We assumed Cursebreaker Weasley would wish to deliver the news in person. Ragnarok inclined his head 1/4 of an inch toward Bill. He often does. Bill was smiling, very slightly, with one corner of his mouth. With the heir's permission, Ragnarok said, looking back at Harry, we may consider his guardianship transferred to a household of his choice for the purpose of accessing the family vault, as is allowed under the Potter family's own statutes. Cursebreaker Weasley and his consort qualify. Do you wish to make this transfer? Harry thought about it for exactly half a second. Yes, he said. Then it is done. Ragnarok lifted one small wrinkled hand and laid it flat on the door. The rune in the center brightened. The door did not open. The door simply ceased to be a door, fading like a held breath, and beyond it was the Potter family vault. Harry had imagined gold. There was gold. There was gold the way a forest was leaves, it was background. What he had not imagined was the rest. Books. Long dark wooden cabinets full of books. He could see, from the doorway, the spines of grimoires in 3 languages, and he could feel, the way he was learning to feel things now, the faint hum of every one of them. Half of them were warded. 1/3 of them were dangerous. A small number of them were dangerous and warded, which meant that the Potters had liked them very much. Trunks. There were 8 trunks of varying sizes. 1 was clearly armor. 2 were clearly weapons. 1 was clearly clothing. 2 were clearly papers. 2 he could not read at all, which meant whatever was in them did not want to be read. A small dark wooden cabinet stood against the back wall, alone, and the cabinet hummed in a way that the rest of the vault did not. Harry's eyes went to it without his telling them to. Ah, said Ragnarok, behind him. You see it. I see it. Most heirs do not see it for 1/4 of an hour. You see it on the threshold. What is it? It is what the Potter family kept. Ragnarok came forward into the vault. That is the relic cabinet. The Potter family preserves 3 relics. The first is the wedding band of Hardwin Potter, from whom your line descends. It is enchanted to bind itself only to a Potter heir who is loved by their consort. It cannot be sold and it cannot be taken. The second is a single feather of a thunderbird, which is the family bird, which has not flown in this country for 300 years. The third, he paused, and looked at Harry in a particular way that made Harry's spine straighten on its own. The third I believe you have come to collect. What is it? It is a working blade of goblin manufacture, given by Ragnarok I to Ignotus Peveril as a gift between equals, in the year 1296. It is not the property of Gringotts. It is the property of the Potter family. It has been kept here, in trust, for the last 700 years against the day a Potter heir would have need of it. Ragnarok's small black eyes did not move from Harry's. I believe that day has come. Harry walked, very slowly, across the vault to the cabinet. He did not open it. He stood in front of it. He could feel it humming against his face like a low note from a very large instrument. It will know me, he said. It will know you. It will hurt anyone else who tries to use it. It will hurt anyone else who tries to use it. Master Ragnarok. Harry turned and looked at the old goblin. You have not yet told me why you decided to give me this today. Ragnarok looked at him for a long quiet moment. You do not waste my time, he said. I will not waste yours. The pieces of your enemy must be destroyed. Goblin steel destroys them. There are not many goblin blades in living wizard hands. There are even fewer that will obey them. There is one in this vault. It belongs to you. I am not giving it to you. I am letting you take what is yours. He paused. If you ever offer to give it back, I will be insulted. If you ever offer to sell it, I will be more insulted. If you ever lose it, I will be most insulted. Do you understand? I understand. Then take it. Harry put his hand on the cabinet. The cabinet opened. The blade was a knife, not a sword. It was a hand and a half long, with a slim curved blade of a metal that was not silver and not steel and not anything else Harry had a word for, and the handle was a coiled wrap of dark leather with a single small ruby set at the pommel. There was no scabbard. There was no decoration. The blade had been made for cutting and for nothing else. He picked it up. The blade did not flare. The blade did not glow. It simply settled into his hand the way a question settled when the answer was given. Beside him, Hermione made a soft small wondering sound. "Sharp," she said. "Yes," said Ragnarok. "How sharp?" "It will cut anything that has been cursed," Ragnarok said. "It will cut anything that has been cursed and a great many other things besides. We do not test it on living creatures. The blade dislikes being used for cruelty. It will not cut a creature that does not deserve to be cut. The blade decides. How does it decide? It is goblin-made. It decides as we decide. It looks at the wielder, and it looks at the creature, and it draws its own conclusions. We have not always agreed with its conclusions. We have always honored them." Harry slid the blade carefully into his belt. Bill, behind him, drew a small leather sheath out of his coat and tossed it to him. "Yours," he said. "Made it last night. Goblin steel needs leather. Don't ask why." "Because it likes the smell," Hermione said, without looking up. She was reading the spines of the books in the nearest cabinet. "I read about this. In a paper by a cursebreaker named Astrid Home. It's not in any English library." "It's in Austra's commentary," Ragnarok said. "Yes. You truly read Austra's third treatise?" "Yes. In French?" "Yes. I taught myself." Said Ragnarok. Cursebreaker Weasley. Master Ragnarok. "I will speak with you later about the girl." "We will speak. She may sit in on the meeting if she wishes." "She'll wish." "I will," Hermione said. "Good." Ragnarok turned away from her with what was possibly the goblin equivalent of a smile, and waved a small hand at the rest of the vault. "Take what you need, heir. The relics, the books, the gold. The vault is open until you leave it. I will wait outside. We have not yet discussed the Black estate, which is also very interesting, but that is a conversation for another month. The Black, Sirius Black, said Ragnarok, is the head of the Black family. He has not yet exercised any of his rights. When he does, you will inherit certain things from him as his godson, which is a designation House Black recognizes as binding. We will speak of it when he comes. Today, we have business enough." He withdrew. Harry stood in the middle of his family's vault with a goblin-forged blade in his belt, and he did not know what to do with his hands. "Sit down for a second," Bill said, very gently, behind him. Harry sat down on the floor of the vault. Hermione sat down next to him. Bill came and crouched in front of them both, the way a man crouched in front of a horse. "Slow," he said. "Slow. There's no clock. You can take an hour. You can take 2. The vault will wait. Look around. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you don't. We'll come back. You are not making lifetime decisions today." "I want," Harry said, and stopped. "What?" "I want my dad's school trunk." Then we open trunks. Hermione, beside him, made a small noise. "Harry, can I want, the books. All of them." At least, she counted along the cabinets with her eyes, 70 of them. "Bring a bag," Bill said gravely, "or bring 12. He stood. He went to the doorway and called something quietly through it in a language that was not English and not French. There was a brief consultation. He came back with 2 long shallow leather satchels of the kind goblin couriers used. "Bottomless," he said. "Lent, not given. We'll return them next week. They began the slow careful work of going through what Harry's parents had left him. The trunk Harry's father had taken to Hogwarts had James Potter's initials worked into the brass at the corners. Inside was a marauder's cloak, 3 Quidditch jerseys, a wand cleaning kit, a half-finished letter to Lily that James had clearly written one Christmas during their 7th year and never sent, a small wooden box of broken biscuits that had been preserved by some long-faded charm, and at the very bottom, wrapped in oilcloth, a long thin length of ash wood that hummed quietly to itself the way Harry's holly wand did at home. "His spare," Bill said, looking over Harry's shoulder. 13.5 inches, ash, dragon heartstring. It's unbroken. It will need to be reawakened. Master Ollivander could do it. I could do it. Fleur could do it. We will not do it today. Harry held it for a moment, and felt nothing yet, because the wand was sleeping. He wrapped it again carefully and tucked it inside his coat. The second trunk was Lily's. Lily had taken a smaller trunk to school, and the paint inside the lid had a small careful flower in green ink in one corner, and Harry had to put it down for a moment and breathe. Hermione was already 3 cabinets deep into the books. She moved like a librarian on the trail of a missing manuscript, and her satchel was filling fast, and twice she made a small sharp sound of delight. "Anything dangerous?" Bill called over. "3 things very dangerous. 2 of them I can handle. The third I want to leave for you to look at. Mark it." She pulled a small ribbon out of her pocket. She had come prepared, Harry thought, because of course she had, and tied it around a thick black book on the 3rd shelf of the 2nd cabinet. There. By the time they were done, they had been in the vault for almost 2 hours. 2 of the satchels were full. Harry had taken his father's wand, the goblin blade, a small portrait of his parents on their wedding day, the marriage band of Hardwin Potter, which had grown warm in his palm the moment he picked it up, which he did not yet have the energy to think about, the Thunderbird feather, which he had not been able to leave behind because the moment he saw it, he had remembered, abruptly and inexplicably, his mother's voice singing him a lullaby that was not in English, and approximately 900 galleons in coin, because Bill had said, Drilly, that Death Eater attacks were expensive. Hermione had taken 73 books, most of them on warding, 3 on healing, 2 on combat magic, and 1 slim volume that Bill had picked up, looked at, raised his eyebrows at, and said nothing about. "What is that one?" Harry asked her quietly, on the way out. "It's by a witch named Morwen of Snowdon," Hermione said. "She lived in the 11th century. She invented a class of charm called soul-binding charms. Most of them are illegal. Most of the rest are dangerous. One of them I think might be useful for what we have to do." "What does it do?" "I'll tell you when I'm sure." Bill, behind them, said nothing. Ragnarok was waiting at the top of the spiral. He inclined his head a quarter of an inch as they came out. "You are leaving by the front?" he asked Bill. "We are leaving by the front." Is there a reason we shouldn't?" "There are 7 Death Eaters in Diagon Alley this morning, Cursebreaker Weasley. They are pretending to shop. They have been pretending to shop since 6 o'clock. They are not very good at it." Bill went very still. "For us?" Hermione said. "For Harry Potter, who they have been told by their lord is not at his aunt's house, and who they have been told by an unfortunate clerk in the ledger department of this bank, who will be receiving a very firm word from me before lunch, was due to attend a vault appointment this morning. It is not difficult to assemble these facts." "Master Ragnarok," Bill began. "You are going to use the front door anyway." "I am." "Good." Ragnarok's mouth did the not quite smile again. "I will have 2 of my own people in the marble hall. They will not interfere. They will only watch. If you are killed in the street outside this bank, House Gringotts will be embarrassed. We do not enjoy being embarrassed. Do not be killed. Understood?" "The blade," Ragnarok added, looking at Harry. "Use it. Today. If you must." Harry swallowed. I'll try not to embarrass you. You will not embarrass me, Ragnock said. He turned and walked away, and his white braid swung once behind him, and he did not look back. The marble hall of Gringotts was just opening when they came up into it. Sunlight slanted down through the high windows and lay in long bright bars on the floor. There were perhaps 20 people in the hall. 2 of them were goblins who did not look like clerks, although they were standing behind clerks' desks. The rest were wizards. Bill walked them across the hall at a perfectly normal pace. "Eyes," he said, very quietly. 3 at the wand-checking station. 1 at the leftmost teller. 1 pretending to read the notice board. 2 outside the door. "How can you tell?" Harry murmured. "They're not breathing right." "What?" "People who are about to attack you breathe slow on purpose. It's the only thing I know that's harder to fake than the eyes." Bill did not turn his head. "Hermione." The leftmost teller line. "There is a Muggle-born family at the front. Mother, father, daughter, perhaps 8 years old. When this starts, you will get them to the floor and behind the column." "Yes. Yes." "Harry. The one at the notice board. He is the one who will move first. He is the most senior. When he moves, take him." "With the blade?" "With your wand, Harry. Save the blade for what the blade is for. Save the blade for the things wands cannot kill." "All right." "Fleur," Bill said, and Fleur, who had been waiting for them in the marble hall as if she had been there shopping for an hour, gave a small bored nod from beside the leftmost pillar. Harry had not seen her come in. He was sure she had not come in. He did not understand how she had gotten there. He suspected Fleur was not always somewhere you could see her unless she wanted you to. The man at the notice board moved. He was 35, perhaps, with a black coat and a pleasant face, and his hand went into his coat and came out with a wand and his mouth opened, and Harry, who had been bred for this his whole life without knowing it, who had been dueling in his head since the night Cedric died, who was 16 and very fast and very angry and very good, Harry moved first. He didn't say a word. The brief had said intelligent villains, the brief had not said anything about intelligent victims. He cast a stupefy that he had been working at all summer to make silent and wandless feeling, and it left his wand as a small clean lance of red light, and the man at the notice board did not finish his incantation. He went down sideways into the notice board with a clean dry sound, and the notice board fell on top of him, and the marble hall woke up. The Muggle-born family went down to the floor of their own accord, because Hermione had reached them in 3 steps and put her hand on the mother's shoulder and said something quick and quiet and unmistakable, and the father had already grabbed the little girl, and they were behind the column before the second curse left a Death Eater's wand. The second curse was a green one, and it was not aimed at Harry. It was aimed at Bill. Bill was not where Bill had been. Fleur, who had been bored at the pillar 2 seconds ago, was suddenly between the Death Eater and Bill, and she did not bother with a shield. She caught the curse on the flat of her hand, which Harry was almost certain should have killed her, and she did something with her other hand that was not a spell Harry knew, and the Death Eater's eyes went wide and he sat down very hard on the marble. "Vila," Hermione said softly behind a column, with the satisfaction of a research question being answered live in front of her. She redirected it. She doesn't catch it. She redirects it through her own field. "Oh, that's beautiful." "Hermione," Harry said. "Fight." "Yes." She fought. She came out from behind the column and threw a shielding charm over the Muggle-born family that was the size of a coach, and then she threw a stupefy of her own that knocked the woman pretending to be a teller into the wall behind her hard enough to dent it, and she did all of this without raising her voice and without lifting her chin and with a small precise economy of motion that Harry had never seen on her before. There were 3 Death Eaters down inside 15 seconds. There were 2 Death Eaters left in the hall. There were 2 Death Eaters outside the door. The 2 left in the hall looked at each other, and they looked at Bill, who had still not drawn his wand, and they looked at Fleur, who was standing in front of Bill with her hands open and her hair lifting at the ends in a wind that was not blowing, and they looked at the goblin who had appeared without warning at the leftmost teller's desk and was now holding a short-handled axe at a particular polite angle. They apparat out. The two outside the door, who had heard the noise, came in. This, Harry would think afterward, was the moment. The first one through the door had perhaps half a second to register what was happening in the hall. He used the half-second to raise his wand and aim it at the nearest target, which was Hermione, who was crouched over the Muggle-born family with her back to the door. Harry crossed the hall. He did not later remember choosing to draw the goblin blade. His hand was on the leather grip and the leather grip was warm and he was moving, and the Death Eater's wand was coming up, and the Death Eater was beginning to say a word, and Harry slid and passed the wand the way Fleur had shown him to slide and passed a thrown punch the day before in the kitchen, and the goblin blade went through the Death Eater's wand 1/4 of an inch above his hand. The wand fell in 2 pieces. The Death Eater's eyes went very wide. He had time to draw breath to scream. Harry did not let him. He brought the pommel of the blade up under the Death Eater's chin, and the Death Eater folded. The second one through the door saw what had happened to the first one and did not waste his half-second on heroics. He turned and ran. Bill, finally, drew his wand. He cast a single charm that Harry did not recognize. The fleeing Death Eater took 2 more steps, and then the cobbles of Diagon Alley folded up around his ankles like a hand closing, and he went down face first onto the stone with the cobbles still holding him. The marble hall was silent. "Horrors are 5 minutes out," Fleur said, calm as still water. "Possibly 4. Out," Bill said. "Now." The goblin at the leftmost teller's desk inclined his head 1/4 of an inch. The 2 goblin courier satchels on Hermione's shoulder hummed faintly in agreement. Fleur led them out the side door. Bill came behind. Harry walked between them, with the goblin blade still in his hand. He had not yet remembered to put it back in its sheath. In the alley behind the bank, Bill stopped him with a hand on the shoulder. "Harry." "Yes." "Look at me." Harry looked. "You did exactly right. I cut off his hand. You cut off his wand. The blade chose to leave the hand. I told you. The blade decides. He'd have killed Hermione. Yes. I'd do it again. Yes. Harry's voice cracked on the next word, embarrassingly. "I don't feel anything." Bill looked at him for a long beat. "You will," he said. "Tonight. Maybe tomorrow morning. Probably in the kitchen, when you reach for the kettle. It will be sudden and it will be hard and it will be brief and it will not break you. You did exactly right. Hermione is alive. The Muggle-born family is alive. The clerk who sold us out will have a very firm word from Master Ragnarok before lunch. We are going home." "Home," Harry repeated. "Home," Bill said. "Home." Fleur set her hand on the back of Harry's neck for a moment. It was a small clean steady touch, the way someone settled a colt. He breathed out. He sheathed the blade. The portkey took them. They came down on the cliff above Shell Cottage with the smell of the sea in their faces and the wards coming up to meet them like a known voice in a dark hall, and the sun was higher than when they had left, and Hermione's satchels of books were heavy on her shoulder, and Harry's hand had not yet stopped shaking, and Bill, walking behind them, did not seem to mind that. He walked a little closer than usual, and he did not speak, and that was a kindness. Fleur made tea. Hermione laid the goblin satchels carefully on the kitchen table and did not open them yet. Harry sat down at the table and looked at his hands and turned them over and back again. "Lunch," Fleur said. "I'm not hungry." "You are not hungry now," Fleur said, and slid a plate in front of him. "You will be hungry in 3 minutes. Eat slowly. You will see." He ate slowly. At the 3rd bite he was hungry. By the 6th bite he was very hungry. By the time the plate was clean, his hands had stopped shaking, and the hot bright thing behind his eyes had subsided to a steady warm glow that he did not yet have a word for. "Bill," Hermione said quietly, from the other end of the table. Yes. What Master Ragnarok said about the fragment. Behind Harry's eye. Yes. Is it what I think it is? Yes. The kitchen went very quiet. Harry set his fork down very carefully. Tell me, he said. Bill looked at Fleur. Fleur, after a beat, nodded. You are one of the pieces, Harry, Bill said. The diary was one. There are others. You are one of them. Voldemort did not mean to make you one. He made you one anyway, the night he failed to kill you. That is why your scar hurts when he is near. That is why you have dreamed of him. That is why his snake speaks to you. That is why you can feel ward tension at 15 feet outside the line. Harry did not say anything. It is also, Bill said, fixable. Fixable. There is a goblin technique. There is a witch's technique that complements it. Bill's eyes flicked toward Hermione. I suspect there is a third book in your stack, my apprentice, that bears on it. Morwen of Snowdon, Hermione said. Yes. Yes. Bill turned back to Harry. We will not do anything tonight. We will not do anything this week. We are going to study it carefully, and we are going to do it slowly, and we are going to do it right. Master Ragnarok and I will speak about the goblin half. Hermione and Fleur will speak about the Morwen half. Then we will all speak together, and then, when we are sure, we will do it. How long? A month. Possibly 2. A month. Yes. Harry looked at his hands for a long beat. I thought, he said, if I ever found out I had a piece of him in me, I would feel sick. Do you? No. I feel like I want it gone. That, Bill said, is the right feeling. Hermione had moved without Harry noticing. Her hand was on his shoulder. It stayed there, light and warm, and she did not say anything because she knew better than to say anything, and Fleur was at the stove pouring more tea, and Bill, after a moment, reached across the table and took Harry's wrist in his hand the same way he had on Privet Drive, professional and intentional and steadying, and squeezed once. You are not him, Bill said. You have never been him. You will never be him. There is a small thing of his caught in you, like a splinter, and we are going to take it out, and that will be the end of that. Your magic is yours. Your eyes are your mother's. Your mouth is your father's. The rest of you, Harry, is no one's but your own. Are we agreed? We are agreed. Good. The wards under the floorboards hummed once, very softly. The sea moved. Hedwig, on her perch in the corner, ruffled her feathers and went back to sleep. Outside, on the cliff, the gulls argued about the afternoon. Harry Potter, 16 years old, sat in his new family's kitchen with his mother's lullaby almost remembered at the back of his throat and his father's wand in his coat pocket and a goblin blade at his belt and a piece of his enemy's soul behind his eye, and he was not afraid. He did not yet know what he was. He knew what he was going to be. He started, very quietly, and only to himself, to make a list. The list that Harry made in his head that afternoon was not a list of things to do. It was a list of things he already knew. He had not realized, until now, that he knew them. He had spent 4 years at Hogwarts being told that he was a boy who needed to be protected and a boy who would understand later and a boy whose questions were not yet ready to be answered. He had spent those 4 years quietly noticing things. He had noticed everything. He had not realized it was permitted to act on what he had noticed. Now, sitting at the kitchen table in Shell Cottage with the satchels of books beside him and the goblin blade in its leather sheath at his belt, he began to act. He turned to Hermione. Show me Morwen of Snowdon. She looked up from the satchel, and she understood what he was asking before he had finished asking it. She pulled out the slim dark volume she had picked out of the Potter family vault, and she set it carefully on the table between them, and she opened it to the 3rd chapter without consulting an index, because she had already memorized where she was going. Soul-binding charms, she read aloud, very softly. This is the chapter. There are 9 charms in it. 8 of them are illegal under the Statute of Secrecy and the Third Wisengamot Decree of 1612. The 9th is not illegal because it has been forgotten, which is a category of legal status I had not previously known existed. Bill, leaning in over Harry's other shoulder, made a quiet appreciative sound. The 9th charm, Hermione continued, is called, in Morwen's Welsh, the Dadnud. It means, roughly, the undoing. It is a charm that does not act on the soul of the caster. It acts on a fragment of soul that has been bound, against its consent, into a place that does not belong to it. It unbinds the fragment from the binding. The fragment is then free to leave. Morwen does not say what it does after it leaves. Morwen lived in the 11th century. I think she was being polite. What do you think it does after it leaves? It dissipates, Harry. It can't stand on its own. It needs an anchor. Take the anchor away and it goes back to the source it came from. If the source is dead, it dissipates entirely. If the source is alive, it rejoins. Yes. And Tom Riddle is alive. Yes. Harry sat with that for a moment. So if we use it on me, he said, the piece of him in me leaves me, and it goes back to him. Yes. And he becomes more whole. Slightly. But the piece in you was never one of his protected fragments. It was an accident. Losing it back to himself doesn't restore his protection. He's still as mortal as he was before, just with a tiny bit more of his soul in him. Hermione paused. There's a calculation we'd have to do. The piece of him in you keeps you connected to him. You see his dreams. He sees yours. Removing it cuts that line. We lose a source of intelligence. We lose a source of intelligence, Harry said carefully, that he is increasingly aware of, that he is increasingly able to use the other way, and that I have never wanted in my head. Yes. Then we cut the line. I would have argued the same way. Bill straightened. He looked between them, and there was something in his face that Harry hadn't seen there before, not pride, exactly, but recognition. 2 pieces of a problem, slotting into a 3rd piece, in the kitchen of his house. This is what I meant, he said quietly, by apprentices. You are running ahead of me. Don't apologize for it. Don't slow down. The 2 of you in a kitchen with a book are worth 6 junior cursebreakers in a vault. Keep going. Harry kept going. How does the goblin half work, he asked. The goblin half is the cutting, Bill said. The goblin half makes a small clean wound. We cut the binding rune, which is the curse-shaped knot Voldemort left in your scar. You can't cut it with a wand. Wands don't cut bindings, they untie them. Bindings of this kind don't untie. They have to be cut. That's what your blade is for. Or it would be, if your blade would consent to be used on you. We will ask it tomorrow. And if it won't? Then we use a different blade. Master Ragnarok has offered 3. Your blade is the first one we ask, because it has the best chance of doing it without leaving a scar, but it is also the only one with the right to refuse. Bill paused. Goblin steel does not cut its wielder unless the wielder asks it to. We will ask. We will ask politely. And when we have cut. You speak Hermione's charm. Or rather, Hermione speaks Hermione's charm. Or rather, Hermione speaks Hermione's charm and Fleur holds the 2nd harmonic, because she is the only one of us who can hold a Welsh harmonic without burning out a wand, and I anchor the working through the salt and silver circle, and Master Ragnarok or one of his people walks the chant in goblin under us. 4 practitioners. 1 blade. 1 book. 1 you. Bill looked at Harry steadily. It will hurt. It will hurt the way a splinter hurts when it comes out. It will not hurt the way the splinter hurts going in. We do not let you hurt that way again, Harry. Not in this house. Harry's throat was tight. He nodded, because he didn't trust his voice. A month, he said, when he could speak. A month. All right. Sirius arrived at 4 in the afternoon, in a flock of yelling. Harry heard him before he saw him. There was a thump at the cliff path, a curse, an answering laugh from Fleur on the back steps, and then a tall thin man with wild black hair and a coat that had been expensive in 1980 came up the path 2 steps at a time, and Harry was out the kitchen door before he'd entirely thought about it. Sirius stopped at the top of the path. They stared at each other for a long second. Then Sirius did something that startled Harry by its plainness. He opened his arms, and waited, and let Harry decide. Harry decided. He crossed the path in 4 steps and let himself be held, and Sirius held him hard, and Harry could feel his godfather's chest shaking in the way of a man who had been through too many bad mornings in a row, and Harry, who had stopped feeling his own shaking somewhere on the way back from Diagon Alley, started up again, mildly, just at the shoulders. They told me, Sirius said into Harry's hair, that I'm free. They told me at 3 this morning. I came as fast as I could think to. It's all right. It is not all right. I should have come for you a year ago. I should have come for you the day I broke out. I should have, Sirius. Yes. Stop. Sirius stopped. You're here now, Harry said. That's what matters. That is exactly what your mother would have said, Sirius said. He pulled back, not far, and looked at Harry in a long careful way that wasn't sad, exactly, but adjacent to sad. And then she would have hit me on the back of the head. Are you going to hit me on the back of the head? Not today. You're saving it up. I'm saving it up. Sirius laughed, and it was a real laugh, the laugh of a man who had not laughed in 12 years and was rediscovering what the muscle felt like, and Bill was at the door of the kitchen with his hand on the frame, watching, and Fleur had fallen back to give them the space without being asked. The wards over the cottage hummed once, very softly, around the new arrival. They had decided he was welcome. They had probably decided at the moment he stepped out of the apparition zone at the bottom of the cliff, because Bill had told them to. Inside, Bill said, in his calm professional voice. Tea. Bath. Food. In whatever order you want. Tea, Sirius said. Tea. In the kitchen, Sirius stopped at the threshold. He looked around the room slowly, and Harry watched him take it in, the satchels of books on the table, the wand kit drying by the sink, the small portrait of the Potters on their wedding day propped up against the salt jar where Harry had set it without thinking, the goblin blade at Harry's belt, the way Hermione looked up from her book and smiled at him with the polite friendly smile of a girl meeting an adult she has heard a great deal about, the way Fleur stood with her hands resting one over the other on the back of a chair in the position of a woman who could be 3 things at once. Bill, Sirius said, very quietly. Sirius. You did all this in 3 weeks. Yes. And the Order does not know. The Order knows what I have decided to tell them, in the order I have decided to tell them. Sirius looked at him for a long beat. Then he laughed again, a single short bark. Good, he said. Good. About time someone else did it. I owe you a drink. I owe you a great deal more than a drink. Sit me down before I fall down. He sat. Fleur put tea in front of him. He stared at it for a moment as if he was not entirely sure what tea was, and then he picked it up, and his hands closed around the warm cup with the small particular gratitude of a man who had been cold for a long time. Now, he said. Tell me everything. They told him everything. They told him about Bill picking Harry up from Privet Drive, and about the attack on the Grangers, and about the salt and silver circle in the cellar, and about the morning at Gringotts, and about Ragnarok, and about the 7 Death Eaters in the marble hall, and about the goblin blade. They told him about the fragment. They told him about the Dadnud. They told him about the month. He listened. He did not interrupt. He drank 3 cups of tea. When they were finished, he set the 3rd cup down very carefully and looked at Bill. Albus does not know any of this, he said. Albus knows the address. Albus does not know the plan. You are going to tell him. I am going to tell him as much as he needs to know to make the right choice when he comes here tomorrow afternoon, and not one word more. He will not like that. He will not like that. He will sit in that chair, Sirius said, indicating the chair Bill was sitting in, and he will look at you over those small spectacles, and he will say, with an enormous amount of warmth and a small amount of disappointment, that he had hoped for more openness from you. Yes. And you will say what? I will say that I am running this household to the standard he taught me to run a household to, and that part of that standard is not telling everyone everything, and that he taught me that himself, when I was 13, in a corridor outside the Charms classroom. Sirius's mouth quirked. He'll remember. He will. He'll be furious. He will be furious for about 90 seconds. Then he'll be impressed. Then he'll be tired, because he is always tired, and he will agree. You sound very sure. I am very sure, Bill said. I have known him my whole life. I have not been afraid of him for the last 7 years. Good, Sirius said. Good. Then I am here for that conversation, which I am looking forward to enormously, and I am here for the month after it, which I am looking forward to less, and I am here for everything after that, which I am going to enjoy more than is decent. And Harry, yes. You and I are going to have several long conversations over the next month. Not now. Not this week. When you are ready. About your father. About your mother. About me. About Remus. About Peter. About the things I should have told you the first time I met you and did not. Sirius's eyes did not leave Harry's. I am not going to dump 12 years of grief on you in one afternoon. I am going to give it to you in pieces small enough to carry. Is that all right? That's all right. Good. Sirius reached across the table and took Harry's hand for one short hard squeeze, the way a man clasped another man's hand, and then let go. Good. Now feed me. I have not eaten anything that was not Fleur chips since Tuesday. Fleur was already moving. There was a small, surprised, contented noise from the stove that Harry would later recognize as Fleur Delacour deciding to like a person. That night, very late, Harry stood at the window of his small whitewashed bedroom and watched the sea. He was waiting for the bad feeling Bill had told him about. The one in the kitchen, with the kettle. It had not come yet. It had not come at all. He was not sure whether that was a good sign, or a bad one, or no sign at all. There was a soft tap at the door. He turned. Hermione was there, in a borrowed dressing gown that was much too big for her, with her hair in a loose plait over one shoulder and her wand held loose by her side. Couldn't sleep, she said. Me neither. Can I? Yes. She came in. She closed the door behind her, very softly. She crossed the room and stood beside him at the window, and they stood for a long moment looking out at the sea, which was silver tonight under a half-moon. You were brilliant today, she said finally. You were brilliant today. Yes, she said, after a beat, with a small shy pleased smile. I was. Wasn't I? You stunned a woman so hard she dented a wall. She was about to curse a child. I know. I'm not sorry. Don't be. They stood another long moment. The sea breathed. Harry. Yes. In a month. The dadnud. I want to be the one who casts it. He looked at her. It's the right hands for it, she said quietly. Bill is the anchor. Fleur is the harmonic. Master Ragnarok is the chant. I have read the book. I have read the whole book. I have read the 8 charms that came before it, and I have read the commentaries on it that nobody has read in 200 years because they are in 11th century Welsh, and I know, how it works. I want to be the one whose voice it is. I want it to be a voice you trust. Hermione. What? I trust your voice more than any voice in the world. She was quiet for a long second. "Thank you," she said. "Don't thank me. Don't get it wrong." She laughed, wet, startled, low. "I won't. I know." The wards under the floorboards hummed once, very softly. Out on the sea, a long way off, the lights of a fishing boat moved slowly along the line of the horizon. Harry did not, for the first time in 18 days, look at those lights and wonder whether one of them was hiding someone who wanted him dead. He looked at them, and he saw boats. "Bed," Hermione said, after a while. "Bed." She squeezed his arm at the elbow, briefly, and went out, and the door clicked shut behind her. Harry stood at the window for one more minute, and then he went to bed. He did not dream. In the morning, Dumbledore would come. In the morning, Harry would sit at the kitchen table beside Bill, with Hermione on his other side and Fleur at the stove and Sirius in the doorway, and he would listen, politely, while the greatest wizard of his age tried, kindly and patiently and with a small disappointed warmth, to explain to him why he should leave Shell Cottage and come back to a place where adults could keep him safe. In the morning, Harry would say no. But that was the morning. Tonight was tonight. Tonight the wards held, and the sea moved, and the small star map 2 floors below shifted by a single line to make room for the new arrival in the household, and the goblin blade in its sheath on the bedside table hummed, very softly, in its sleep. Harry slept too. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Old Man at the Door. Dumbledore arrived at 3 in the afternoon, as Bill had predicted, in a long traveling cloak the color of new bracken and with the air of a man who had walked the last quarter-mile up the cliff path on purpose. Harry watched him come up the path through the kitchen window. Bill was at the table with a cup of tea, calm as a cliff. Fleur was at the stove with her sleeves rolled to her elbows, deboning a fish with the small precise efficiency that Harry was beginning to recognize as her resting state. Hermione was at the end of the table with the Morwen book open, a quill in her hand, and 3 sheets of notes spread in front of her in 3 different colors of ink. Sirius was sitting in the armchair in the corner where he had slept the night before, because he had told them he was not yet ready for a real bed, and he had a mug of coffee balanced on his knee and a face that, while not exactly hostile, was not exactly welcoming either. Dumbledore stopped at the gate at the top of the cliff path and waited. "He's waiting to be invited," Hermione said, watching too. "He always does," Bill said. "It's the only way the wards will let him in. He could break them if he tried, but he wouldn't, because that would be rude." "Fleur, love." "I will go," Fleur said, and wiped her hands on her apron, and went out. She came back with Dumbledore a minute later, and the wards over the cottage hummed once, softly, around him in a way Harry would later understand was not entirely friendly. They had been told to admit him. They had not been told to like him. "Bill," Dumbledore said, pleasantly, from the doorway. "Fleur." "Hermione." "Sirius." "Harry." "Headmaster," Bill said, equally pleasantly. He did not stand. "Sit." "Tea." "Tea would be most welcome." He sat. Fleur put tea in front of him. He took it in both hands, and Harry saw, then, the small careful way the old man cradled the cup, and remembered abruptly that Bill had said tired, and saw, in the lines around Dumbledore's eyes, that Bill had been right. "You have a beautiful home," Dumbledore said, looking around the kitchen in a way that took in everything without seeming to. "I do not believe I have visited Shell Cottage since your mother and father stayed here in 1979. "They liked it," Bill said. "They did." "Good." A short polite silence. Dumbledore sipped his tea. "Harry," he said gently. "How are you?" "I'm well, sir." "You look well." "I am well, sir." "You are eating." "3 meals a day, sir." "You are sleeping." "Yes, sir." "You are studying." "With Bill and Fleur." "Yes, sir." "You are happy." Harry considered the question. He considered it longer than Dumbledore had perhaps expected him to. "Hermione," beside him, did not look up from her notes, but her quill had stopped moving. "I am beginning to be, sir," Harry said carefully. Dumbledore's eyes, those pale blue eyes that Harry had watched for 4 years and that had always, until now, made him feel small in a kind way, held his for a long moment. There was, in them, a particular sadness that was not theatrical and not faked. Then there was something else, briefly, that Harry would later think might have been relief. "Good," Dumbledore said softly. "Good, Harry. I am glad of that. Truly." Sirius, in the corner, made a small sound that was not exactly a snort. "Sirius," Dumbledore said, without turning. "Albus. You are also looking well. I am eating 3 meals a day, sleeping 8 hours a night, and not in Azkaban, all of which I attribute principally to Bill's wife's cooking. Yes. I am looking well. I am pleased to see you free. I am pleased to be free. I would have wished it sooner. So would I." A short pause. Dumbledore set his tea down. "Bill," he said, finally. "I suppose I should come to the point. There has been a great deal of talk in the Order about Harry's whereabouts. There has been a great deal of talk in the Daily Prophet about Harry's whereabouts. I believe you placed it there." "I did." "Yes," Bill said. "I appreciate the honesty. I needed to know where he was. Privet Drive was abandoned. I needed, in particular, to know whether he had been taken, or whether he had been taken in. I was relieved, when Fleur came to the gates yesterday morning, to learn it was the latter." "Good. I am, however," Dumbledore said gently, concerned. "I expected that you would be. The protections at Privet Drive were not insignificant. The protections at headquarters are very considerable. The protections here are excellent, I do not say otherwise. You have built something remarkable, Bill, but they are not the equal of either." "That is a matter of opinion, Headmaster." "It is. My opinion differs." "Yes." Dumbledore inclined his head, politely, in acknowledgement. "I would not insult you by pretending I had come to convince you on the wards alone. Let me come, then, to the rest of it. Harry needs to be trained. Harry is being trained. Harry needs to be trained for a particular purpose. Harry is being trained for that purpose, Headmaster." Dumbledore went quite still. "I beg your pardon." "I said," Bill said, calmly, "that Harry is being trained for that purpose. Master Ragnarok of Gringotts identified the fragment behind his eye yesterday morning. We have been planning its removal for 36 hours. We expect to remove it in approximately 1 month, by a method that combines goblin warding, Welsh soul charm, and Vila harmonic. We will hunt the remainder of the fragments when Harry has recovered. We have already destroyed one. Harry destroyed it 3 years ago, in a chamber under the school you run, with a basilisk fang, while bleeding to death. He did not know what it was at the time. He knows now. The silence in the kitchen was the particular silence of a great many small adjustments being made very fast in a great many heads. Sirius's coffee cup paused halfway to his mouth. Hermione's quill, very softly, set itself down on the parchment without her telling it to. Fleur, at the stove, did not turn around, but her hands stopped moving. Dumbledore did not move at all. "You know about the Horcruxes," he said at last, very quietly. "Yes. You knew before today. I have suspected since the night the diary destroyed itself in your office. I confirmed it 3 weeks ago. I have been arranging, ever since, for the children to be brought somewhere it would be possible to discuss it with them." "Bill," Dumbledore said, and his voice was different now, all the pleasantness peeled away into something older and more careful. "How? I am a curse breaker, Headmaster. Soul magic is curse magic. The goblins know more about it than any of us. I have spent 6 years asking the right kinds of questions. They have been generous with their answers. Master Ragnarok has been particularly generous with me. I will not tell you everything he has told me, because some of it is goblin business. I will tell you what bears on the boy. How many fragments? 6 besides the diary. 6 besides Harry, whom we count. 5 outside Harry, to be hunted. We have one identified. Which? The ring of Marvolo Gaunt. Goblin records suggest he wore it on his left hand at the moment of his murder of his father. He returned to the shack after killing Tom Riddle Sr. He took it off there. He hid it there. The shack is warded with old, very dirty wards. We will go in 2 weeks, when I have finished mapping them. The other 4. We are working on it. The diadem of Ravenclaw is a strong candidate. We are not yet sure where. The cup of Hufflepuff is a strong candidate. Master Ragnarok believes it is in the Lestrange family vault, which is, conveniently for us, in the bank he runs. 2 more we have not yet confirmed. The snake, certainly, when he has chosen one. Possibly an heirloom of Slytherin, location unknown. Dumbledore had gone, in the time Bill had taken to say all this, very pale. Bill, he said. Headmaster. This is the most extraordinary piece of work I have ever heard a man describe at a kitchen table. Thank you. It also exceeds your authority by approximately every margin I can think of. It does not exceed my authority over my own house, my own apprentices, and my own working relationships with House Gringotts, headmaster. It exceeds your authority over me, which I no longer recognize, and your authority over Harry, which Harry himself has just transferred to me by Potter family law as recognized in 1612. The pale blue eyes flicked, then, to Harry. They were not angry. They were searching. Is that so, Harry? Dumbledore said softly. Harry did not look away. Yes, sir. You have made this decision freely. Yes, sir. Without coercion. Without coercion, sir. You understand what you have done. I have come home, sir. The kitchen was very quiet. Dumbledore looked at him for a long, long moment. Harry held it. He did not try to be defiant, because defiance would have been too small for what he meant. He looked at the old man across the table the way you looked at a teacher you respected when you had, finally, learnt the lesson well enough to respectfully disagree. After a long time, Dumbledore closed his eyes. He did not say anything for almost half a minute. When he opened his eyes again, they were a very soft blue and very, very tired. Bill, he said. Headmaster. You are correct that I taught you, in your 3rd year, in a corridor outside the Charms classroom, that one does not tell everyone everything. I remember. I remember also. A short silence. You are also correct, Dumbledore said, that Harry is your apprentice. By the law of his own family. Which I do not have the right to overrule. Which I would not wish to overrule, on reflection, even if I had the right. He looked again at Harry. Forgive me, Harry. I have spent many years telling myself certain things about the shape of your life. Some of them were true. Some of them were, I see now, useful fictions for my own peace of mind. I am not a young man. I do not always remember which is which without help. Sir, Harry said. Yes. Sir. I am not angry with you. You should be. Maybe later, sir. Harry took a careful breath. Right now I am only going to do what needs doing. With the people who can help me do it. Will you help me too, sir? Dumbledore's mouth worked, very briefly, around a word he did not say. Yes, he said at last. Yes, Harry. I will help. In any way you wish. From whatever distance you set. You have only to ask. Thank you, sir. And Hermione, Dumbledore added, turning, I would be remiss if I did not also ask, are you here freely? Yes, sir. Are you happy? She thought about it, the way Harry had. I am beginning to be, sir, she said. Then I have no business interfering. Thank you, sir. He drank the rest of his tea. He set the cup down very carefully, the way a man set down a cup he did not want to break. He folded his hands in his lap. Bill, he said. There is one thing I will ask of you. Not as your headmaster. Not as the leader of your order. As Albus. Albus. When you go for the ring, Dumbledore said softly, let me come. Bill did not answer at once. He looked at Dumbledore for a long beat. Why, he said. Because I have seen the ring once before, in a dream that was not entirely a dream. Because I believe it carries an enchantment that will be very tempting to anyone who sees it. Because I have, for many years, been tempted by exactly the sort of thing the ring is. Because I would rather be tempted in your presence, where you can stop me, than tempt fate in private, where I cannot stop myself. He paused. And because I am tired of being the only person in the room who knows certain things. I would like to be in a room with people who already know them, and to learn from them. The kitchen held its breath. All right, Bill said. All right? You can come. You can come on the same terms anyone else comes. You follow my plan. You break my plan, you go home, and we never do this together again. Agreed. Good. Dumbledore stood. He looked, briefly, around the kitchen one more time. He inclined his head to Fleur. He inclined his head to Sirius. He inclined his head to Hermione. He stopped, finally, in front of Harry. Harry stood up too, because it felt right. Harry, Dumbledore said. Sir. I am very proud of you. Harry's throat closed. Thank you, sir, he said. The old man smiled, small, weary, real, and turned, and Fleur walked him to the door. When she came back, she did not say anything. She picked up her knife, and she went back to the fish. Bill, who had not moved from his chair through the entire conversation, exhaled a single long breath, and then, very deliberately, refilled his tea. Well, Sirius said from the corner. Well, Bill agreed. That was less of a fight than I expected. He's not stupid, Sirius. No. He is also tired. Yes. And we were not wrong. No, Sirius said softly. No, you were not wrong. That night Harry helped Fleur clean the kitchen. He had not meant to. He had come down for water and found her at the sink, and she had handed him a tea towel without speaking, and he had taken it because that was what one did. They worked in silence for a while. She washed. He dried. The wards under the floorboards hummed in the way they hummed when the house was content. You did well today, she said at last, low. I didn't say much. You said exactly enough. Did I? Yes. He dried a plate. Fleur. How do you do it? She glanced sideways at him, with one pale eyebrow up. Do what? Stand the way you stand. When something is happening. The way you stood in the marble hall yesterday. The way you stood at the door today when he was coming up the path. You're never anywhere you aren't supposed to be. You never look surprised. You never have to think about what to do. She was quiet for a beat. I've been training for war, she said, since I was 6 years old. He looked at her. My grandmother was Vila, she said. My mother was Alf. I am quarter. The blood is loud in our family. Vila our aunt, Harry. We have been aunt for 2,000 years. We learn very young to stand the way we stand. We learn very young to watch the door before it opens. We learn very young to feel the wards in our skin before we ever hold a wand. It is not a magic. It is a discipline. You are learning it now. So is Hermione. You will be very good at it. You think so? I know so. How? She paused at the sink, hands still in the soapy water. Harry, she said, very gently. I've watched you for 3 weeks. You are quieter than you know. You see more than you say. You count people in a room without realizing you are counting them. You moved yesterday in the Marble Hall before the Death Eater began his incantation. You did not know you were going to. Your body knew. Bill is right that you have been training in your EAD since the Triwizard. I think you have been training in your EAD since you were 11. Possibly since you were 7. I do not know. I only know that you are the most natural duelist I have seen at your age, and I have seen a great many. He did not say anything for a moment. That isn't because of him, is it? He said. He didn't have to specify which him. She looked at him with her pale clear eyes. No, she said. It is not. The fragment cannot give you his talents. It can only give you his dreams. The talents are yours. Always have been. Always will be. When the fragment is gone, your magic will not weaken. It will probably grow. He has been pulling on it slightly, like a small leak. We will close the leak. He did not entirely trust himself to speak. He dried a plate. Fleur. Thank you. She did not say anything in response. She handed him the next plate, and her hand brushed his briefly, and that was all she needed to say. In the morning Bill took them down to the cellar and showed them how to read the map of the Gaunt shack. He had drawn it, in goblin grey ink, on a piece of vellum that took up most of one of the cellar tables. The shack itself was a small dark blot in the center. Around it, in 5 concentric loops, were the wards Bill had identified so far. The innermost 2 loops were drawn in black. The third was drawn in red. The fourth was drawn in dark red. The fifth was drawn in a color that Harry's eyes could not entirely focus on. The first 2 are simple, Bill said. Anti-apparition, anti-portkey. We expected those. Standard Gaunt family work, very old, very persistent, but cracked easily by anyone who knows what to do with cold iron. I will handle them. Hermione, you will watch how I do it. Next year, you will do them yourself. Next year. Next year. She made a small pleased note in her notebook. The third loop, Bill said, is a notice me not. It is keyed to muggles and to wizards who have not been invited. It will not stop any of us from approaching, but if we triggered it the wrong way, every Death Eater within 5 miles would feel its echo. We will go in carefully and we will not trigger it the wrong way. Harry. You will watch me through this one. Next month you do it yourself. Next month. Next month. Harry made a small pleased note in his head. The fourth loop, Bill said, is dark. It is a curse. It is keyed to anyone who is not blood of Slytherin. If you cross it without a counter, it will cause a slow heart failure over approximately 40 seconds. It is not the worst curse I have ever seen. It is the worst curse I have ever seen on a building this small. Marvolo Gaunt did not lay it. Tom Riddle laid it, when he came back to hide the ring. I will handle it. Neither of you will go near it until I have finished. Are we clear? Clear. Clear. The fifth, Bill said, and tapped the unfocusable loop, is what I do not yet understand. It is not a ward. It is call it a watch. Something that watches the ring. Something that will know when the ring is touched. Something that will tell whoever made it. We will not touch the ring unless we have first interrupted the watch, because if we do not, the ring's maker will know exactly where we are within seconds. I am still mapping it. I expect to finish the mapping in 9 days. 9 days, Hermione said. 9 days. Bill straightened. After that, we go. Albus comes with us. Fleur stays here, because someone has to anchor the wards while 3 of us are away, and because Sirius will be here with her in case anyone uses our absence to come at the cottage. We leave at dawn. We are back by noon. We have one shot at this, because if we get it wrong, the rings maker will know we know about the rings, and the rest of his fragments will grow new defenses overnight. Are we clear? Clear. Clear. Good. Bill rolled up the vellum. One more thing. Harry. Yes. The blade. Yes. Tonight, after supper. We ask it. We ask it about you. Harry's mouth was suddenly dry. All right. You don't have to do it tonight. We can wait. No, Harry said. Tonight. Tonight. After supper Bill took him alone down into the cellar. The salt and silver circle waited, patient as it always was. Bill set a small white candle in the center of the circle and lit it without a wand, with 2 fingers, in the way Fleur had taught Harry that morning at breakfast, and the candle burned with a small steady white flame. Sit, he said. Harry sat in the circle. The blade was in his lap. He had taken it out of the sheath on the way down. The handle was warm, the way it had been warm in Diagon Alley. Now, Bill said. Listen. The blade is awake. The blade has been with you for a day and a night. It has begun to know you. We are going to ask it now if it consents to be used on a binding inside you. I will speak the formal request in Goblin. You will speak yours in English. The blade will answer, or it will not. If it does not answer, we ask again next week. We do not push it. Are you ready? Yes. Bill crouched outside the circle. He spoke a long, low phrase in Goblin that Harry did not understand. He spoke it twice. Then he nodded at Harry. Harry took a breath. He looked at the blade in his lap. There is a piece of him in me, he said quietly. A piece of Tom Riddle. It was put in me when I was a baby. It does not belong there. We are going to take it out. We need to cut a binding rune behind my eye. We are going to be very careful and we are going to be very fast and Hermione is going to speak the undoing while we do it. I am asking you, please, if you will be the blade that does the cutting. The blade did not flare. The blade did not glow. The blade hummed, once, softly, against his palm. The kind of hum a held animal made when it understood that it was being asked rather than told. Then the small ruby at the pommel of the blade pulsed, 3 times, slowly. Once, twice, 3 times. Bill, outside the circle, exhaled. Yes, he said. That is yes. Harry's eyes had filled, embarrassingly, without his permission. He sat in the circle with the blade humming in his lap and the white candle burning in front of him, and he did not say anything, because he could not. Bill stayed where he was. He did not come into the circle. He waited. After a long moment Harry got himself together enough to whisper, "Thank you." The blade hummed once more. Then it went quiet, and the candle flame went out, of its own accord, in a small clean breath of wind that had no source. Bill stood. He held out his hand. Harry took it. He stood. They went up the cellar stairs together. In the kitchen, Hermione looked up from her book the moment they came in. She did not ask. She read the answer in their faces. Yes, she said softly. Yes, Harry said. She crossed the kitchen and put her arms around him for a long second, and he let her, and Bill pressed his hand briefly to Harry's shoulder and then went out to find Fleur. Sirius, in the corner armchair, did not say anything. He raised his coffee cup, very slightly, in salute. Harry, over Hermione's shoulder, raised his hand in answer. The wards under the floorboards hummed once, very softly, around them. The sea moved. Up in his small whitewashed bedroom under the sloped ceiling, the goblin blade lay in its sheath on the bedside table, and dreamed. 9 days, Harry thought, settling Hermione's weight against his shoulder. 9 days, and then a shack in Little Hangleton. 9 days, and then a ring. 9 days, and then the work begins. He found, looking down at Hermione's hair, that he was not afraid. He was something else. He did not yet have a word for it. He thought, with a small startled clarity, that perhaps the word was ready. Hermione's parents arrived on the 3rd day. They came on foot up the cliff path, with Lupin and Tonks on either side of them, and they carried 2 small canvas bags between the 4 of them, and Mrs. Granger was wearing a coat that did not fit her properly and Mr. Granger was wearing a hat that was clearly Lupin's. They stopped at the gate. Hermione, who had been pretending to read in the kitchen for over an hour, was through the door and down the path before any of the rest of them could get out of their chairs. She did not run. She walked very fast, because she was Hermione, and Hermione did not run at her parents in front of strangers. She stopped a step short of her mother and held her hands out. Her mother took them and pulled her in the rest of the way, and Mr. Granger, behind her, set one large hand carefully on the back of his daughter's head, and the 3 of them stood that way at the gate for a long minute while the wind off the sea moved Hermione's hair and the gulls argued politely overhead. Harry watched from the kitchen window. Bill, beside him, was watching too. Fleur was at the stove. She had begun cooking the moment Bill had said, half an hour earlier, "They are coming up the road." She was not the kind of woman who let people arrive at her house hungry. "They look all right," Bill said quietly. "They look exhausted." "They look exhausted, and all right. Both can be true." "Yes." The Grangers came in. Mrs. Granger was small and grey-eyed and had a way of standing very straight that Harry recognized at once as a thing Hermione had learned from her. Mr. Granger was tall and a little stooped, with hands that had been a dentist's hands for 30 years and looked it, square and clean and quietly competent. They both looked at Bill the way Muggle parents looked at the man who had been keeping their daughter safe, with an accounting expression, totaling up the columns, deciding. "Mr. Weasley," Mrs. Granger said, when the totaling was done. "Bill, please." "Bill. Thank you. For my daughter." "You don't have to thank me. She's safer here than I am, and I built the wards." She laughed, a small startled laugh that hadn't expected to laugh. She would be. Fleur set tea in front of them without asking. She set bread and butter and 3 kinds of cold meat, and a pot of soup, and small white bowls. She did not fuss. She did not say very much. She arranged the table around them and stepped back with her hands behind her, and Mrs. Granger looked at the table and then at Fleur and then at her daughter, and Hermione, beside her, said softly, "Mom. Eat. They feed us properly here." "You eat first," Mrs. Granger said. "We've already eaten." "Then eat again." Hermione laughed, and sat down beside her, and ate again. Harry hung back at the threshold of the kitchen, because it was their moment and not his. Bill, beside him, also hung back. After a long minute, when the Grangers had bread and butter in their hands and tea in front of them and a little color back in their cheeks, Mr. Granger looked across the table directly at Harry. "You're him," he said, mildly. "Aren't you?" "I'm Harry, sir." "Yes. I know. Hermione's letters had a way of mentioning you in every paragraph for 4 years." "Dad," Hermione said, going pink. "It's true. I was beginning to wonder if she'd notice." His mouth quirked. "Come and sit down, Harry. You don't have to stand at the door of your own kitchen on our account. Hermione has told us a great deal about you. None of it bad." Harry came and sat down. Mrs. Granger looked at him with the same accounting expression she had used on Bill, and Harry sat very still under it, the way he had sat very still under Aunt Petunia's accounting expressions all his life. This one was different. After a long moment, Mrs. Granger nodded, once, small, decisive, and that was that, and she handed him the butter. "Hermione says you saved her life last year," Mr. Granger said, while Harry was buttering bread he had not asked for. "Sir, it wasn't a question. Mr. Granger took a careful slow sip of his tea. I just wanted to say, in front of you, that I know. That her mother knows. And that we're grateful. And that whatever is coming this summer, you have our permission to expect us to be on your side as well as hers. That is all. Eat your bread. Harry ate his bread. Hermione, on his other side, leaned her shoulder very briefly against his under the table and then sat back up. He understood what the lean meant. He did not say anything. He ate his bread. Bill let them have the meal. He did not start any business. He talked, instead, very gently, about Cornwall, and about the cliff path, and about the small fishing boats that came in and out of the cove below, and about how the wards held, and about how the salt and silver in the cellar would extend, in a small ring, around the cottage Lupin had been preparing for the Grangers in Tintagel. Mr. Granger listened the way a man listened when he was being told facts he did not understand and trusting the source. Mrs. Granger listened the way a woman listened when she was making a list in her head of things she was going to ask about later. When the meal was over, Bill stood. Come and see the cottage we've prepared for you, he said. It's not far. Full connection from this kitchen to that kitchen, opens both ways, secured with a passphrase your daughter can teach you. You'll come and go as you like. You'll see her every day if you want to. Or every week. Or every month. Whatever feels right. The connection holds either way. Both ways? Mrs. Granger said. Both ways. You'll be able to come here. She'll be able to come there. The flue is set up so that the only people who can use it are the four of you and the people in this room. Anyone else who tries gets a very polite redirect to a holding parlor in Aberdeen. Aberdeen, Mr. Granger said. Aberdeen. Why Aberdeen? Because the parlor belongs to a curse-breaker friend of mine who specializes in interrogating uninvited guests. I send her business when I have business to send. Mr. Granger considered this for a long beat. Then he looked at his wife, and his wife looked back at him, and they did one of those wordless married conversations that Harry's parents had presumably done over breakfast tables when Harry had been too small to remember. All right, Mr. Granger said. Show us. In the days that followed, Harry's life acquired the shape of a thing being built. Mornings were Bill. Bill taught wards. Bill taught the slow patient grammar of curse-breaking, how to listen to a working before you touched it, how to look for the join that the original caster had been least careful about, how to find the rune that had been laid second to last because the caster had been hurrying. He taught Harry and Hermione together, and he taught them at slightly different speeds, because Harry could feel the workings and Hermione could read them, and neither of them was yet good at the other thing, and Bill said, on the morning of the 5th day, by the end of the summer you'll each be able to do what the other does naturally. By the end of the year you'll both be terrifying. Drink your tea. Afternoons were Fleur. Fleur taught the body. Fleur taught the way a wand was held for a duel, which was not the way a wand was held for an examination. Fleur taught the small economical movements of a witch who expected to be attacked and did not intend to die. She taught Harry to draw his wand from inside his sleeve in 3/4 of a second with his off hand if his wand hand was occupied. She taught Hermione to throw a shielding charm the size of a small cottage in a single breath. She taught them both, in a quiet voice, the names of 10 curses that were not in their textbooks and that they were not, she said, ever to use unless the alternative was being killed. They learnt those last. Evenings were Sirius. Sirius did not teach so much as remember at them. He told them about the marauders. He told them about James, and about Lily, and about the small brave thing that Lily had done in the autumn of her 7th year that had saved a Muggle-born first year and had not been recorded in any official history of the school. He told them, very quietly one night by the fire, about Peter Pettigrew, and his voice did not shake, but Harry watched his hands close around the arm of the chair and stay there for a long time after he was finished. Sirius had, since arriving, gained back about 4 pounds and a great deal of sleep, and he was beginning to look like a man Harry could imagine his father having loved. Late evenings were the cellar. Harry and Hermione sat in the salt and silver circle every night for an hour. Bill made them sit there in silence. He made them listen. He made them feel the wards above them and around them and below them. He made Harry, in particular, learn to feel the small dark spot behind his own eye, the way a man with a tooth out learnt to feel the empty socket, and he made Harry learn to leave it alone. "Don't poke at it," he said. "Don't pull on it. Don't try to feel into it. We are going to take it out cleanly. If you have been pulling on it, the cut will not be clean. Sit with it. Let it sit with you. You will not have to live with it much longer." "How long?" Harry said. 23 days. "You're counting." "Of course I'm counting, Harry. It is the most important date on the calendar of this house. We are all counting." On the 7th day there was a probe. It came at 3 in the morning. Harry felt it through the floorboards before he heard anyone moving. It was a small, careful, professional pull at the outermost ward of the cottage, not an attack, not yet, just a man with a wand standing somewhere a quarter-mile away and asking the wards a question. Harry was up and out of bed before his own decision finished making itself. His holly wand was in his hand. The goblin blade was at his hip. He was on the landing in 2 steps, and he was halfway down the stairs when Hermione's door opened too, and she came out behind him in her dressing gown with her wand up. In the kitchen Bill was already at the window, fully dressed, with a cup of tea in his off hand and his own wand held loose by his side. "Don't worry," he said softly, without turning. "Fleur has him." "Has who?" Harry said. "Travers. He's testing the wards. Has been for about 10 minutes. He is doing it from a small fishing path to the south. He thinks no one knows he's there. Fleur is currently at the bottom of the cliff in a thicket of gorse, watching him watch us. He is going to find this very embarrassing in approximately 90 seconds. What is she going to do?" Hermione asked. Bill's mouth quirked. "She is going to ask him what he is doing on her cliff." Harry crossed to the window. Bill made room. Down on the cliff, in the moonlight, Harry could see, barely, the small dark figure of a man crouched over his wand at the edge of the gorse. He could see, if he looked very carefully, the smaller paler figure of Fleur Delacour sitting in the gorse 3 feet behind him, calm as a heron at a stream. "Why has she let him stand there for 10 minutes? Hermione asked. "Because Bill wanted to see how he probed," Bill said. "I have been watching the patterns on the lattice. He uses a rune I have not seen used in 20 years. It is a Travers family rune. Now we know which Travers, and now we know which family, and now we know which technique. That is worth 10 minutes of his life. And his life after the 10 minutes? That is between him and Fleur." The figure on the cliff froze. He had felt something. He turned. Harry watched, through the moonlight, as Fleur Delacour stood up slowly out of the gorse, not 3 feet from the man's elbow, with her hands open at her sides and her hair loose around her shoulders, and the man's wand wavered, and his head jerked back, and he made the smallest possible sound, and then his knees went, and he went down into the gorse, and Fleur caught him by the collar before he could roll over the edge of the cliff, and dragged him back onto the path. She did this without taking her wand out. Harry was almost certain she had done it without speaking a word. "Did she did the look," Bill said. "She has been working on it all spring. It is what her grandmother used to do. It puts a wizard to sleep without a charm, if he is the right kind of wizard, and Travers, who has been called handsome by enough drunk women in enough bad pubs to believe it, is exactly the right kind of wizard. He will wake up in 7 hours, in a parlour in Aberdeen, with no clear memory of the last day, and a great many questions for the cursebreaker who will be politely interviewing him there." Hermione was watching the cliff with the particular expression of a woman who was making notes in a margin she would file under research. "Bill." "Yes." "The look. Can it be taught?" "It can be taught to women with Vila blood. She does not yet know if it can be taught to women without. I would like to be the experiment." I'll ask her. Down on the cliff, Fleur set the unconscious Travers carefully against a rock, knelt beside him, and put her hand briefly on his forehead. There was a tiny soft pulse of light. Then she stood. She lifted her chin to the cottage. Bill, at the window, raised his hand. She raised hers in answer. She turned and walked back up the cliff path with the wind in her hair, and Travers, slumped against the rock, became briefly transparent, and then briefly grey, and then vanished altogether, and Harry understood, with a small startled feeling that had nothing to do with fear, that Fleur Delacour had just delivered a Death Eater by portkey to a holding parlour in Aberdeen with the casual efficiency of a woman handing a letter to a postman. Right, Bill said. Bed. Both of you. You have wards in the morning. How am I supposed to sleep after that? Harry said. You'll sleep, Harry. You'll sleep because you are 16 and tired and because Fleur has just neatly taken Travers out of the field for at least a week. Bed. They went to bed. Harry, to his own surprise, slept. In the morning, Fleur was at the stove with her hair up and her sleeves rolled to her elbows, and she was making the small flat pancakes that Harry was beginning to think of as Tuesday pancakes, and she did not mention Travers. Bill, at the table with the morning's Daily Prophet, did not mention Travers either. Hermione came down with her hair in a fresh plait and looked at Fleur for a long moment. Yes, Fleur said, without looking up. I will teach you. We start this afternoon. Hermione's face did the small private smile she only did when an answer she had wanted very much was given to her without her having to ask. On the 8th day Bill spread the vellum map of the Gaunt shack across the kitchen table at supper, and the four of them, 5, with Sirius leaning on the back of Harry's chair, went over the plan once more. Dawn, Bill said. 5:15 tomorrow morning. Dumbledore will flew into the cellar at 5:10. He is bringing nothing but his wand and a small bag of phoenix feathers, which he has agreed to leave with me at the door. Fleur and Sirius stay here. Hermione, you anchor the cellar circle while we are gone. If we are not back by 10, you flew Sirius into Dumbledore's office and you tell McGonagall everything. If we are not back by noon, you assume the worst and you both apparate to the safe house in Tintagel and you take your parents and you go to Aunt Muriel's, who is a horror but who has the second best wards in Britain after Dumbledore. Are we clear? Clear. Harry. Yes. You carry the blade. You keep it sheathed unless I tell you to draw it. When I tell you to draw it, you draw it without thinking about it. We are going for the ring. The blade is for the ring. It is not for any Death Eater we may meet. If we meet a Death Eater, you stun him. If you have to kill him, you kill him with a wand, not with a blade. The blade does not want to be used for that. The blade is for the work. Understood. Hermione. Yes. You have the second most important job tomorrow. You are holding the cellar circle. You are also the only person in this house who knows the Dadnid cold. If something happens to me out there, if I die or am taken, the work on Harry still has to happen. I do not want to die. I expect not to die. I am telling you this because it is the rule of the house that I tell you, and because you will need to know this for the rest of your life, that nobody is irreplaceable. Including me. Including Albus. Including, eventually, Tom Riddle. Plan accordingly. Bill, Hermione said, very quietly. Yes. You are not going to die tomorrow. I know. Don't make me cast a soul charm on a shade. He grinned, then, the slow easy grin he had given Harry on Privet Drive 3 weeks ago. I won't, my apprentice. I will be home for tea. Possibly luncheon. Bring the ring. I'll bring the ring. That night, late, Harry stood on the cliff path with Sirius. Sirius had asked him, after supper, very quietly, if he would come outside for a minute. Harry had come outside. The two of them stood at the top of the path, looking out over the dark sea, with the lights of fishing boats moving slowly in the distance and the wind off the water lifting the ends of Sirius's hair. "You'll be careful," Sirius said. "Yes. Bill knows what he's doing." "Yes. I should be coming with you." "You can't. You're still on the run, technically. Even with the pardon, the Aurors don't know yet. If you get spotted at the Gaunt place tomorrow, every hit wizard in the country will be on us in 20 minutes. I know that. I'm telling you anyway. I should be coming with you." "I know." Sirius was quiet for a long beat. He did the thing Harry was beginning to recognize as a serious thing. He turned a small stone over in his fingers, watching it, the way a man checked the balance of an unfamiliar coin. Harry had inherited that, he thought. He did the same thing. He had been doing it for years and had never noticed where it came from. "I have to tell you something," Sirius said. "All right. I'm not going to dump 12 years on you tonight. I told you. But there's one thing." He paused. "Your father, the night you were born, your father came out of the room where Lily was, and he sat down in the corridor of St. Mungo's, and he put his face in his hands. I thought he was upset. I thought something had gone wrong. I was about to go in." Sirius's voice was very low. "He looked up at me and he was crying. And he said, and I'll never forget it, he said, 'Pads, he's so small. How am I supposed to keep something this small alive?'" Harry didn't say anything. "I said something stupid, then," Sirius went on. "I told him he had years to figure it out. I told him there was no rush. I was 20 years old. I was an idiot." He breathed out. "He got 15 months. 15 months, Harry. And all the people who loved him have spent the last 16 years trying to keep something his size alive. We have not always done it well. I have done it worst of all. But I want you to know this, because I would have wanted to know it, that there has not been a day in those 16 years that he was not loved. Not by your mother. Not by me. Not by Remus. Not, in his strange tired way, by Albus. Not, I think now, by Bill, who has been getting ready for this without anyone telling him to since the night your father told him in your nursery that he'd better be a curse breaker because the Potters always needed one. We have been preparing for you the whole time. We have not done it well. But we have not stopped." Harry breathed out. He had not known he had been holding his breath. "Thank you," he said. "Don't thank me. Come back tomorrow." "I'll come back tomorrow." "Bring the ring." "I'll bring the ring." Sirius set one hand briefly on the back of Harry's neck, the way Bill did, the way Fleur did, and squeezed once, and let go. He went back into the house. Harry stood on the cliff path a minute more, and looked at the lights on the sea, and thought about a man at a hospital corridor saying, "How am I supposed to keep something this small alive?" He would, he thought, have wanted to know that. He went inside. He slept. In the morning, very early, in the half-dark before dawn, the flue in the cellar would flare green, and Albus Dumbledore would step out of it in a traveling cloak the color of new bracken, and the four of them, Bill, and Harry, and Dumbledore, and the goblin blade in its sheath at Harry's hip, would apparate to a derelict cottage in a wood near Little Hangleton. The work would begin. But that was the morning. Tonight was tonight. Tonight the wards held. The sea moved. The small star map 2 floors below shifted by the width of a single line. The goblin blade, on the bedside table in its sheath, hummed once, very softly, in its sleep, and dreamed of the work that was coming. Harry slept too. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Ring in the Wood. Dumbledore came through the flue at 5:10 in the morning, and the cellar at Shell Cottage was lit only by a single candle on the salt and silver circle, and the old man stepped out of the green flame in his bracken-colored traveling cloak with his wand already in his hand, and he looked, in that single first moment before he saw who was watching, like exactly the man Bill had said he was, tired, and great, and almost out of time. Then he looked up and saw them, and the tiredness folded itself away behind the small kind smile he kept for children, and he said, gently, "Good morning, Bill." "Good morning, Harry." "Good morning, Headmaster," Bill said. He held out his hand. Dumbledore, after a beat, drew a small leather pouch from inside his cloak and laid it carefully in Bill's palm. Bill set the pouch on the cellar shelf above the salt jar and did not look at it again. "Phoenix feathers in safe keeping." "Thank you." "They are not weapons, Bill." "They are not weapons. They are also not coming with us today." "We agreed." "We agreed." Bill turned. Harry was already standing just outside the salt and silver circle, dressed in the dark clothes Fleur had laid out for him the night before, with the goblin blade in its sheath at his hip and his holly wand up the cuff of his left sleeve and his father's ash wand, awakened at last on Tuesday afternoon by Fleur and Bill working together over a basin of salt water and 3 small careful runes, in the inside pocket of his coat, which Bill had told him to carry but not to use until he had practiced. More. Harry's hands were not shaking. He had been awake since 4. He had drunk 1 cup of tea with Bill in the kitchen and eaten a single buttered slice of bread and a soft boiled egg, because Fleur had set them in front of him and looked at him until he ate them. Hermione was already in the cellar. She was sitting in the center of the salt and silver circle, cross-legged, with the Morwen book open on her knees and her wand laid carefully across her thighs. She was the anchor. She would be the anchor for as long as Bill and Harry were away from the house. She had promised, the night before, that she would not move from the circle until they came back. Sirius had promised her, in turn, that he would not let her move from the circle. Fleur had promised them both, with a small slow smile, that she would feed them through the day, but that they would have to eat where they sat. "Hermione," Bill said. "Bill. Hold the line." "I'll hold the line. If something goes wrong, I know what to do." "Good." He turned to Harry. "Ready?" "Ready." Bill nodded once. He set his hand on Harry's shoulder. He set his other hand on Dumbledore's elbow. The cellar folded. They came down in the wood. Harry had never been to Little Hangleton. He did not need to have been. He recognized it the moment he set his feet on the leaves under the trees. He recognized it in the way a man recognized a place from a dream, before he had seen any of the landmarks. The wood was dark in the wrong way, the air had a still quality that was not the stillness of early morning, and somewhere very far ahead, through the trees, the slow sick pull of an old curse drew on him like a hook in the chest. Dumbledore put one hand briefly on his back. "Steady," the old man said quietly. "I'm steady, sir." "You feel it." "I feel it." "The ring is older than the man who hid it last," Dumbledore said. "It has been hidden in this house for a very long time. The pull you feel is partly the curse on it. The pull you feel is also partly what the ring is. I will explain after. For now, walk between Bill and me. Do not go ahead. Do not fall behind." Harry walked between them. The Gaunt shack stood in a clearing 30 yards on. It had not been a clearing once. The trees had drawn back from it, slowly, year by year, in the way trees drew back from anything they considered diseased. The roof had collapsed in 2 places. The door hung from a single hinge. There was a snake's skin nailed across the lintel, the color of old parchment, and Harry's mouth went dry the moment he saw it. Bill stopped them 10 yards out. "All right," he said quietly. "First loop. Anti-apparition. We are going to step over it now. It will recognize me. It will not recognize either of you, because Marvolo Gaunt did not know either of you existed, but I am going to introduce you. Stand still. Don't speak." He raised his wand and drew a small careful arc in front of them. The arc hung in the air for a moment, faintly gray. He spoke a single word in Old English. The arc pulsed. He said another word. The arc pulsed again, and brightened, and then settled. "Step through," he said. They stepped through. Harry felt the loop close behind them like a soft door. He did not look back. Second loop, Bill said. Anti-portkey. Same principle. Hold. The second loop took longer. It was older. Bill spoke 6 words this time, and the wood around them went briefly very quiet, and a wood mouse scurried across Harry's boot, and the loop folded itself politely back to let them pass. Notice me not, Bill said. Third. This is the one where if I touch the wrong filament, every Death Eater within 5 miles will feel it. Both of you, please, stay exactly where you are. He stepped forward alone. Harry stood still. He did not entirely trust himself to breathe. He watched Bill's hands move in the cool gray light. He watched Bill's wand draw a long slow shape that was not a single rune but the ghost of 3, layered. He watched Bill listen, head tilted, the way a cursebreaker listened to a working that was deciding whether to admit him. He watched Bill's mouth move silently, 3 times, on 3 different words. The Notice Me Not opened, with a soft sound like an old book being set down. Through, Bill said. They went through. Fourth, Bill said. The dark one. This is the one I do not let either of you stand within 10 feet of until I tell you. Both of you, back. They stepped back. Bill walked forward. He stopped a yard from the door of the shack. He did not raise his wand. He stood and looked at the doorway for almost a full minute, head tilted, the way he listened in the cellar circle. Then he raised his wand and began to sketch a long, complicated, unhurried sequence of runes in the air, in dark blue ink, that hung where he drew them and did not fade. He sketched for almost 3 minutes. The shape that built itself in front of him was the size of a small door. It did not look like a ward. It looked like a counterward. It looked like a key. Dumbledore, Bill said over his shoulder, very quietly. Confirm my third element. Dumbledore stepped forward beside him. He looked at the third element of the shape Bill had drawn, and then he looked at Bill, and his eyebrows went up in the small private way that Harry had seen them go up exactly once, in 3rd year, when Hermione had answered a question correctly that she should not have known the answer to. It is a Welsh rune, Dumbledore said softly. It is. It is a particular form of Cyrch. It is the form Morwen of Snowdon used. That work has not been used by a cursebreaker in 500 years. My apprentice has been reading her, headmaster, in 11th century Welsh, since Tuesday. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Continue, he said. Bill continued. He laid the last 2 runes. He stepped back. He spoke a single low word that Harry did not recognize. The shape Bill had drawn pressed itself, very gently, against the dark 4th ward over the shack. The 4th ward, the one Bill had said was a slow heart failure curse, hesitated. Then it bent. Then it lay down. Through, Bill said. Stay close. Do not touch the doorframe. Do not touch the snake skin. They went through. The inside of the shack was worse than the outside. It was small, and dirty, and the floor was rotten in 3 places. There was a single iron bedstead against one wall with no mattress and no bedding, only the ghost of both, in a brown dust on the springs. There was a stone fireplace black with old soot and old sour magic. There was a small wooden chest at the foot of the bed. There was a smell that was not, exactly, decay, but the smell of a place that decay had visited and left a souvenir. The walls hummed, very faintly, with the pull Harry had felt on the way in. Now that he was inside it, he understood that the pull was not coming from the chest. Bill, he said. I see it. Floorboard. Center of the room. Raised ward. Don't step on it. They didn't step on it. Headmaster, Bill said. Yes. The watch. Yes. Talk to me about it. Dumbledore was very still. He was looking, not at the floor, but at the air above the floor. His pale blue eyes moved slowly from corner to corner of the shack. After a long beat he said, "It is a caretaker working. He has tied a fragment of his own attention to the working. When the ring is touched, the fragment will feel the touch, and the fragment will report back to the rest of him. We will have 90 seconds, at most, before he knows the ring has been moved. 90 seconds is enough. We are not staying in the wood after we have it. Harry. Step here." Harry stepped where Bill had pointed, on the side of the raised floorboard nearest the fireplace. "Draw the blade." Slowly. Harry drew the blade. It hummed once against his palm, the small attentive hum of a working animal. "Now," Bill said. "I am going to lift the floorboard." Inside the floorboard there is a small space. Inside the small space there is a wooden box. Inside the box there is the ring. The ring is wearing a curse. The curse is on the inside of the band. If you touch the ring with your skin, the curse will go into you. It will travel up your arm in roughly 15 seconds. It is fatal in approximately 9 months. We do not touch the ring with our skin. We lift the box from the space. We carry the box, with the ring inside it, 10 feet outside this shack. We set the box on the ground. We open the box. You cut the ring with the blade. The ring will be destroyed. The curse on the band will not affect anyone who has not put their skin to the band. The fragment inside the ring will be released. It will dissipate, because the source, Tom Riddle, is too far away to anchor it. Are we clear? Clear. Headmaster. Yes, Bill. You will not touch the ring. Bill, you will not touch the ring. Dumbledore looked at Bill for a long moment. Then he looked, very briefly, at Harry, and Harry watched something happen in his face that Harry did not understand at the time and would understand only weeks later, when Bill had explained to him, in the kitchen at Shell Cottage, that the stone in the ring was not a stone. It was the resurrection stone. It had belonged once to Cadmus Peveril. It would have shown Dumbledore his sister, if he had touched it. It would have shown him his mother. It would have shown him the apology he had spent his entire life owing both of them. It would have killed him in 9 months and he would have considered it, at the moment of touching it, a bargain. "You will not touch the ring," Bill said again, very gently, "because I am asking you, Albus." Dumbledore closed his eyes. He opened them. "I will not touch the ring," he said, very low. "On my honor." "Thank you." Bill knelt by the raised floorboard. He laid the flat of his wand against the wood. He spoke a small word. The board lifted, slowly, and floated to one side. Inside the cavity beneath was a small black wooden box no larger than a snuff box. Bill took the box out using the tips of 2 fingers and the side of his wand. He carried it across the rotten floor, past the bedstead, past the doorway, into the dawn light of the clearing. Harry walked beside him, with the goblin blade naked in his hand. Dumbledore came behind, and his hands were very tightly clasped in front of him, the way a man held his own hands when he did not entirely trust them. In the clearing Bill set the box down on a flat stone. He stepped back 2 paces. He raised his wand. The lid of the box opened. The ring lay inside on a small bed of decayed velvet. The band was old and tarnished. The stone was black, and at the center of it, very faint, was a thin straight line and a triangle and a circle. Harry recognized none of it. He felt, the moment the box opened, a pull on him that was 3 pulls, the curse on the band, sour and grasping, the fragment inside the metal, sharp and angry and small, and a third thing, the thing Dumbledore was looking at with the expression of a man who had, for 1 second, forgotten his promise. Harry did not look at the stone for long. "Now," Bill said. Harry brought the blade down. He brought it down through the band of the ring, 1 clean cut, the way Fleur had shown him to make a clean cut with anything. The blade did not flare. The blade did not glow. The ring split in 2 with a small wet inhuman sound, and the black stone dropped out of its setting, and the fragment of soul inside the metal screamed once, very thinly, and was not. The clearing was silent. Bill exhaled. "Done," he said. "Step back, Harry. Don't sheath it yet." Harry stepped back. He looked down at the broken ring and the loose stone on the velvet. The pull from the curse had vanished with the cut. The pull from the fragment had vanished with the cut. The third pull, the one that was not the curse and not the fragment, was still there. "Headmaster," Bill said, very quietly. "Yes." "Tell him." Dumbledore came forward. He looked down at the stone. He looked at it for a long time. "Harry," he said softly. "The black stone in that ring is not, and never was, an ordinary stone. It is the second of 3 objects that were made, in the late 12th century, by Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus Peverell. The Peverells were 3 brothers. The objects together are called the Deathly Hallows. The first was a wand. The second is the stone you are looking at now. The third is a cloak. Your invisibility cloak, Harry, is the third. It has been in your family since the death of Ignotus, who was your ancestor. The wand has belonged to many wizards. It is currently in the possession of a man I will not name in this clearing. The stone, until this morning, was hidden by Tom Riddle, who did not know what it was. He only knew that it had been worn by his grandfather and that it would make a serviceable Horcrux. He chose it for the wrong reason. He wears the consequences of that choice now." Harry stared at the stone. "What does it do?" he said. "It calls back the dead, Harry. Not as living people. As shades. Not as they would be, but as we remember them. It is not a kind object. It has never been a kind object. The man who first used it killed himself within a year of using it, because the woman he loved did not belong to the world he kept calling her into. It will do the same to anyone else who uses it. I have wanted, for 115 years, to call my sister back. I would have used it this morning. I would have died in 9 months." Dumbledore looked up at last. He met Bill's eyes. "Thank you," he said quietly. "Thank you, Bill." "You're welcome, Albus." "What do we do with it?" Harry asked. "We bury it," Bill said. "Here. In this clearing. We do not destroy it. It is a hallow, and hallows do not destroy easily, and I do not have the right to try to destroy something that has been here since Cadmus Peverell. We bury it deep. We seal the place. We tell no one but the people in this clearing. If, after the war, the Wizengamot ever asks me where the second hallow is, I will tell them I do not remember. That is my answer. Headmaster. That is my answer also. Harry. That is my answer. Good." Bill pointed his wand at the soft earth at the edge of the clearing, and the earth opened in a small clean square. He levitated the stone, very carefully, off the velvet, without ever touching it himself, without ever bringing it within a foot of any human skin, and lowered it into the hole. He spoke a long, low sentence in Goblin. The earth folded itself back over the stone. The grass over the spot grew, in 5 seconds, by 1 inch, and was indistinguishable from the grass around it. "Done," he said again. "Bill," Dumbledore said softly. "Headmaster. That was the cleanest piece of fieldwork I have ever watched a man do. Thank you. Now. Let's leave." That was the moment they were attacked. They came out of the trees from the west, 3 of them, not Death Eaters in masks, but men in ordinary traveling clothes who had, on a fast walk, the body language of soldiers. Harry saw them a beat before the others did because he had been standing facing west, and because he had begun, since Diagon Alley, to scan reflexively for shapes and trees that should not be there. 3 on the left, he said, low and clear. Got them, Bill said, without turning his head. Headmaster. Yes. Stay between us. Bill, Albus. Please. We just kept you from killing yourself with the ring. Let us also keep you from being hexed in a wood by the second team Tom Riddle sent after the first. It is 6 in the morning. I am tired. Yes. The 3 men in traveling clothes broke from the trees at a run. The first one was raising his wand as he ran. Harry, who had grown up dueling in his head and had been dueling out of his head for 3 weeks, did not bother with anything fancy. He sent a stupefy that was the cleanest charm he had ever cast in his life, and the first man went down sideways in mid-stride and skidded a yard on his face in the wet leaves. The second man saw what had happened to the first man and changed direction. Bill was already moving. He cast the cobble-folding charm he had used on the fleeing Death Eater outside Gringotts, except in a wood there were no cobbles, so the roots of the trees rose up instead, and the second man's ankle was caught at full speed by an oak root that had not been at that angle a half-second earlier, and his momentum took him forward and his foot did not, and he went down with a crack that Harry, even at 20 yards, heard clearly. The third man stopped. He looked at the 2 of his companions on the ground. He looked at Bill, who had not yet drawn his wand to its full length, and at Harry, who had a stupefy already humming on the tip of his holly wand, and at Dumbledore, who was simply standing there in a bracken-colored cloak with his hands clasped politely in front of him, which Harry would later consider a very effective tactical posture for a man widely believed to be the most dangerous wizard alive. The third man dropped his wand. "I'm not marked," he called. "I'm not. I'm a journeyman. I was hired this morning. I don't know who you are. Please." Bill considered him. "Name," Bill said. "Marcus Bull. Family. My brother is Lucian. He's at school. I haven't seen him in months. Why are you here?" "A man at a pub last night. Paid me 30 galleons and a portkey. Told me to come to this clearing at 6 in the morning and bring 2 friends. Told me there'd be 3 people robbing a derelict cottage and I was to disarm them. He didn't tell me names. He told me I'd recognize the boy by his glasses and the older man by his beard and the younger man by his ponytail. That's all I was told. I swear it." Bill looked at him for a long moment. "All right," he said. "Come here." Slowly. Marcus Bull came. He stopped 6 feet from them. He did not pick up his wand. He stood in the wet leaves with his hands open at his sides. "Do you have family," Bill said, "who depend on the 30 galleons?" "My mum, sir. My brother's school fees this autumn." "Right." Bill spoke a small word and then a long, low sentence in Goblin. There was a small clean flash, no larger than a fingertip, in the air between them. Marcus Bull staggered back a step and put his hand to his head. "What did I have wiped this morning out of you?" Bill said pleasantly. "You will remember leaving home very early. You will remember walking in a wood. You will remember nothing else. You will not know the names of the wizards who hired you. You will not know the names of the people in this clearing. You will return home. You will tell your mother that you decided this morning that you are going to apprentice with a man named Bertram Llewellyn, who runs an honest small wand shop in Cardiff. You will write to him this afternoon. He will hire you, because I am about to send him an owl. The wages are 40 galleons a month plus board, and your brother's school fees in the autumn will be paid. Do you understand?" The young man stared at him. "Yes," he said. "Good. Off you go." Marcus Bull picked up his wand. He turned. He walked back into the trees the way he had come. He did not look back. Bill exhaled. "The other 2, Harry said. "The other 2 are unconscious. The Aurors will find them in approximately 2 hours, after a polite anonymous fluke call from a small parlor in Aberdeen. They will be charged with attempted assault. They will go to Azkaban for a year. They will not be a problem this summer. You knew there would be 3. I knew there would probably be 3. The watch on the ring would call for a quick response. A quick response is rarely more than 3. Tom Riddle has not had time to assemble a real raiding party at 6 in the morning on 3 minutes' notice. He sent who he could. We are out before he can send the next wave. He looked between Harry and Dumbledore. We are going home. Bill, Dumbledore said. Headmaster. You are not, properly speaking, a cursebreaker. What am I, properly speaking, then? You are a strategist. I am a cursebreaker who has been planning this morning for 3 weeks. There is no difference. There is some difference. Possibly. We will discuss it at the cottage. After tea. After tea. The clearing was quiet. Harry looked down at the broken ring on the velvet. He looked at the patch of grown grass where the stone was buried. He looked at the snake skin nailed across the lintel of the shack, which was beginning, in the new sun, to look less like a warning and more like the old shed skin of a small dead thing. He sheathed the blade. It hummed once, content. They came back into the cellar at 6:40. Hermione was where they had left her, in the center of the salt and silver circle, with the Morwen book open on her knees. Her face was pale. She had not slept. She had not moved. She looked up the moment they came through the flue, and her eyes went over the 3 of them in a quick sharp inventory. Ring, she said. Done, Bill said. Stone. Buried. Ring's curse. Contained. No one was touched. Death Eaters? 3. None of them marked. 1 sent home. 2 waiting for the Aurors. No fatalities. No lasting damage on either side. Hermione closed her eyes for a long second. When she opened them she said, very quietly, sit down, all of you. Fleur has been holding tea on the stove for an hour. I'm not moving from this circle until she comes down to release me, because Bill said I shouldn't, and I am beginning to think that Bill says things he means. Bill said, says things he means. Yes. Fleur was already coming down the cellar stairs with a tray. Sirius was behind her with another. They set the trays on the cellar table without speaking. Fleur went into the circle, knelt in front of Hermione, set her palms on Hermione's shoulders, and spoke a single low phrase in French. The salt and silver circle softened. Hermione exhaled a breath that had been held too long, and Fleur lifted her up out of the circle the way one lifted a small child out of a bath. Eat, Fleur said. Sit. All of you. They sat. They ate. Bill told the story of the morning from end to end. He left nothing out. He did not embellish. He did not protect Dumbledore's pride. He told them about the 3rd Hallow that was still in Harry's possession. He told them about the wand the old man would not name. He told them about Marcus Bowl, who would write to Bertram Llewellyn this afternoon and who would never know how close he had come to spending the next 10 years in Azkaban for 30 galleons. When he was done, Hermione said, how many fragments left? 4. The cup. The diadem. The snake. 1 unknown. Plus Harry. Plus Harry. Plus Harry. 21 days. 21 days. The kitchen went quiet for a moment. Sirius poured himself another cup of tea. Dumbledore, who had not spoken since coming up the cellar stairs, looked into his own cup for a long moment and then up at Bill. Bill. Headmaster. I would like, if you will permit me, to be present in this house for the Dadnud. Permitted. I would like to bring nothing. I would like to be a witness only. Permitted. I would like also, if I may, to be the one who tells Severus what we are doing the day before we do it. Severus will be useful. He will require a great deal of context. He has been useful to me for many years and I do not want to lose him to pride. I will manage that conversation. Bill considered this. Sirius, in the corner, had gone very still. Snape, Sirius said. Severus, Dumbledore said gently. Yes. Albus. He is not, he is on our side, Sirius. You do not have to like that. You only have to act on it. He is on our side, and he is closer to Tom Riddle than any of us, and after the Dadnid we will want him to come to this house and explain to us what he knows about the cup, and the diadem, and the snake. He will know more than we do about at least two of them. Bill said, he comes to the house only after Harry and Hermione have agreed. Yes. Harry. Harry thought about it. He doesn't know about the cottage. He does not. And bringing him here means he will. Yes. Bill. Yes. I trust you, and I trust the headmaster, but I want to think about it for a day. Not a week. A day. I'll tell you tomorrow morning. Fair, Bill said. Hermione. Same answer. Good. Headmaster. That is acceptable. Take your day. I will go now. I have a school to run, a Wizengamot to terrify, and a great deal of thinking to do about a stone I did not touch this morning. Dumbledore stood. He looked at Harry. Thank you, Harry. Sir. For what? For not letting an old man with bad habits make a mistake in front of you. You stopped, sir. We just stood there. Yes. The old man smiled, very small, very tired, very real. Stopping is a kind of strength, Harry. You will know this when you are older. I am still learning it. Good morning. He stepped into the flue. The green flame took him. The cellar was suddenly very quiet. Sirius exhaled a long breath. Well, he said. Bill. Sirius. You bring Snape into this house, I will be polite. I will not start anything. I want that on the record. Noted. He'll start it, mind. Probably. And then I will finish it. Probably also. As long as we're clear. We're clear. Hermione, who had finished eating and had a small bright look about her now, closed the Morwen book in her lap and said, very quietly, 21 days. 21 days, Bill said. And after that? After that, we hunt. Cup. Cup. The Lestrange Vault. Master Ragnarok and I have begun discussions. They will take some weeks. We will not break into the bank we have just been a guest of without permission, because I will not embarrass my friend. Good. Good, Bill said. Now finish your tea. We have wards in an hour. They finished their tea. Outside, on the cliff, the gulls argued about the morning. Inside, in the cellar 2 floors below, the small star map of Shell Cottage shifted by the width of 2 more lines, and a small bright knot somewhere in a wood near Little Hangleton was, very quietly, gone. In the night Harry woke up with the certainty of a decision made. He lay in the small whitewashed room and listened to the sea. He did not turn on the lamp. He did not move at all. He let the decision settle into him like a stone settling into a pocket. When he was sure of it, he got up, and he put on the dressing gown Fleur had laid out for him on his second morning at the cottage, and he went out onto the landing. Hermione's door opened before he had taken 3 steps. She came out in her own dressing gown with her hair loose down her back and her wand in her hand, the way they had both started carrying their wands at night without speaking about it. Snape, she said. Snape. Yes. Yes. With one condition. What? He doesn't see the cellar. He doesn't see the salt and silver circle. He doesn't see the star map. He sits at the kitchen table. He is told what we are doing about the cup and the diadem and the snake. He is asked what he knows. He answers. He goes home. He never sees the wards from the inside. He never knows where the cellar is. She thought for a moment. Bill will have to put a glamour on the cellar door. Yes. He'll do it. He has one prepared. How do you know? Because I asked him this evening. He laughed, small and quiet. Of course you did. What's your second condition? There isn't one. That's the only one. He sits at the kitchen table. We learn what he knows. He goes home. Same answer, she said. Then in the morning we tell Bill. In the morning we tell Bill. They stood on the landing for a moment longer. The sea moved. The wards under the floorboards hummed. Somewhere, very faintly, in the small still hours of a Cornish night, an owl cried out across the water, a short, single, polite cry, like a stranger announcing himself at a door. Bed, Hermione said. Bed. She squeezed his sleeve briefly at the cuff and went back into her room. He went back into his. He slept again. He did not dream. In the morning he told Bill. Bill nodded once, drank his tea, and said, Good. I'll send the letter to Albus this afternoon. Snape will come on Saturday at 4. He will sit at the kitchen table. He will not see the cellar. He will not see the salt and silver circle. He will not see the star map. The cottage will be glamoured to look like a small holiday let with 7-year-old wards, the kind a curse-breaker sets for his honeymoon and forgets about. Snape will not be impressed. He will not be expected to be. Sirius, Harry said. Sirius will be in the back garden with the door closed. He has agreed. He will not enter the kitchen until Snape has gone. He has also agreed. You spoke to him. I spoke to him last night, after you and Hermione went up. He made a face. He did not argue. He has, in his way, been growing up these 3 weeks. We should be careful not to notice. He prefers it that way. All right. Good. The week between the ring and Snape's visit went by in a blur of work. Bill ran them harder. He had a date in his head now, 20 days, then 19, then 18, and he had a number of small careful pieces he wanted slotted into place before that date. Fleur worked Hermione on the look. Hermione, who had no Vila blood and no theatrical training, took to it surprisingly well. By Thursday afternoon she had managed to put a junior cursebreaker who had come up to drop off a parcel for Bill into a brief and embarrassed silence on the doorstep, and Fleur, watching from the kitchen window, had laughed for 2 full minutes and called it her best work in 3 years. On Friday morning, Hermione's parents came up the path for Sunday lunch, 4 days early, because Mrs. Granger had said she was not waiting any longer to see her daughter and Mr. Granger had said he was not arguing about it. They stayed all afternoon. Hermione showed her mother the library she was building in the upstairs bedroom Bill had given over to her. Mrs. Granger looked at the 73 books from the Potter vault and said nothing for a long moment, and then she said, dryly, well. At least you have not lost interest in reading, and Hermione laughed, and Mrs. Granger laughed, and Mr. Granger, behind them, looked at Harry with an expression that was, he thought, the first easy expression he had seen on the man's face. Tell me, Mr. Granger said quietly to him at the door of the library, while the women were still inside, what is being done? Harry told him. He did not dress it up. He told him about the ring. He told him about the 4 fragments left, and the count of 20 days, and the cup in the bank, and the diadem in a place no one had located yet, and the snake who would come last because she would be hardest, and the unknown, which Bill suspected to be an heirloom of Salazar Slytherins that had not been seen since the 15th century. He told him about the Dadnud. He told him about the goblin blade. He did not tell him about the Hallows, because he had not yet figured out himself what to do with that knowledge. Mr. Granger listened without interrupting. When Harry was done, he was quiet for a long beat. Do you have what you need? He said. I think so, sir. What don't you have? Harry thought about it for a moment. Time, he said. Mr. Granger nodded slowly. That is the answer of a man who has thought it through. Most boys your age would say a better wand or a better spell or a better master. You said time. That is the right answer. He looked at Harry steadily. Spend it well, Harry. We will not say anything to her about being afraid. She has enough to do already without carrying our fear. Yes, sir. And come for dinner at the cottage in Tintagel sometime. Without asking. The flue is open from your end too. Yes, sir. The Grangers left at dusk. Hermione stood at the gate watching them down the cliff path until they were small and out of sight, and Harry stood beside her and did not say anything, and Fleur, who had come out to stand on the porch behind them, said quietly, "You too," after a long time, and they went in. Snape came on Saturday at 4 exactly. He came by flue with a precision that Harry had not expected. He stepped out of the kitchen fireplace in his usual long black coat with his usual narrow black hair and his usual narrow black mouth, and his eyes flicked once around the kitchen, taking everything in, missing nothing, finding nothing, and he said, "Weasley. Severus. You have a charming home." "Thank you. It is, of course, almost entirely a glamour." Bill smiled, very thinly. "Of course. I would expect nothing less. Sit. Tea." Snape sat. Fleur, who had stayed in the kitchen, set a cup of tea in front of him with the precise courtesy of a woman who was deciding, in real time, not to find him offensive. Snape inclined his head a quarter of an inch in something that was almost an acknowledgement of her existence. He took up the cup. He did not drink yet. "Potter," he said, eyes flicking to Harry. "Granger." "Professor," Hermione said. "I am no longer your professor." "You are still a professor of potions, sir, and I am still a student of them, and habits are difficult." The narrow black mouth did something briefly that might have been the very distant cousin of a smile. He set the cup down. He looked at Bill. "Albus has told me," he said, "that you have removed the Gaunt ring from its hiding place in the wood near Little Hangleton, that you have destroyed the fragment of soul bound to it, and that you are preparing, with a Welsh charm of dubious legality and a goblin chant of dubious origin and a viola harmonic of dubious. Well, frankly, Weasley, I object to the entire premise on professional grounds. To remove the fragment of soul bound to Mr. Potter without killing him in the process. Albus has further told me that he believes this will work. I am inclined, also, to believe this will work, because Albus is rarely wrong about these things and because you, Weasley, have the look of a man who has been doing the maths in pencil for 3 weeks and is no longer prepared to argue about it. So. I will not argue about it. I have come to tell you what I know about the cup, the diadem, the snake, and the unknown." He drank his tea. "The cup," he said, setting it down again, "is in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. I have not seen it. I have heard Bellatrix refer to it twice. She referred to it as his cup, both times, in a tone of voice that left no doubt that she meant a thing that mattered to her lord more than her own life. I would estimate, based on those 2 references and on the way she stiffened when she realized I had heard her, that the cup is in vault 743. I cannot confirm. Master Ragnarok could." Bill made a small note in a notebook that had appeared without warning in his hand. "The diadem," Snape continued. "I do not know. I have heard the word diadem from the Dark Lord exactly once, in a private moment, when he believed himself unobserved. The word was followed by the words, a place where he never thought to look. I made a note of both phrases. I have spent 6 months trying to identify the place. I have failed. I would suggest, however, that the Dark Lord was 18 years old once, that he was at school once, that he was very lonely once, and that the only place in his life that ever truly belonged to him was a particular castle in Scotland. I would look at the castle. I would look in particular at any room of the castle that was for some years a room only he could find. There is more than one such room. He bragged about it, once, in his 6th year, to a girl who later told me about it in passing. I have written down what she said. I have a copy of the note in my pocket. You may have it." He produced a small folded square of parchment from inside his coat. He set it on the table. Bill picked it up, opened it, read it, and his eyebrows went up half an inch. "The room of requirement," he said. "That would be my guess." "It is, at any rate, the room he found. Severus, this is, I am aware of what it is. I have not told Albus this part. I am telling you. I have decided, this morning, that I would rather you have it. Albus will sit on it and turn it over and consider it for 3 weeks. You will act on it tomorrow. We do not have the 3 weeks. Thank you. You are welcome. The snake. Nagini. She is always with him. She will be the last. I cannot help you with her until the end, when I will be able to tell you exactly where he is. I will not be able to tell you sooner, because he does not let me close enough to know. And the unknown. Locket. Bill went very still. What? Locket. Slytherin's locket. He had it in his possession in 1979. I saw it on him once. He wore it, at his neck, beneath his robes, for 3 days during a particular operation that summer. After that operation he removed it and gave it to one of his servants for safekeeping. He gave it to a Black. Sirius's brother, Harry said. He had not meant to speak. The words came out of him before he had decided to say them. Snape's narrow black eyes flicked to him. The eyes did not change expression. The mouth did not change expression. But something behind both of them, very briefly, registered Harry as a person who had said the right thing first. Yes, Potter, he said. Regulus Black. Who died in 1979. Who, before he died, attempted, alone and without help and at the age of 18, to steal the locket back. Who succeeded. Who concealed the locket somewhere in the Black family townhouse in London. Who, I believe, did not survive the concealment. Sirius Black, I am told, has inherited that house. I would suggest, and I would suggest it strongly, that Sirius Black be invited to consider whether he has noticed, in the 8 months since he took possession of the property, any object in that house that resists being thrown away. The kitchen was very quiet. Severus, Bill said quietly. Yes. Why did you not tell Albus? Because Albus loves Sirius the way one loves an old dog one has not, in the end, had the heart to put down. Albus would have spoken to Sirius about it himself, kindly, over tea, in 3 sittings, taking 5 weeks. We do not have 5 weeks. I have come here to give you these 4 pieces of information all at once because you, Weasley, are a man who acts on the same morning he is told a thing. I do not always agree with the things you act on. I trust the action. Bill looked at him for a long second. Thank you, Severus. Thank me by removing the Dark Lord from the world before he has the chance to remove me. That is the plan. Good. Snape stood. He did not finish his tea. He looked once more around the kitchen with the quick taking inventory glance of a man who had no expectation of seeing the room again and was filing it for archive. Granger, he said. Professor. Your essay on the limitations of the Patronus charm in defense against curse-built constructs was, despite a number of overconfident assertions in the 3rd paragraph, the best essay I read in your year. I did not say so at the time. I should have. Goodbye. He stepped into the flue. He was gone. The kitchen was silent for a long moment. Well, Bill said. Well, Hermione said. She had gone, Harry noticed, slightly pink across the cheekbones. Sirius, Bill called over his shoulder, in the direction of the back garden. Inside. Sirius came in. He had been, Harry was fairly sure, sitting on the kitchen step the entire time with his ear against the door. He did not pretend otherwise. Locket, he said. In my house. Locket. In your house. Probably in the drawing room. Probably in the cabinet your mother kept her treasures in. Probably the one creature refuses to let anyone touch. That little, Sirius. Yes. Tomorrow afternoon, you and I and Harry are going to Grimmauld Place. We are going to be polite to your house elf. We are going to find the locket. We are going to bring it home. We are going to put it in the cellar. We are going to destroy it after the Dadnerd. Are we clear? Clear. Good. Hermione was already pulling the Morwen book toward her. She opened it without speaking, leafed through it for 10 seconds, found the page she wanted, and made a small approving sound. Bill, she said. Yes. After the locket and after the Dadnerd and after the cup and after the diadem. The snake. Snape said he could tell us where he was, when the time came. Yes. How do we kill the snake without killing him? We don't kill him. We kill the snake. We kill the snake. The snake is a Horcrux. The snake does not need to die in his presence. We separate them, and we kill her in a corridor by herself, with the goblin blade. After that, there is only him. After that, Harry kills him. With a wand. Not with a blade. Tom Riddle does not deserve to be killed by a goblin blade. He deserves to be killed by his own old Avada Kedavra catching, finally, on a man he has spent 16 years failing to murder. That is the symmetry I want. The kitchen went quiet. Bill, Harry said. Yes. That's a good plan. Thank you. I'd like to follow it. Then follow it. Outside, on the cliff, the sun was beginning to set over the sea. Inside, in the kitchen, Fleur had begun, without being asked, to set out plates for supper. Sirius had gone to the cabinet and brought down a bottle of something dark that he had been saving for, he said, the moment they had a real plan. Hermione had her quill out, and her lips were moving slightly, and she was already drafting, in her head, the opening of the Dadnerd. 20 days. Then Grimmauld Place. Then a locket. Then a cellar. Then a circle. Then a charm. Then a cup. Then a diadem. Then a snake. Then a man. Harry sat at his place at the kitchen table and looked at his hands and turned them over, and they were steady, and the small dark pool behind his eye was almost, quiet, the way a wound was quiet when it knew the doctor had agreed to come. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Undoing. Grimmauld Place smelled of dust and old grief. Harry stood in the entrance hall with Bill on one side and Sirius on the other, and the house breathed around them in the slow sour way of a building that had been waiting a long time for someone to either save it or let it die. The portrait of Mrs. Black at the end of the hall had begun her usual screaming the moment they had stepped over the threshold, and Sirius had walked over without a word, drawn the curtains shut around her, and walked back, and the house, after a beat, had quieted to a low resentful mutter. Drawing room, Sirius said. First floor. Cabinet on the left wall. The one Mum kept her cursed jewellery in. The one Creature refuses to let me anywhere near. Where is Creature? In the kitchen, I expect, hating us. Right. Let's go and meet him. They went down to the kitchen first, because Bill had said, in the carriage on the way to the apparition point at the cliff, that house elves were people, and that if you wanted to ask a person to help you with something you started by saying hello. Creature was at the long kitchen table, polishing a single tarnished silver ladle with a rag the color of rotten leaves. He looked up as the three of them came down the stone stairs, and his small lined face did the slow furious work of putting his face in order before he had to acknowledge them. Master, he said. The word was a curse. Master returns. Master brings filth into the house. Master's mother would weep. Creature, Sirius said, evenly. I'd like you to meet two friends of mine. This is Bill Weasley. This is Harry Potter. Harry is my godson. He is the son of James Potter, who was friends with my brother Regulus when they were small. Bill is a cursebreaker. He works with goblins. Creature's small black eyes flicked, once, to Harry. Regulus, he said, quietly. The voice did not change in volume. The shape of it did. Master says Regulus. I do. Master never says Regulus. I am saying him now. Sirius came to the end of the table and crouched, knees popping, so that he was not standing over the elf. Creature. We have come for something Regulus brought into this house in 1979. A locket. We believe he hid it in my mother's cabinet upstairs. He stole it back from a wizard who is hunting Harry now. We mean to destroy it. Regulus would have wanted it destroyed. Will you help us find it? The kitchen was very still. Creature set the ladle down very slowly on the rag. Master has not asked Creature for help, he said. In a great many years. Master has not said his brother's name. In a great many years. I know. Creature has been alone. I know. Master left. I did. I am sorry. The elf looked at him for a long time. Then he turned his face slightly, and his ears twitched, and he said, very low, Master Regulus told Creature to destroy the locket. Master Regulus made Creature promise. Creature could not. Creature tried. The locket would not break. Creature hid it. Creature has kept it. In a place no one looks. Creature would have given it to Master Regulus when Master Regulus came back. Master Regulus did not come back. No, Sirius said softly. He didn't. Creature will give it to you, the elf said. If you will swear to Creature, on the name of Regulus Arcturus Black, that it will be destroyed. I swear. Wait. The elf vanished. He came back 2 minutes later with a heavy gold locket in his small wrinkled hand. There was a serpent worked across the front of it in green stones. It hummed against the air, a thick, dark, sour hum that made Harry's teeth ache from across the table. Creature set it on the table between them. He took 2 steps back. He did not look up. Creature, Sirius said. Master. You did everything you could. He would have been proud of you. I am proud of you. The elf did not look up. His ears trembled, very slightly. He said nothing. He folded his rag in his small hands and stood very still in the middle of the kitchen, and Harry, watching him, understood that this was what grief looked like when it had been kept in the cellar of a house for 20 years. Bill produced a small leather pouch from inside his coat, the same kind Hermione had been carrying her notebook in. He levitated the locket carefully into the pouch without touching it himself. He drew the cord tight. He set the pouch in his inside pocket. Creature, Bill said quietly. You are welcome to come with us. Sirius's house is open to you for as long as you want it. Or you may stay here, and Sirius will visit you, and we will arrange to keep you company. Either is fine. The elf looked up, then. Creature will stay, he said. Creature will keep the house. Creature will wait. His eyes flicked to Sirius. Master will visit. Master will visit, Sirius said, very low. Every week. I promise. Master will not call Creature names. Master will not call Creature names. Master will say his brother's name when he comes. Master will say his brother's name when he comes. The elf nodded once. He picked up his ladle and his rag. He went back to polishing. Harry, watching him, had to look away. They went up the stairs in silence. They did not check the cabinet on the first floor. There was no need. 18 days became 15. 15 became 10. 10 became 3. The locket sat in the cellar at Shell Cottage in a small lead-lined box on a stone shelf. Bill had wrapped a containment ward around it in goblin grey ink, and the ward kept the locket's hum from leaking out into the rest of the house, and once a day Hermione went down to the cellar and stood 10 feet from the box and put her hand to her sternum and listened, the way Bill had taught her to listen, and reported, every time, that the locket was still trying, and was still failing, to do something with the people in the cottage that the people in the cottage were too well anchored to feel. They did not destroy it yet. Bill had said the Dadnud took precedence. The locket would wait. Hermione's parents came up to the cottage twice in those weeks, for Sunday lunches that were quiet and ordinary and that Mr. Granger handled with the small, steady, competent affection of a dentist who had decided that the best thing he could do for his daughter at the moment was to be reliably himself. Sirius made friends with Mrs. Granger over a discussion about the rose garden behind the cottage in Tintagel, which she had begun to plan, and which he had begun, to everyone's surprise including his own, to find interesting. Snape did not come back to the cottage. He sent a single owl, on the morning of the 7th day, with a small folded note that read, in his cramped narrow hand, "The Dark Lord begins to feel uneasy. He cannot identify the cause. Continue." Snape did not sign it. Bill burned the note in the kitchen fire after they had all read it, and the fire took it with the small clean sound of a dry leaf. Dumbledore came once, briefly, on the 14th day, to ask if there was anything he could do. Bill said, gently, that there was not, but that he would be welcome to come on the morning of the Dadnid as he had asked, and to sit in the kitchen, and to not interfere. Dumbledore had laughed, very softly, and had said that he understood, and had gone home. On the night before the Dadnid, Hermione came into Harry's room at midnight without knocking, sat down cross-legged on the foot of his bed, and said, "Tell me you're not afraid." "I'm not afraid." "Are you lying to me?" "I don't think so." I'm a lot of things. I don't think afraid is one of them. I'm tired. I want it out. I'm braced for it to hurt. I'm not afraid." She looked at him for a long beat. "Good," she said. "Because if you were afraid I was going to lie down beside you and hold you, like a sister, the way I would have done last summer. And I have decided this summer that if I am going to lie down beside you and hold you, it is not going to be like a sister." He blinked. "Hermione. I am not asking you to do anything tonight. I am telling you what I have decided. I will tell you again, after the Dadnid. We will see what you have decided." "Yes. Yes. Good." She uncurled, leaned over, kissed his forehead very briefly and very seriously the way one kissed a forehead before a battle, and got up. At the door she turned. "Tomorrow morning. I'll be the voice. I know. You'll trust me. I trust you. Sleep, Harry. You too." She went. He slept. He did not dream. It was, he realized in the morning, the 8th night in a row he had not dreamed, and it was the first time in his life that this was true. They did the Dadnid at noon. Bill had said noon, because the goblins worked their own working at noon, on their own latitude, from inside the bank, with Master Ragnarok himself anchoring it at his desk in his private chamber under the marble hall. Bill had said the timing did not have to be exact. The intent had to be exact. Master Ragnarok and his clerks, at 12 o'clock by the bank's old iron clock, would chant the goblin half. Bill, at the same moment in the cellar of Shell Cottage, would anchor the wand half. Fleur would hold the second harmonic, the long warm low note that the Dadnid needed in order to keep the cut clean. Hermione would speak the undoing. Harry, in the center of the salt and silver circle, would lie still and let the work happen. Dumbledore sat in the kitchen above with a cup of tea and Sirius for company. He did not come down. He had agreed not to come down. He had brought, in his pocket, a phoenix feather that he had not asked permission to bring, and that Bill had taken from him at the door with a small private smile and had set on the kitchen mantelpiece. After, Bill had said, "If we need it. We will not need it." Dumbledore had inclined his head. He had not argued. In the cellar the salt and silver circle had been redrawn. Bill had spent the morning redrawing it. He had laid it again in fresh salt and fresh silver, the silver in long thin shavings the color of moonlight, the salt in the small careful curves Master Ragnarok had taught him in his 2nd year of apprenticeship. Inside the new circle was a small white pillow Fleur had sewn that morning out of a piece of an old French christening gown that had belonged to her grandmother. Harry was to lie with his head on the pillow. He was to close his eyes. He was to do nothing else. He came down at 5 to 12. Hermione was already there, kneeling at the edge of the circle with the Morwen book open on a small stand beside her. Fleur was at the other edge, sitting on her heels with her hair loose around her shoulders, and her eyes very pale, and her hands open and resting palm up on her knees in the position of a woman holding a long note that had not yet been sounded. Bill was at the third edge, standing, with his wand low in his off-hand. The fourth edge was where Harry would lie. He did not say anything. He stepped into the circle. He lay down on his back. He set his head on the pillow. The pillow smelled, very faintly, of lavender and old soap. He closed his eyes. He felt the circle taste him. He felt it welcome him. He felt the small thin invisible thread of the goblin chant come up through the salt and silver from somewhere very far below, very steady, very patient. He felt Bill above him at the edge of the circle. He felt Fleur opposite him. He felt Hermione at his head. He felt, at the back of his skull, behind his eye, the small dark fragment of Tom Riddle that had been sitting in him since his first birthday, and he felt it stir. It knew. "Steady, Harry," Bill said quietly above him. "Steady. We are here. I'm steady." The clock above the kitchen, 2 floors up, struck the first stroke of 12. Hermione began to speak. The Dadnud was not a charm Harry had ever heard. It was not in any language he had ever heard. It was older than language. It was the shape of a word that meant undo. It came out of Hermione's mouth in a long low quiet line, and it climbed up the inside of Harry's skull without going through his ears, and it reached for the small dark fragment behind his eye the way a careful hand reached for a splinter. Fleur began the harmonic. Her voice came in under Hermione's like the second note of a chord. She did not speak words. She held the note. The note was warm. The note was very, very low. Bill drew the goblin blade. He did not draw it from Harry's hip. The blade had spent the night in its sheath on the bedside table. He had brought it down himself this morning. He held it now, two-handed, by the leather of the grip, and he did not raise it. He laid the flat of it across the air above Harry's forehead. He spoke a single word in goblin. The blade hummed once. Harry felt the cut. It was not pain, exactly. It was the feeling of a knot being pulled tight and then suddenly slipping. It was the feeling of a bone clicking back into place after a long time out. It was the feeling of a pressure he had not known was there releasing all at once, and his eyes flew open in spite of himself, and he saw the cellar above him and the lamps and the whitewashed ceiling that was, 2 floors below the kitchen, the underside of his life as he had been living it. Then he closed his eyes again. Because the fragment was not done. The fragment did not want to leave. It pulled back. It reached, with a small thin shape that was the only thin shape it had ever had, for the inside of Harry's mind, for the small things it had hooked into over 15 years, the dreams of cold flat snake eyes, the way Parseltongue had come out of his mouth at 12, the small unaccountable cruelties he had felt sometimes and not understood, the ease with which he had killed in the marble hall last month, the small dark pleasure that he had not let himself look at. It tried to drag those things with it. It tried to keep them. It tried to make Harry believe, in one last desperate small voice, that they were his. Harry, lying flat on a pillow that smelled of lavender, with Hermione's voice climbing up the inside of his skull and Fleur's harmonic warm under his ribs and Bill's blade humming above his forehead and Master Ragnarok's chant coming up through the salt and silver from a desk in a chamber under a bank in London, said, very quietly, in his own head, "No." He said it again. "No." He said, "The things you put into me are not my things. The cruelty is not mine. The cold dreams are not mine. The pleasure is not mine. The Parseltongue I will keep, because I am keeping it, but I am keeping it as mine, not as yours. The killing in the marble hall was for Hermione, not for you. You do not get to take any of it with you. You do not get to leave a hook. You came here without my permission. You leave without my permission too. Get out." The fragment screamed. It was a small thin scream. It was the scream of something that had got used to a place it had not earned and that did not, in the end, get to keep it. It was a scream that no one else in the cellar heard. Hermione's voice climbed one note higher. Fleur's harmonic dropped one note lower. Bill spoke a second word in Goblin. The blade pulsed against the air above Harry's forehead, once. The fragment let go. It came out of him. Harry felt it leave the way a man felt a long-held breath leave at the end of a hard climb. He felt it lift up off the back of his eye and float, very briefly, in the air above his face, and he felt it hesitate, the way a small bad thing hesitated when it understood that no one in the room was going to hold the door open for it. Then he felt the salt and silver circle taste it, and decide that it was not welcome, and reject it. It dissipated. It did not go back to Tom Riddle. The salt and silver had eaten it. Master Ragnarok had not said it would do that. Master Ragnarok had said the fragment would dissipate or rejoin. Master Ragnarok had been wrong by half a margin, in Harry's favor, and Harry would later understand that Bill had built the circle that morning specifically to make sure of it. The cellar was very quiet. Hermione's voice ended on a long low note that did not feel like an ending, exactly, but like the soft closing of a door. Fleur's harmonic faded into the warm shape of a held breath. Bill's blade went still. The chant from the bank in London pulsed once, in farewell, and was gone. Harry opened his eyes. The cellar was bright. The lamps had not changed. The light had. He could see the working of the circle around him in a way he had not been able to see it before. He could see, at the edge of his vision, the faint long lines of the wards under the floorboards above. He could see, when he turned his head a little, the shape of Hermione kneeling beside him with tears on her face that she had not yet noticed. He could see Fleur. He could see Bill. He could see, when he closed his eyes for a moment, the small, ordinary, complete map of his own mind, with no dark spot in it, for the first time since he had been 1 year old. He did not say anything for a moment. He could not. "Harry," Bill said quietly. "I'm here. How do you feel?" I'm here." He sat up, slowly, because Hermione's hand was at his shoulder and Fleur's was at his elbow and they were both helping him whether he had asked them to or not. "I'm, Bill." "Bill, the circle ate it." "Yes." Master Ragnarok said what would happen if the circle did not eat it. "The circle was built to eat it. I did not tell you because I did not want you to depend on it. I wanted you to have already said no to the fragment by the time it reached the salt and silver. You said no. I said no. Good. It tried, Bill. It tried to take things. It tried to make me think the things were mine. Yes. They weren't. No. Some of them I thought, until just now, that they were. Yes. They weren't. No, Harry. They weren't." Harry's eyes had filled, embarrassingly, without his permission. He did not bother to wipe them. There was no one in the cellar he was hiding from. Hermione's arms had come around him from one side and Fleur's from the other, and he sat in the center of a circle of salt and silver under a small whitewashed ceiling, and he cried for a minute and a half. Bill stood at the edge of the circle and did not come in. The chant from London was finished. The blade was at rest. The cellar held. When Harry had stopped, Bill came and crouched in front of him. "Look at me," he said softly. Harry looked. "Eyes. What about them?" "Same green as last week. Just more of you in them." Bill's mouth quirked. "Welcome home, Harry." "Thank you, Bill." "Don't thank me. Eat. Drink. Sleep. We will not do anything else today. Tomorrow you will feel different. Tomorrow you will feel taller. Tomorrow you will start to discover that several things you used to call talents were yours and several things you used to call habits were not, and you will spend the next month sorting which is which. We will help you. Hermione will help you most. She is, as you may have noticed, a person who likes sorting things. Hermione laughed, wet and startled, and pressed her forehead against the side of Harry's neck for a brief moment, and then sat back on her heels with her cheeks pink. I do, she said. Upstairs in the kitchen, Dumbledore stood up the moment they came through the door. Sirius, behind him, did the same. The old man did not speak. He looked at Harry. He looked at his eyes. He looked at his hands. He looked at the very particular way Harry was now standing, straighter than yesterday, with his weight a fraction differently distributed, with something that had been tight in the line of his shoulders for as long as Albus Dumbledore had known him at last laid down. And then the old man, who had not, in Harry's memory, ever cried in front of him, put his hand up to his face for a long second. Forgive me, he said quietly, when he lowered the hand. It is not my moment to be moved. Sir, Harry said. Yes. It's all right. Yes, the old man said softly. Yes. Yes, Harry. It is all right. Sirius crossed the room. He did not speak. He folded Harry into a hug that lasted longer than any hug Harry had ever been given by anyone, and Harry let it last, and after a long minute Sirius let him go, and turned away to look out the window so that Harry would not have to see his face. Well, Sirius said, after another minute, with his back to the room. Well, Bill said. Lunch. Lunch. Fleur was already at the stove. She had begun, the moment they had come up the cellar stairs, the steady efficient unhurried work of a woman who had decided that the next thing this household needed was hot food, in large quantities, with butter. The kitchen began to smell of it. They ate. Dumbledore stayed for the meal. He did not say very much. He did, at one point, set his hand briefly on Bill's shoulder where Bill was sitting at the table, and Bill looked up at him, and the old man said, simply, "Thank you, my boy," and Bill nodded once, and the old man went back to his soup, and that was the only thing he said about it. After lunch Dumbledore took his leave. He stopped at the door. He turned back. Harry. Sir. What you did in the circle today, saying no, that was not a small thing. It didn't feel small, sir. It will feel like nothing in a year. That is how strength always feels in retrospect. I am telling you so that you do not let yourself believe, in a year, that it was nothing. Do not let yourself forget. I won't, sir. Good. He went. The flu took him. The kitchen was very quiet for a moment. Sirius cleared his throat. Right, he said. Locket. Tomorrow, Bill said. Tomorrow. Tonight Harry sleeps. Tonight Harry sleeps. That night Harry slept. He slept for 14 hours. He woke up at 6 the next morning to the smell of bacon, with Hedwig on the sill and the sea in the window and his hands on the blanket, and he lay there for a long minute and counted the things that were and were not in him. The dreams of cold flat snake eyes were not. The hum of parseltongue in the back of his throat was. The pull of the wards in the cellar 2 floors below was, very steady, very quiet. The pull of the locket in its lead box on the shelf was, faintly, a small sour note. The pull of his mother's lullaby that he could not quite remember was. The pull of Hermione, somewhere down the corridor at her own breakfast, was, he found, to his own quiet startled surprise, there too, and it had been there all along, and he had not seen it because he had been too busy listening to the small dark thing behind his eye. He sat up. He went down to breakfast. Hermione was already at the table with a teacup in both hands and her hair freshly plaited, and she looked up at him when he came in and did not say anything. She did not have to. He sat down beside her, and he picked up the small flat pancake on the plate Fleur had set for him, and he turned to her and said, very low, so that Bill at the other end of the table would not hear, "I have decided to." She looked at him. "All right," she said softly. "We will see, then. Not today. Today is the locket. Tomorrow we will see. All right. Good." She set her hand briefly on his under the table, light and warm, and went back to her tea. Bill, at the other end of the table, looked up from his daily prophet, took in the two of them at one glance, said nothing, and turned the page. Outside, on the cliff, the gulls argued about the morning. Inside, in the kitchen, Fleur set down a plate of bacon between Harry and Hermione without speaking. Down in the cellar 2 floors below, the lead box on the stone shelf hummed faintly with a small sour note that the people in the cottage were too well anchored to feel. Today was the locket. Tomorrow, Harry thought, picking up his fork, would be a good morning to see. They destroyed the locket at 3 in the afternoon. Bill brought the lead box up from the cellar himself, and set it on the flat stone in the back garden, and Fleur drew a containment ring around the stone in chalk and salt that took her 10 minutes to lay and that Hermione, watching, took notes on. Sirius stood at the far end of the garden with his wand out, in case anything went badly. Harry stood beside Bill, with the goblin blade loose in his hand. "It will fight," Bill said. "Differently from the ring. The ring did not have time. This one has had years. How will it fight? It will tell you things. It will use Hermione's voice. It will use Sirius's voice. It will use mine. It will use your father's, if it can find a memory of it in you. Do not listen. Do not look. Cut. The cut is the only answer to the locket." "All right. Hermione." "Yes. Speak the undoing the moment Harry cuts. Not before. The locket's cut is harder than the ring's because the binding is older. Your charm closes the wound." "I know." "Good." He levitated the locket out of the lead box. He set it down on the stone. He stepped back to the edge of the chalk. The locket lay on the stone for a long second, doing nothing. Then it opened. A small dark wisp of something rose out of it. The wisp tried, very briefly, to take a shape Harry recognized, a shape that was almost, but not quite, his own face, looking at him with cold pale eyes, and Harry, who had spent the better part of the night before saying no inside his own head, did not give it the half-second it would have needed. He brought the blade down. The wisp screamed. It was the same thin scream he had heard inside his own head yesterday. He understood, with a small clean clarity, that the locket and the fragment behind his eye had been, in some small sense, of a piece, that whatever Tom Riddle had been at 16 had been the same kind of thing whatever Tom Riddle had been at 1 had been, and he was not interested in either. The blade went through the gold and through the green stones and through the thing inside, and the gold split into 2 halves with a small wet inhuman sound, and Hermione's voice came in over it with the long low undoing, and the wisp, no longer anchored, dissipated into the salt and silver of the chalk. The locket was a locket again. Just a locket. Tarnished gold, broken in 2, with a small green stone fallen out of 1 half. Bill exhaled. 3, he said quietly. 3, Hermione said. The cup. The cup. Tomorrow Master Ragnarok arrives at the cottage at 10 in the morning. He has agreed to come. He has asked, formally, to be admitted past the wards as an ally. We will admit him. He will sit in the kitchen. He will tell us how we are going to enter the Lestrange vault without offending House Gringotts. He will probably tell us we are going to enter it in his company, with his blessing, and with a very specific story about an audit. He will not tell us this for free. He will tell us this in exchange for a promise about the Sword of Gryffindor that I have already drafted and that he will accept. We will sign it tomorrow. The day after, we go for the cup. Bill. Yes. You drafted a promise about the Sword of Gryffindor. I did. The Sword of Gryffindor is not yours to promise. It is not. It is the goblins. They made it. Godric Gryffindor was lent it. The lending was not properly discharged. It has been a sore point between the bank and the school for 900 years. I have proposed a solution. The school keeps the sword on display, the goblins acknowledge it as on long-term loan, the bank stops being insulted every time they see a photograph of a Hogwarts champion holding it. Both sides save face. Both sides get a piece of paper. I have already cleared the school side with Albus by Owl this morning. He laughed. Bill. Yes, Hermione. I love you. I love you too. Now help me get this locket back into the box. We are going to bury the gold tonight, in the same wood as the stone, in a different place, sealed with a different rune. The two will not be near one another. Why? Because Master Ragnarok would like the Hallows kept apart, in case any of his successors should ever feel ambitious. I am inclined to honor that request. Yes. Master Ragnarok came at 10 the next morning, by Fleur. He stepped out into the cellar. Bill had built him a private Fleur line, with goblin agreement, in the small hours of the night, and he came up the stairs and into the kitchen, and he inclined his head 1/4 of an inch at each person at the table in turn, and he sat down on the chair Fleur held out for him without speaking, and he accepted a cup of tea that had been brewed exactly to a specification Bill had old him for, with no milk and 3 drops of a particular Russian honey and a single thin slice of lemon laid carefully on the saucer. Cursebreaker Weasley. Master Ragnarok. The cup. The cup. The vault is 743. It is currently sealed under the Lestrange family bond. The Lestrange family is not extinct, which complicates matters. Bellatrix Lestrange is alive. Rodolphus Lestrange is alive. Rabaston Lestrange is alive. None of them is in the country at the moment. All 3 are in Albania, on personal business for their lord. Convenient. It is not a coincidence, Cursebreaker Weasley. I have been waiting for the moment. I have moved them, by means I will not describe in this kitchen, into the position of being abroad together for the next 3 days. We have the 3 days. 3 days is enough. 3 days is enough. The audit story is as follows. The vault has been flagged in the bank's quarterly review for an irregularity in its protections. House Gringotts requires, under the terms of the original vault agreement, that the bondholder permit a rewarding by a certified cursebreaker employed by the bank, in the presence of an officer of House Gringotts, within 10 business days of the flag. The bondholder has been notified by Owl that the audit will take place tomorrow at noon. The bondholder is in Albania and cannot attend. The vault audit will proceed, as is permitted, in the bondholder's absence, with the certified cursebreaker, yourself, and the officer of House Gringotts, myself, and 1 apprentice each, by tradition. 2 apprentices. 2 boys, 2 girls, your choice. I would suggest the boy with the blade and the girl with the book. Bill smiled slightly. That is who I would suggest. Good. We will enter the vault. We will examine the protections. We will identify, in the course of our examination, an irregular object, the cup, that does not belong in the vault, that is bleeding curse energy into the bank's lattice, and that constitutes, under bank rules, contraband. We will confiscate the contraband. We will leave a written notice in the vault explaining the confiscation. The bondholder will not be in a position to dispute the confiscation, because the bondholder will be in Albania, and because the bondholder, by the time he returns to the country, will be either dead or in Azkaban, depending on how the next 2 months go. The contraband will be destroyed in the cellar of this cottage tomorrow afternoon. The audit report will be filed by the bank tomorrow evening. The matter will be closed before the bondholder is in a position to ask any question about it. Master Ragnarok. Cursebreaker Weasley. That is the cleanest piece of fieldwork I have ever heard a goblin describe at a kitchen table. Thank you. The favor. The Sword of Gryffindor. Ragnarok produced, from inside his wine-colored robe, a small folded square of vellum. He set it on the table. Bill produced, from inside his own coat, an identical small folded square. He set it on the table. The 2 squares were identical. Bill had drafted them together with Master Ragnarok's chief clerk over a private Fleur 3 nights ago, and the language was, in Goblin and in English, exactly parallel. Bill signed both copies. Master Ragnarok signed both copies. Master Ragnarok handed Bill one. Bill handed Master Ragnarok one. The matter was, by the laws of both peoples, closed. Tea, Fleur said, calmly. Tea, said Master Ragnarok. He drank his tea. He inclined his head 1/4 of an inch at her over the rim. She inclined hers back, the same depth, the same precision, with a small slow smile that he answered, very briefly, with one of his own, and Harry understood, watching them, that Fleur Delacour and Master Ragnarok of Gringotts had now decided, after 6 weeks of polite formal exchanges, that they were friends. They went for the cup at noon the next day. The marble hall was crowded. They walked through it as a small precise group of 4, a cursebreaker, a master of the bank, and 2 apprentices, and no one looked at them twice, because the 3 goblins flanking them at a respectful distance made it perfectly clear, to anyone who might have wondered, that this was a piece of bank business and not their concern. Down. They went down. Past the ledger department. Past the public vaults. Past the high-security vaults. Past the very high-security vaults. To a small door at the end of a long stone corridor that Harry would have sworn, 2 months ago, did not exist. A dragon stood in front of it. Harry stopped. Bill, beside him, did not. Don't look at it, Bill said quietly. It is not awake. It will not be awake until we are gone. Master Ragnarok has arranged it. The dragon was a long thin pale thing, blind from years underground, and it lay across the corridor with its head on its paws and its breath coming in long slow steady bellows that made no sound. Master Ragnarok went past it without acknowledging it. He set his small wrinkled hand on the door. The door opened. Inside the vault was gold, and silver, and a great quantity of jewelry, and along the back wall a series of long shelves with cups and goblets and other small dishes lined neatly along them. The cup of Hufflepuff was on the 3rd shelf from the right, on the 2nd tier, with a small brass tag tied to its handle on which was written, in Bellatrix Lestrange's loose looping hand, a single word, his. Harry crossed the vault. He did not look at the gold. He did not look at the jewelry. He picked up the cup with a pair of tongs Hermione handed him from her bag. He set it on the floor in the middle of the vault. He drew the goblin blade. Now, he said. Now, Bill said. Hermione. Hermione knelt beside the cup. She raised her wand. She said, very quietly, the long low dadnid shape that she had been practicing every night since the locket. Harry brought the blade down. The cup split at the lip, cleanly, and the small dark wisp that came out of it had, this time, no time at all to take a shape. The blade was through it before it had finished rising. Hermione's voice closed the cut. The wisp dissipated. The cup was, suddenly, only a cup. Master Ragnarok inclined his head 1/4 of an inch. Acceptable, he said. Bill exhaled. He produced, from inside his coat, a small piece of parchment that he had drafted that morning, that explained, in formal Goblin and formal English, that the cup of Hufflepuff had been confiscated by House Gringotts for being contraband under the bank's long-standing prohibition on soul magic on bank premises, and that any inquiry should be addressed to the bank's audit department. He set the parchment on the 3rd shelf from the right, in the place the cup had been. He picked up the broken cup with the tongs. He set the cup in the lead box he had brought with him. He looked at Master Ragnarok. Out, Master Ragnarok said. They went out. The dragon was still asleep. The corridor was still empty. The public vault floor was still busy. The marble hall was still crowded. They walked through it the way they had come in, and no one looked at them twice, and at 12:20 exactly they were out of the bank and in the alley behind it, and at 12:21 Fleur's portkey took them home. In the kitchen at Shell Cottage, Sirius, who had been told nothing because he had been deemed too excited to be told anything, looked up from his tea and said, "Well?" "4, Bill said. "Diadem next week. Snake when Snape tells us where. Then him. Sirius set his tea down very carefully. 4, he said. 4. Bill. Sirius. You are something. I am a curse breaker, Sirius. I do this for a living. Yes, Sirius said. I can see that. I can also see that you have done in 7 weeks what the Order has not done in a year. I am not, generally, a man who is easy to impress. I am impressed. Thank you. Sirius raised his tea, very slightly, in salute. Bill raised his own. Fleur, at the stove, did not turn around, but Harry saw her shoulders move once, very small, in the way a woman's shoulders moved when she was smiling at her husband from across a kitchen and did not want him to know she was smiling. Harry sat down at the table. Hermione sat down beside him. The cellar door, 2 floors below, hummed once, softly, as a 4th small bright knot somewhere in the lattice of Britain went out. Outside, on the cliff, the gulls argued about the afternoon. The sea moved. Hedwig, on her perch, ruffled her feathers and went back to sleep. For down, Harry thought, looking at his own steady hands. 2 to go. Then him. Hermione's hand found his under the table. She did not say anything. She squeezed once, the way she had taken to squeezing his hand when there were no words for the size of a moment. He squeezed back. Bill, at the other end of the table, looked at the 2 of them once, briefly, and then went back to his tea, and he did not say anything, but the corner of his mouth did the small private thing it did when he was pleased with the arrangement of a room. In the cellar 2 floors below, on a stone shelf next to the lead box that had held the locket, a second lead box now sat with the broken cup of Hufflepuff inside it. Bill had marked the second box with a single rune in goblin grey ink that meant, roughly, finished. He would mark a 3rd box next week, and a 4th box the week after, and then the shelf would be full, and then the war would be over. That was the plan. Harry, at the kitchen table, found that he believed it. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Castle and the Crown. Snape's owl came at 4 in the morning. It came hard. It hit the kitchen window with the full speed of a small bird that had been told to cross half of England by sunrise, and Bill was at the window before the second tap had ended, and the owl did not wait for the latch to be lifted. It came in through the crack Bill opened, dropped a single folded square of parchment on the table, drank half of Hedwig's watered dish in 3 loud gulps, and was gone again before Fleur had come down from upstairs in her dressing gown. Bill read the note standing at the sink. He read it twice. He read it 3 times. He folded it in his hand and did not, for a moment, say anything. Bill, Fleur said quietly from the door. He knows. All of it. He knows the cup is gone. He went to check on it last night. He found my parchment in the vault. He has not yet identified my handwriting, because he has, fortunately, never seen it. He has identified the bank. He has assumed, correctly, that the bank acted with knowledge of his vault. He has not yet identified Master Ragnarok, because Master Ragnarok was very careful, but he has begun to suspect. And Severus? Severus's cover is intact for perhaps 40 hours. He thinks 24. I think 40. Either way it is not a week, and we cannot finish the diadem from inside a school we cannot enter without being seen. How does Severus know the cup is gone? The Dark Lord checks his fragments when he is uneasy. He has been checking them for 3 days. He found the locket missing 2 days ago. He has not been able to find it. He had assumed, until last night, that the locket had been mislaid in the Black House, which he knew to be a possibility, and that he would retrieve it at his leisure when he had won the war. The cup he had assumed to be untouchable. He went last night to confirm his own assumption. He found it touched. He is, at present, in a great deal of focused fury. He is going to send everyone he has to the school in the morning. Why the school? Because the diadem is the only fragment he has hidden in the school. He does not yet know we know it is in the school. He has, however, just remembered that he hid one there, because he has been counting them, and he has gone to look. He will arrive at noon today, with Bellatrix, and Rabaston, and approximately 20 Death Eaters. He will demand entry. Minerva will refuse him entry. He will force his way in. We will be there before he is. Hermione was already in the kitchen. She had come down without speaking. She was standing at the foot of the stairs with her wand in her hand. "How fast," she said. "We leave at 5. We are at Hogsmeade at 5:15 by Fleur. We are at the gates at 5:30. Albus has the gates open for us. We are inside the castle at 5:45. The room of requirement opens to anyone who has been told what to ask for. Severus has told me what to ask for. We have the diadem in our hands by 6. We destroy it in the room itself, with the blade. We are out of the castle by 6:30. Minerva has agreed to have the school staff and the senior students ready at the gates at noon to meet whatever arrives. We will not be there for that. The school will hold without us. They have been preparing for 2 weeks. Bill. Yes. You arranged all of this in the time it took me to come down the stairs. I arranged most of it 3 days ago. The rest of it took the last 2 minutes. I have been waiting for Severus's owl for a week. I had hoped for 2 more days. I will take what I have. Sirius came down the stairs in a coat that did not match his trousers. I am coming. You are coming. Without an argument. Without an argument. The school is too big for 3 of us. You take the front gate. Minerva will be expecting you. You will hold the line at the gate with her until we have the diadem. Then you will join us in the corridor outside the room. Then we go home together. Right. Fleur. I hold the cottage. You hold the cottage. The Grangers come up through the flue at 5. You keep them in the salt and silver circle until we are home. If we are not home by 7, you take them, and Hedwig, and Creature if he will come, and you go to Aunt Muriel's. Yes. Yes. Good. The gates of Hogwarts opened for them at 5:30 exactly. They were the color of old iron in the dawnlight, and the lions on top of the pillars on either side of the gates had been polished sometime in the last 6 hours, which Harry took as a sign that Minerva McGonagall had not slept. She was waiting in the courtyard inside the gates with Phileas Flitwick at her elbow and Pomona Sprout at her other side, and a small group of senior Aurors that Tonks had brought up the night before stood in 2 ranks behind them, and the castle itself, looming up into the sunrise behind them, had the quiet attentive air of a building that had been told it would have visitors and was deciding how to receive them. Minerva did not waste words. Bill. Headmistress. Acting headmistress, until lunchtime. Albus is at the Wisengamot pretending he does not know what is about to happen, in order to give us cover. He will be back by noon. The flue in his office is open for you to use to leave the school. The room of requirement is on the 7th floor. You know where. The password Severus gave you will work. Do what you have to do. Be out by 6:30. We will hold the castle. Thank you. Mr. Potter. Headmistress. Be careful. I will. Miss Granger. Headmistress. Take care of him. I will. She did not say anything else. She turned and began organizing her senior staff and the Aurors with the small efficient sharpness of a woman who had been waiting for this morning for a year. Sirius nodded at Bill once. He went to stand beside her. Harry, Hermione, and Bill went past her into the castle. The corridors at 5:30 in the morning were empty. Harry had not, in his life, walked the castle empty. The portraits along the walls were awake. They had been told, by some quiet network of paint and frame, that the castle was about to be defended. They watched the 3 of them walk past in silence. A small witch in a pale blue dress in the 3rd-floor corridor inclined her head 1/4 of an inch as they passed. A very tall medieval knight at the foot of the 7th-floor staircase saluted them with the flat of his sword. Bill led them. He had not been a student at this castle in 9 years. He had not, Harry suspected, ever forgotten his way around it. They came to the blank wall of the 7th floor corridor. Bill closed his eyes. He spoke a small phrase in a voice so low Harry had to read it off his lips. I need the place where everything is hidden. A door appeared. They went in. The room of requirement that morning was the size of a cathedral. It was full. It was full in the way that an attic was full, except that the attic in question had been collected from over 1,000 years of careless and forgetful and sometimes guilty witches and wizards, and the collection went up and up and up into a ceiling Harry could not see. There were chairs. There were broken cabinets. There were books. There were mountains of stacked detention records. There was, somewhere very far up the third aisle to their left, a small stuffed dragon that opened one glass eye as they came in and shut it again. Hermione made a small involuntary sound of pure scholarly anguish. Hermione. I know. We are not stopping to look at any of it. I know. We are here for the diadem. I know. I will buy you the run of this room for a month after the war. You will? On my honor. Then let's go and find the bloody diadem. They went. The diadem was not in the place Severus had marked it on his note, because the room had moved things in the 4 months since Severus had last been in it. The diadem was 3 aisles over and 1 tier up, on the head of a stone bust of an ugly old wizard, with a wig draped on top of it for what Harry could only assume was a long-dead student's joke. Bill spotted it from 20 feet off. The dark pull of it was not loud, the way the cup had been loud, but it was steady. Harry felt it as a low thin note under his ribs. There, Bill said. Got it, Hermione said. She was already moving. She climbed up onto a broken cabinet in 2 quick steps, lifted the wig off the bust without ceremony, and brought the diadem down with the same care she would have used on a museum exhibit. She held it out to Bill. Bill took it with a pair of tongs. He set it on a flat broken table. Harry. Yes. Cut. Harry cut. The diadem split. The thin wisp that came out of it had time to hiss the start of a single word, and Hermione's voice closed the cut over it before it could finish. The wisp dissipated. 5, Bill said. Out. They went out. Sirius was at the door of the room. He had come up the stairs while they were inside, 2 at a time, and his coat was creased and his hair was in his eyes. Trouble, he said. Front gate. Earlier than expected. Minerva is holding. She wants you down. How early? Now. Right. Bill set the broken diadem in the lead box he had brought. He closed the box. He handed it to Hermione. You take this. You go to Albus's office. You flew home. You stay home. Do not argue with me. Fleur needs the diadem in the cellar with the rest of them. I do not want to fight a war with 5 fragments still in this castle. Yes. Hermione looked at him for a long beat. Yes, she said. But I am coming back. You are not coming back, Hermione. I am coming back, Bill. The Dadnut is the only thing in this castle today that can keep Harry from dying if Voldemort hits him with anything that calls on the fragment that is no longer there. The fragment was holding several of his old hooks in. They are loose now. He is more vulnerable to certain kinds of dark working than he was a week ago. I have a counter for it. I am the only person here who has the counter. I am coming back. Bill considered her for a long second. All right, he said. Flew home, drop the diadem, drink water, eat something, flew back to Albus's office. You will be 10 minutes. We will be 10 minutes ahead of you. Do not be longer than 15. Yes. Go. She went. The 3 of them, Bill, Sirius, and Harry, went down. They came out into the front courtyard of Hogwarts at 6:20, and the front courtyard of Hogwarts was already a battle. Voldemort had not waited for noon. He had brought 12 Death Eaters with him through a port key that had landed in the meadow just outside the gates, and the gates, which had held against 3 different battering charms in the last 15 minutes, were beginning to lean outward against their hinges. Minerva McGonagall was standing in the center of the courtyard with her wand drawn and her tartan robes whipping in the wind, and Tonks was beside her, and Phileas Flitwick was on a stone bench 3 feet to her left, 6 inches taller than usual because the stone bench was 3 feet high, and the Aurors were arranged in 2 ranks behind them in a precise diamond formation that Tonks had clearly drilled into them in the last 90 minutes. In the meadow beyond the gates Voldemort stood under a tree with his hands folded in front of him, watching. He did not move. He did not throw. He let his Death Eaters batter at the gates. He was, Harry understood at once, not interested in losing his time on the warm-up. Bellatrix Lestrange, however, was very interested in the warm-up. She was at the front of the Death Eater line, throwing curses at the gate one after another, screaming in an exhilarated high voice as they cracked back at her. Beside her was Rodolphius, methodical and silent. Behind her was Rabaston, slower and angrier. They had come back from Albania very fast. Harry did not stop walking. He walked across the courtyard to the gate and stood beside Minerva. Bill came up on his other side. Sirius came up beside Bill. "Headmistress," Bill said. "Bill. They have not breached. They have come close. Tonks's Aurors are good. The gates will hold for 10 more minutes. After that we will be fighting in the courtyard. 10 minutes is enough." "For what?" "For me to reach him." Minerva's head turned sharply. "Bill. Headmistress. You are not going out there alone." "I am not. Harry is coming with me." Minerva opened her mouth and closed it. "Bill," she said, more quietly. "Harry." "Headmistress," Harry said. "I have been ready for this morning for 2 months. The fragment is out of me. The blade is at my hip. The wand is in my sleeve. I will not lose to him today. He has 11 Death Eaters with him, Harry. He has Bellatrix and 10 others. The other 10 do not matter. Bellatrix matters. Her brother matters in the 2nd rank. The rest will run when we have her." Bill set his hand briefly on Harry's shoulder. "One more thing first," he said. "Minerva. Open the gate." "Bill, open it. We are not waiting for them to come through it. We are going through it. We are coming out before they expect us, while they are still throwing curses at the wood. Tonks's Aurors come behind us in formation. You and Phileas and Pomona stay inside the gate. The school stays sealed if we go down." "Yes." Minerva looked at him for a long beat. "Yes," she said. "Tonks. Do as he says." Tonks did not argue. She began moving the Aurors into a tight wedge at Bill's back. The wedge would come through the gate in their wake. Bill turned to Harry. "With me," he said. "With you." "Sirius." "With you." Aurors behind. Minerva inside. We go through the gate. We make a line on the path. We hold the line until Hermione gets back through the floor. Then we close the line on Bellatrix. Tom Riddle does not move from under the tree until he does. When he does, you and I take him. Sirius takes whoever comes for our flank. Tonks holds the center. Are we clear?" "Clear." "Clear," Sirius said. "Open the gate, Minerva." She opened the gate. It took the Death Eaters in front of the gate 4 full seconds to understand what had happened, because they had been throwing battering charms at the wood for a quarter of an hour and the wood had simply ceased to be there, and the gap where the wood had been was now full of 3 tall men and a wedge of Aurors who were moving forward, fast, in a formation they had not expected. Bellatrix laughed. She loved a fight. She loved a real one most of all. Her wand came up, and her hair flew back, and her teeth showed in the wide mad grin that had haunted the back of Harry's nightmares for 2 years, and she threw the first curse without a word, in a long whip of green light that came at Bill's head with the speed of a thrown spear. Bill was not where Bill had been. The green light went through the air where his head had been a second earlier, and Bill, who had moved without seeming to move, was 3 feet to the left and his own wand was up and his own first curse was already on the way back. It was not green. It was a deep dark blue that Harry had never seen before, a working of 3 runes layered inside a single shape, and it went past Bellatrix's wand on the inside, and it caught her wand arm at the elbow. Bellatrix's wand arm did not come off. The Auror who would later describe this scene in his report would say the wand arm went numb, the way a hand went numb after sleep, and that Bellatrix's wand fell out of her hand with a small clean sound on the gravel path. The Auror would say that it was the best piece of curse work he had ever seen on a battlefield, and that Bellatrix Lestrange's face, in the moment her wand left her hand, had been the face of a child who had had a toy taken away. Harry did not look at Bellatrix. He had her brother to consider. Rodolphus was raising his wand. Rabaston was raising his. Harry threw 2 stupefies at the same time, one with each hand, with his holly wand in his right and his father's ash wand in his left, and both of the Lestrange brothers went down in the same beat, like cards toppling on a table, and that was the moment the rest of the Death Eater line broke. 5 of them turned and ran into the meadow, toward the tree, toward Voldemort. 3 of them held their ground. Tonks's Aurors took the 3. The 5 who had run had perhaps 2 seconds before they understood that Voldemort under the tree was no longer interested in any of them, and that they had run toward the wrong man. Voldemort stepped out from under the tree. Harry felt him. It was not, this morning, the way he had felt him before. The pull behind his eye was not there. He had no fragment to recognize its source. He felt Voldemort instead the way he felt any other very old, very strong, very dirty piece of magic, as a low sour weight in the air, like a chimney that had been smoking for a long time. It was not pleasant. It was not enormous either. It was a wizard. It was a very dangerous wizard. It was not, Harry realized with a small startled clarity, a god. The 5 Death Eaters running toward him stopped 2 yards short. They had felt his look. He did not bother with them. He raised his hand. He spoke a single word. They went down in a row, all 5 at once, and Harry understood that he had killed them, and that he had killed them because they had inconvenienced him by running, and that Tom Riddle did not particularly care about the death of any servant who failed him by even a quarter of a turn. Voldemort came forward across the meadow. He did not hurry. He walked. His robes did not move with the wind. The grass under his feet did not bend. He was, in the rising sunlight, a long thin pale shape with eyes like 2 red pinpricks, and he stopped 20 yards from Bill and Harry and Sirius, and he smiled. "William Weasley," he said. His voice was high and clear and careful. "I have been hearing your name in unhappy places. Tom." The smile thinned. "You are very brave," Voldemort said softly, "to call me that." "I am very tired," Bill said. "I have been planning this morning for 10 weeks. I have not slept enough. Forgive me. Tired men make mistakes. They do. You have made one this morning by walking out in front of me. Have I? You have." Voldemort raised his wand. He did not get to lower it. Hermione came through the gate behind them at exactly that moment, at a run, with her hair in her face and her wand up, and she shouted a single word in 11th century Welsh that Harry did not understand and that Voldemort did not understand either, and the air in front of Voldemort's wand went very briefly the color of green water, and the green water held for 1/2 second, and Voldemort's first curse, a long thin black thing that should have killed everyone within a yard of Bill, glanced off the green water and into the meadow grass, where it scorched a long black line into the earth and went out. Voldemort's pale eyebrows went up. "What," he said softly, "was that?" "That," Hermione said, panting, coming up on Harry's other side, "was Morwen of Snowdon's 3rd counter, you absolute archaic disgrace, and I am not finished. Bill. He is open. Bill was already moving. He cast the dark blue three-rune working again, in the same long economical sweep, and this time the working went not at Voldemort's wand arm but at Voldemort's left foot, and the meadow grass under Voldemort's boot turned the color of the wand and locked around the boot like a hand. Voldemort did not notice fast enough. He shifted his weight to step. The grass held. He stumbled, very slightly, by an inch, and 1 inch was enough. Harry was already on him. He had not drawn the goblin blade. He had drawn his father's ash wand. He came across the meadow in 5 long steps, and he did not bother with anything Voldemort would be expecting. He cast a single wandless shove with his left hand at the same time he cast a stupefy with his right, and Voldemort's wand, Harry would later learn, 13.5 inches, Phoenix Feathercore, came up in time to take the stupefy on a shield, but the shove caught Voldemort in the chest before the shield was up, and Voldemort went over backward into the meadow grass. Bind him. Hermione shouted. Can't. Bill shouted back. Snake first, Hermione, we don't kill him until the snake. Hold him. The snake. The snake was not in the meadow. The snake had not come. Voldemort had not brought her. The snake was somewhere else. Voldemort, in the meadow grass, did not stay down. He was up before Harry had taken his second step toward him. He was up faster than any man his age had any right to be up. His wand was in his hand. His hair was wild. His eyes had gone a darker red, and a small shape, not a fragment, not in him, the snake, very far away, had felt his fall through their bond, flared once and faded behind them. Boy, he said. The voice had changed. The careful cleverness had peeled off. Boy. Tom. You are alone. I am not alone, Harry said. I have never been alone. I have a cursebreaker on my left. I have a witch on my right who can read 11th century Welsh in her sleep. I have a godfather in the gate behind me. I have a wife of a cursebreaker who is watching this morning from Cornwall and who will be very angry if I get killed in front of her after she has spent 10 weeks teaching me not to. You are alone, Tom. Your servants are dead in the grass behind you because you killed them when they ran toward you. Your inner circle is unconscious on the path. Your snake is somewhere else and you are not. You are alone. Voldemort's eyes flicked, very briefly, to the path. To Bellatrix, slumped against the gate post with her wand arm useless. To Rodolphus, face down in the gravel. To Rabaston, beside him. You will pay, he said softly, for every one of them. You killed them. Yes. I killed them. Because they failed me. You will pay anyway. He raised his wand. This time he had time. Harry, who had spent 2 months learning to listen to wards, who had spent 2 months learning to read a duellist's breath, who had spent 2 months learning to draw both of his wands at the same time in 3/4 of a second from inside his sleeves with his off hand if his wand hand was occupied, Harry, who had also been Harry Potter for 15 years, and who had been a person before that for 15 months, saw the curse coming before Voldemort spoke it. He moved. He moved sideways. Bill moved with him. Hermione's counter went up. Sirius's first wide shield sprang behind them. Tonks's Aurors had come up in the wedge, and were standing in 2 ranks on the path, and Voldemort's curse, long and black and snake-shaped, went into the wedge of shields and bent and bent and bent and could not get through, and finally lashed back at its caster, and Voldemort swept it aside with a flick of his wand and a small irritated mouth. He looked at them. He looked at Harry. He raised his free hand. He spoke a long, low, careful word. There was a flash of dark light. The air above his head folded. He vanished. The meadow was silent. The grass at Harry's feet that Bill had bound was already loosening, because the working had been built around its caster's presence and the caster was no longer present. Bellatrix was still down at the gate. Rodolphus was still down. Rabaston was still down. The 5 Death Eaters Voldemort had killed were still in the meadow grass. Bill exhaled. He ran, Hermione said. He did not run. He retreated. He will be back. He will be back tonight, possibly. He will be back tomorrow at the latest. We have made him angry. We have also made him uncertain, and uncertainty in a man like that is a slower kind of weapon than anger. He has lost 5 fragments in 2 months, and he has just lost the meadow in front of the school he believed he could intimidate at will. He is going to spend the next 12 hours deciding where to make his stand. We are going to spend the next 12 hours making sure the place he chooses is a place we have prepared for. How? Snape will tell us. Snape's cover is blown. Snape's cover is blown only if he is alive to tell. He has gone to the snake. He will report tonight through the goblin owl chain. We will know by midnight where the snake is. By dawn we will have the snake. By dawn after that we will have him. Bill, Sirius said. Sirius. You are extraordinary. I am tired. Inside. Both of you. Now. They went inside. The gate closed behind them. Minerva was waiting in the courtyard. She had the look of a woman who had watched the morning from 20 yards behind it, and she had the look of a woman who had liked what she had seen. 5 down, Bill said. 5 down. 1 to go. Then him. Then him. Headmistress. Yes, Bill. The Aurors stay at Hogwarts tonight. The students stay in the Great Hall. The Fleurs in the school go to nowhere except this kitchen and this office. He will not come back here today. He may come back here tomorrow. We will not be here. We will draw him to a place of our choosing. The school will be safe. Yes. Yes. Thank you. She inclined her head 1/4 of an inch. Mr. Potter. Headmistress. Welcome back. Thank you. He walked through the courtyard with Bill and Hermione and Sirius, into the castle, up to the headmaster's office. Albus Dumbledore was there. He had come back early from the Wizengamot. He had been watching the meadow from his window. He did not say anything when they came in. He looked at Harry for a long moment. He nodded, very small. He waved them at the floor. Hermione went first. Sirius went after. Bill went third. Harry went last. The green flame took him. He came out in the kitchen at Shell Cottage. Fleur was at the door with her wand still in her hand. Mr. and Mrs. Granger were in the salt and silver circle in the cellar where she had been keeping them. The lead box with the diadem inside was on the kitchen table. 5, Bill said. 5, Fleur said. Snake tonight. Him in the morning. Tonight. Morning. She set her hand on his face for a long moment, the way Vila mothers held their hands to children's faces when they meant the children to feel safe. Then she let go. She went to the stove. She began, without speaking, to cook. Outside the kitchen window, on the cliff, the gulls argued about the morning. Inside, on the table, the lead box hummed once, faintly, and went quiet. In the cellar 2 floors below, the small star map of Shell Cottage shifted by the width of 2 more lines, and the 5th small bright knot in the lattice of Tom Riddle's life went out. Snape's owl came at 11 at night, not at midnight. It came in through the kitchen window with the same hard crack as the morning's, and Bill was up to meet it again, and the note this time was longer. It was 3 lines, in Snape's narrow hand, with a small map drawn in the margin in the small careful precise way of a man who had been a spy for 20 years. Bill read it. He read it again. He set it on the table. Riddle Manor, he said. Little Hangleton. He has gone home. He has the snake with him. He has 6 Death Eaters with him, all of them inner circle, all of them too cowed to argue with him this evening. He has not gathered the rest. The rest are scattered across the country in safe houses. He believes, currently, that his best move is to wait until dawn, gather his people, and march on Hogwarts. He has not yet decided. He is at the manor for the night to think. The snake is with him because the snake is always with him. Snape will be in the manor at 4 in the morning. He will leave a window in the south parlor open. The window opens onto the back garden. The garden has a stone wall with a small wicket gate. The wicket gate is unwarded. We can be in the garden at 4:15. Snake, Hermione said. Snake. Then him. Tonight. Tonight. The kitchen was very quiet for a long beat. Sirius set his cup down. Bill. Yes. You've been 10 weeks taking apart his soul. Tonight you take him. Tonight we take him. I am coming. You are coming. Fleur stays here with the Grangers. Hermione comes. Harry comes. The 4 of us, at 4:15, in the garden of Riddle Manor. We have been preparing for this morning for 10 weeks. The snake will not see us coming. The snake is very old and has stopped being careful, because she has never had to be careful. Harry kills her with the blade. She dies in the south parlor. He will feel her die. He will come for us. We have 90 seconds, after she falls, to set the room before he arrives. And then Harry kills him. With his wand. Not with the blade. The blade is for the snake. The wand is for the man. Hermione said, how do we make sure he comes alone? We do not make sure. Snape is going to drop a small charm into the corridor outside the south parlor as he leaves. The charm is a tripwire. It will not hold the inner circle for long. It will hold them for 2 minutes. 2 minutes is enough time for the snake to die and for him to come into the room and for the door to close behind him. After the door closes, the Salt and Silver Master Ragnarok and I have been laying in the carpet for 3 weeks, through Snape, who has been carrying it in a small pouch in his pocket every time he visited the manor and laying a single grain a night under the rug, will activate. The room becomes a closed circle. He cannot apparate out. He cannot portkey out. He cannot call his Death Eaters in. We are alone with him in the parlor. The 4 of us. With Snape, if Snape can get in past his own tripwire. 5 of us, possibly. Against him. Against him. Against him. Bill, Hermione said quietly. You have been preparing this for 10 weeks. I have been preparing this for 10 weeks. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she did the thing she did when she was overwhelmed and pretending not to be, she nodded, very small, very twice, and turned her face slightly away and exhaled, and then she turned back and said, with her eyes a little too bright, all right. What do we wear? They left at 4. Fleur stood at the door of the cottage in her dressing gown with her hair down her back and her hands folded in front of her, and she did not speak. She looked at each of them in turn. She set her hand briefly on Bill's face. She set her hand briefly on Sirius's shoulder. She set her hand briefly on Hermione's cheek. She came at last to Harry, and she set both her hands on his face for a moment, palms flat and fingers spread, and she held them there for one long breath. Come home, she said. I'll come home. All of you. All of us. She let go. Bill kissed her once, very briefly, on the mouth. Then they were gone. The portkey took them to the stone wall at the back of the garden of Riddle Manor in Little Hangleton at 4:14 in the morning, and the wicket gate was, as Snape had promised, unwarded, and the window of the south parlor, beyond the dark lawn, was, as Snape had promised, open. They moved across the lawn in single file. Bill led. Harry was second. Hermione third. Sirius fourth. They did not speak. The lawn was wet with dew. The house above them was dark except for a single lamp in a high window, and the lamp belonged, Bill had said in the kitchen, to Voldemort's room. Voldemort, at 4 in the morning, was awake. The snake was in the south parlor. They reached the window. Bill stopped them. He raised his wand. He sketched, in the air over the sill, a small careful counter-rune. The window held. He sketched a second one. The window admitted them. They climbed in. The south parlor smelled of dust and old wood polish. There was a single lamp burning on a small table by the door. The carpet, Snape's carpet, looked entirely ordinary, except that Bill, who could see what was in it, did not step on it and motioned for the others to skirt the edge. The snake was on a long velvet cushion in front of the cold fireplace. She was the size of a man laid full length. She was the color of dirty silver and dark green. Her head was as wide as Harry's two hands flat together. She was asleep. She did not stir as they came in. Bill turned to Harry. He did not speak. He nodded once. Harry drew the blade. It hummed once, against his palm. It knew what it was for. It had been waiting for this, the way it had been waiting in a cabinet in a vault under a bank for 700 years. He crossed the parlor to the velvet cushion. He stood over the snake. The snake breathed in. The snake breathed out. The snake did not wake. Harry brought the blade down. It was clean. It was very clean. Nagini did not have time to wake. Her head came off the cushion in one long quiet movement, and her body did not even spasm, because the blade had cut through the spine before it had cut through the skin, and the great old soul fragment Voldemort had hidden in his last and most loyal animal woke up and screamed and was gone in the same breath. Hermione's voice, behind Harry, rose in the long low dadnid shape one more time, and the wisp dissipated into the carpet, where the salt and silver lattice that Master Ragnarok had been seating for 3 weeks woke up to receive it. The carpet pulsed. The room sealed. 6. The lamp on the table flickered, very briefly, in some small sympathy with the working in the floor. Then it burned steady again. Bill exhaled. 6, he said softly. Now him. He had not finished saying it when the door of the parlor opened. Voldemort stood in the doorway. He was in a long thin black robe. His hair was wet, as if he had been bathing. His feet were bare on the stone of the corridor. His eyes were the color of a fire that had been left burning all night without being tended, and they went from the snake on the carpet, to Harry standing over the snake, to Bill at the window, to Hermione at the wall, to Sirius beside the door, and they returned, finally, to Harry. For 1 second, his face did something Harry had never seen on it. It went still. It went very still. The careful mocking arrangement of the features that Harry had seen in the meadow yesterday morning was, for 1 second, entirely gone, and what was underneath was not a wizard and not a god and not a monster. It was a small thin orphan boy who had just learned, for the first time in his life, that he could lose something he loved. Then it was gone, and Voldemort smiled. Boy, he said softly. Tom. You have killed my snake. Yes. You have done a great many things in the last 10 weeks. Yes. You will pay for all of them in the next 10 minutes. No, Harry said. I won't. Voldemort stepped into the parlor. The door swung shut behind him on its own, because the carpet had decided, 2 seconds earlier, that no one was leaving this room until the working in it was finished. Voldemort did not appear to notice. He raised his wand. This time was different. This time Harry was not alone. This time Bill was at the window with his dark blue trirune working ready, and Hermione was at the wall with the dadnid already humming under her breath in case any small piece of Riddle's magic tried to anchor itself in any of them, and Sirius was at the door with his wand up and his eyes on Voldemort's hands, and Snape, Severus Snape, in a long black traveling cloak with snow in his hair from somewhere and a small bleeding scratch across his cheek. Severus Snape stepped through the parlor wall behind Voldemort, because Severus Snape had been laying the salt and silver in the carpet for 3 weeks and the carpet remembered him kindly, and Snape's wand came up to the back of Voldemort's neck. Voldemort did not turn. "Severus," he said, very softly. "My lord. You have been busy." "I have been busy." "For how long?" "Since the boy was 9 years old, my lord." "I had not, until then, fully understood the shape of the year you killed Lily Evans. After that I did. I have been a different man since. You have been my man. I have been Albus's man. You knew it. You chose to ignore it." Voldemort's mouth thinned. "So I did. You should not have." "No. Drop your wand, my lord. The room is sealed. You have nowhere to go. The snake is dead. The fragments are dead. You are a man, now, and only a man. Drop the wand. Albus has agreed to a hearing. There will be a Wisengamot. You will have a chance to speak. I will not. Then you will die. Then I will die." Voldemort moved. He did not move at Snape. He moved at Harry. He was fast. He was very fast. He was faster than Harry had ever seen a wizard move, but Harry had been watching for this moment since the night Cedric Diggory had died, and Bill's dark blue working caught Voldemort's wand arm at the elbow before it had fully come around, and the wand jerked half an inch off target, and Snape's curse from behind opened a long shallow line down Voldemort's spine through the cloth of his robe, and Hermione's dadnud closed over Voldemort's mouth and held it shut for the half-second she could hold it, and Sirius, who had been waiting 12 years for this, Sirius's stunner caught Voldemort full in the chest and did not stun him but slowed him, and that was all the room needed. Harry brought up his father's ash wand in his offhand, and his own holly wand in his right, and he spoke, very quietly, the only word he had ever wanted to say to Tom Riddle. "Goodbye." He cast the same disarming charm he had cast in his 2nd year and his 3rd year and his 4th year, the charm he had been good at since he was 11, and it caught Voldemort's wand at exactly the moment Bill's working caught his elbow for the 2nd time, and the wand that had killed James Potter and Lily Potter and Cedric Diggory and 17 children in a Muggle housing estate in Kent and a great many other people besides came out of Tom Riddle's hand and arced, very slowly, over the parlor. Sirius caught it. He held it for 1 second, looking at it. Then he snapped it across his knee. Voldemort, in the center of the room, with his wand gone and his snake dead and his servants beyond the carpet seal, made a small thin sound that Harry would never forget. It was the sound the fragment had made in the cellar. It was the sound the locket had made in the garden. It was the sound of Tom Riddle, finally, understanding that he had run out of pieces. He did not run. He did not beg. He did not, even now, weep. He looked at Harry with the pale red eyes for a long moment. "I would have made the world quiet," he said. "I would have made it kind to people like me." "You would have made it dead," Harry said. "You would have made it cold. You did not want kindness, Tom. You wanted not to be afraid. There were other ways." "There were not." "There were. You were not the only orphan. You were the only orphan who chose this." Voldemort closed his eyes. He opened them. "Finish it, then," he said softly. Harry shook his head, once. "I am not going to kill you in this room, Tom. The carpet is going to. It has been waiting for you for 3 weeks. It is goblin work. It is salt and silver and Welsh and a great deal of careful patience. It is going to take you down to where the rest of you went. Boy, goodbye, Tom." The carpet pulsed. The salt and silver lattice in the floor activated all the way, and the working that Bill had been seeding through Snape for 3 weeks, and that Master Ragnarok had been chanting for 6 hours in a private chamber under his bank, and that Hermione had been mapping in 11th century Welsh in her notebook every night, woke up the rest of the way, and Tom Riddle, who had spent 65 years running from death, sat down very slowly on the carpet and did not get up. There was no flash of light. There was no scream. There was a small soft sound, like the closing of a door at the end of a long evening. He was still. The room was still. The lamp on the table by the door burned steady. Severus Snape, standing behind the chair where Voldemort had sat down, set his wand carefully in his belt. He did not, for a moment, say anything. Then he said, very quietly, "He is dead." "He is dead," Bill said. "You did it, Severus. You did it, Weasley." "I held a wand." "You held a wand for 3 weeks. You laid the carpet a grain at a time. You walked in here knowing he was going to look at your face and decide whether you lived. I held a wand for 90 seconds. Take the credit." Snape's narrow black mouth did the very distant cousin of a smile again. He said. They came back to Shell Cottage at 5 in the morning. Fleur was at the door in her dressing gown. She had not gone to bed. She had been pacing the kitchen for an hour and she was, when they came in, sitting at the table with her hands folded and her face very still. She looked up. She counted. Bill, Harry, Hermione, Sirius, Snape. "All of you," she said softly. "All of us. And him." "Done." She closed her eyes. She did not, for a moment, say anything. Then she stood up, crossed the kitchen, and put her arms around Bill, and she did not let go of him for a long minute, and Bill did not say anything either, and the kitchen was very quiet around them. Harry sat down at the table. Hermione sat down beside him. Sirius sat down opposite. Snape, after a beat, sat down at the end of the table. Fleur said, eventually, into Bill's shoulder. He agreed. She turned away to the stove, eyes a little too bright, and put on the kettle. Outside, on the cliff, the gulls argued about the morning. It was getting light. The sea was the color of slate going slowly silver. The wards under the floorboards hummed once, very softly, around the new arrival in the kitchen, and Snape, who had not been welcome in any house Harry Potter had ever been in, was welcome here, because the wards had been built by a man who did not allow himself the luxury of grudges. Done, Harry thought. All of it. 16 years of it. Done. And now, he looked across the kitchen at his godfather, and at Snape, and at Bill in Fleur's arms, and at Hermione, who was watching him with her chin propped on her fist and a small private smile she had been saving since the meadow. And now we live, he thought. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, The House by the Sea. The Daily Prophet ran the story at 6 in the morning. It was on the front page in letters 3 inches high, and Hedwig brought it through the kitchen window of Shell Cottage at 6:02, and she dropped it on the table beside Bill's tea and waited, with the patience of a bird who had seen a great many mornings, for someone to acknowledge her. Fleur, at the stove, looked up. Bill, at the table, looked at the headline for a long second. Voldemort dead at Riddle Manor. Weasley, Potter, Granger, Black named in Ministry Statement. Death Eaters in custody, 23 named, more expected. The story underneath was 3 columns long. It was, as far as Harry could tell from where he sat opposite Bill, very nearly accurate. He suspected this was because Albus Dumbledore had spent much of the night dictating it personally to the editor, who would have been very wise to have written it down without arguing. Bill set the paper down. Well, he said. Well, Fleur agreed. Hermione came down the stairs at 6:15, in a dressing gown and bare feet, with her hair in a loose plait over one shoulder. She had slept the longest of any of them. Bill and Fleur had been up since 5, and Harry had not, in the end, slept at all, though he did not feel tired. He felt, instead, slightly transparent, the way one felt after coming up out of a deep cold lake, when the body had not yet entirely caught up to the fact that the swim was over. Hermione looked at the front page of the Prophet over Harry's shoulder. She read it twice. She straightened. Well, she said. Sirius came in from the back garden 10 minutes later. He had been outside for an hour, sitting on the cliff path in the dawn with his knees drawn up and his hands wrapped around a mug, and his eyes had the particular tired clarity of a man who had spent the night thinking about a brother he had not been able to grieve in 12 years. He sat down at the table without speaking. Fleur put a plate in front of him. He ate it. Snape? Harry asked, after a beat. Gone home, Bill said. He went at 6. He has a week of paperwork at the school. He will come back next Sunday for lunch. He has, he says, a great deal to discuss with you, Harry, that he has been waiting 6 years for the right moment to say. The right moment is, apparently, next Sunday at 1. All right. Good. The Wizengamot met in emergency session at noon. It met in the high oak chamber under the ministry, and the chamber was packed, and Cornelius Fudge had resigned at 10 o'clock that morning and Amelia Bones's deputy, Rufus Scrimgeour, had been confirmed as acting minister at 11, and the first item of business was the formal recognition of the death of Tom Marvolo Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort, late of Riddle Manor, Little Hangleton, Yorkshire. The second item of business was the formal pardon of every person ever convicted under the previous Ministry of Association with Sirius Black. The third item of business was the formal acknowledgement of debt to one William Arthur Weasley, cursebreaker of House Gringotts, and by extension to House Gringotts itself, with which the Wizengamot wished, Scrimgeour read carefully, from a document Bill had drafted and sent over with Hedwig at 9 that morning, to renegotiate, in the spirit of a longer and more generous friendship, certain matters that had been between the two peoples for 900 years. Bill was not in the chamber. He had said, when he had been asked to come, that he had paperwork at home. He sent Sirius instead, who had gone with the air of a man going to his own funeral and had come back at 5 with the air of a man who had unexpectedly enjoyed it. They love me, Sirius said, dropping into the kitchen chair. Bill. They love me. I sat in the dock and they apologized for 40 minutes. They should apologize for 40 years. They will. They have. The Wizengamot has voted me, Bill, 100,000 galleons in damages and a public statue at the ministry atrium. I have refused the statue. I have accepted the galleons, on the condition that they be paid into a trust for Muggle-born students at Hogwarts. The trust will be administered by a committee of 3. I have nominated Hermione, Albus, and your wife, and Scrimgeour has accepted my nominations without argument because Scrimgeour, I think, is afraid of me. It is the strangest sensation. I have not been afraid of yet. Good. Don't get used to it. No, in the days that followed, the cottage was full. It was full in a way Harry had not seen it before. Order members came and went through the floor. Aurors came up the cliff path with statements to be signed. Hermione's parents came up the cliff path with a hamper of food they had prepared themselves and refused to let anyone else carry. Fred and George Weasley came, on the third day, with 2 crates of what they called celebratory fireworks and what Bill called, mildly, criminally illegal fireworks, and they set them off in the meadow at the foot of the cliff at midnight, and Mrs. Weasley arrived through the floor at 12:30 in her dressing gown to retrieve them, and she stayed until 2 in the morning eating Fleur's biscuits and crying, very quietly, into Bill's shoulder, because her son was alive and her son's children were alive and her son had built a life she had not been allowed to be part of and she was, finally, getting to look at it. Bill let her. He did not, as Harry had half expected, prickle at the visit. He had said, in the kitchen on the second morning, that his mother had spent 11 years being the most frightened woman in Britain, and that he was not interested in being one of the things she was frightened of any more, and that if she came to the cottage on a Wednesday and stayed until 2, then he and Fleur would feed her and walk her to the floor at the end and not say a word about it. Mrs. Weasley brought Ron up the next weekend. Harry had not seen Ron since the end of the Triwizard. They sat in the back garden together for a long quiet hour with their knees drawn up against the wall, and Ron had not, in the end, been able to figure out where to start, and Harry had not either, and at last Ron had said, very low, "You did it without me." "I had to." "Your mum, I know. She wouldn't let me. She still won't. She's letting me come up for Sundays, that's all. I have to go to school in September. I have to be a student again. I'm not sure I know how. Neither am I. I'm not going." Ron looked at him. "You're not going back to Hogwarts." "No. Hermione's not either." We'll sit our NEWTS privately, when we want to. Bill's our master. We finish our apprenticeship under him. 2 years. Bloody hell. Yeah. Mate, I'm not angry, Ron. About anything. I'm not angry about your mum. I'm not angry about September. I'm not angry about the summer. I'm angry on your behalf, a bit, but you're not asking me to be, so I'm not going to. We'll be friends. We'll be friends always. We'll just be friends differently than I thought we would be at 14. That's all. Ron was quiet for a long beat. That's actually all right, he said. Yeah. It is. They sat for another minute. Ron said, into his knees, Hermione. Yeah. Yeah. All right. As long as I get to be best man. You get to be best man. Ron, you do not get to be best man, Hermione's voice said from the back doorway, with the dry note in it she had been getting better at all summer. Ron, you can be a groomsman. You and Sirius and George will be groomsmen. Fred will be the ring bearer because he asked first. The best man will be Bill. Ron laughed. He laughed for almost a full minute, the way he had laughed at 14 at things that were not even particularly funny, and Harry, hearing it, realized he had not heard Ron laugh since before the Triwizard, and that was, in some small way, the thing he had been waiting for. Snape came on Sunday at 1. He came by Fleur. He sat at the kitchen table. Fleur put tea in front of him without asking. He drank it. He looked at Harry across the table for a long beat. Potter. Sir. I am no longer your professor. I know. Habits. Habits. His mouth did the very distant cousin of a smile. I will not pretend, Potter, that this conversation is going to be pleasant for either of us. I propose that we have it anyway. There are several things you should know about your mother. I propose to tell them to you. I propose to do this while your guardians are present, because I do not trust myself to do it cleanly, and because if I begin to lie I would prefer to be caught. Harry looked at Bill. Bill looked back at him. Bill said nothing. Hermione, beside Harry, set her hand briefly on Harry's wrist and left it there. All right, sir, Harry said. Snape told him. He told him about a small girl in Cokeworth in 1971 who had come up to a small thin angry boy in a park and had told him, with the very serious authority of a 9-year-old, that he was wrong about his mother and that nobody who could do magic was a freak. He told him about the 7 years afterward. He told him about a single bad word in the courtyard of a school in 1976. He told him about the 15 years between that word and a small night in 1981 when he had stood in front of Albus Dumbledore in a darkened room and had made a promise he had spent the rest of his life keeping. He did not embellish. He did not seek any sympathy. He told it the way a man told the facts of a case he had decided, a long time ago, that he could not allow himself the luxury of being moved by. When he was finished, Harry said, Sir. Yes. Thank you for telling me. You should not thank me, Potter. I owe you the telling. I have owed you the telling for 13 years. Thank you anyway. Snape's narrow black mouth did something that was not, this time, the distant cousin of a smile but was very nearly a smile of its own. He inclined his head 1/4 inch. I would like, if you will permit me, he said, to remain in your life. As what, sir? As a tutor in potions. Until you sit your NEWT. Then, possibly, as a friend. We will see. All right, sir. On Sundays. On Sundays. Granger may sit in. Granger will sit in, whether you ask her to or not. Yes, Snape said. I am aware. Hermione, beside Harry, made a small approving sound. The trial of Bellatrix Lestrange was held in the 3rd week of September. It was held in the same high oak chamber where the Wizengamot had recognized Voldemort's death, and the chamber was packed again, and Bellatrix sat in the dock between her husband and her brother-in-law with her wand arm bound up in a sling that she would, the healers had said quietly, never use a wand with again, because Bill's 3-rune working had not just numbed the elbow, it had, on a closer look in St. Mungo's 2 days later, severed the small magical channels along the inside of the joint that allowed a witch to push a charm through a wand. Bellatrix was, technically, still a witch. She would never cast a spell again. She did not, in the dock, look as though she had absorbed this fact yet. Harry was called as a witness. He told the chamber, in the calm flat voice he had been practicing for 2 weeks, what he had seen at the meadow at Hogwarts. He told the chamber, in the same voice, what he had seen at Riddle Manor. He did not embellish. He did not soften. He did not, when Bellatrix laughed at him from the dock, look at her. He looked at Scrimgeour. He told his story. He stepped down. Hermione was called next. She testified for an hour and a quarter. She told the chamber, in a voice that was, for the first time in her life, not quite the voice of a girl asking permission, what she had seen, what she had cast, and what she had read about the workings of Tom Riddle's mind, and the chamber listened to her in silence, and Scrimgeour, at the end of her testimony, said quietly, Miss Granger, the Wizengamot thanks you, and Hermione inclined her head 1/4 of an inch, exactly the angle Master Ragnarok used, and stepped down. Bill testified after lunch. He testified for 40 minutes. He named the 7 fragments. He explained, briefly, the manner of each one's destruction. He thanked Master Ragnarok publicly, at the moment of the cup, for the assistance of House Gringotts, and Master Ragnarok, sitting in the visitors' gallery in his wine-colored robe, inclined his head 1/4 of an inch in answer, and a small audible exhale went through the chamber that Harry would later understand was the first time in 900 years that a goblin had been publicly thanked in the high oak chamber of the Wizengamot. Bellatrix and the Lestrange brothers were sentenced to life. They went to Azkaban that afternoon. The Dementors had been disbanded the week before and replaced with a rotating staff of Aurors, so the sentence was, Tonks said afterward over tea, going to be a slightly more livable form of cruelty than the one Sirius had endured. None of them, at any rate, were coming out. The other 23 named Death Eaters were tried over the following month. Some were acquitted on the grounds of clear imperius. Most were sentenced to terms ranging from 5 to 30 years. Pius Thickness, freed of the imperius 2 days after Voldemort's death, resigned from public life and retired to a small cottage in the Outer Hebrides where he was, the last time Harry heard of him, raising sheep. In late October a parcel arrived for Sirius. It came by an unfamiliar owl. It had no return address. Inside was a small wooden cross, clearly handmade, clearly old, clearly carved by a man who had loved someone and had not, at the time, had the chance to mark it, and a single folded letter in a hand Sirius had not seen since 1979. He read it standing at the kitchen window. He read it twice. Then he sat down on the floor of the kitchen, with his back against the cabinet under the sink, and he put his head in his hands, and Bill, who had been at the table, did not move toward him for almost a full minute. When Bill did move, he moved slowly. He came and sat down on the floor beside Sirius. He did not speak. He set his hand on the back of Sirius's neck. He let it stay there. Hermione, in the doorway, looked at Harry. Harry shook his head, very small. They went back upstairs and left them. The letter, Bill told them later that evening at supper, had been Regulus's. It had been written the night before Regulus had gone to the cave. It had been kept, since, by a friend of Regulus's whose name Bill did not give them. The friend had not, until October, been able to part with it. The cross was small. It was the kind of thing a younger brother carved for his older brother and forgot to give him. The friend had carved it, in the year before Regulus had died, with the intention of sending it to Sirius in Azkaban as a private gesture of love. The friend had not, at the time, dared. Sirius did not say anything about it at supper. He did, that night, hang the cross on a hook above the mantelpiece in the sitting room, beside the small framed photograph of Regulus that he had brought up from Grimmauld Place the week before. He looked at both of them for a long minute. Then he turned away and did not look at them again that evening, but the next morning Harry came down to find Sirius in the sitting room with a duster in his hand, polishing the frame. In November they had snow. It came early and it stayed. The cliff path went white. The cliff went white. The sea, every morning, was the color of slate going slowly silver under a white sky. Hedwig spent most of her days indoors on her perch in the kitchen, ruffled and comfortable and refusing, with great dignity, to fly an inch in weather she did not approve of. Hermione spent most of her days in the upstairs library. She had told Harry, on a very quiet evening in late October, after Snape had left and Sirius had gone to Grimmauld Place to sit with Kreacher for the night, decided, without telling anyone yet, that she was going to write a paper on the Dadnote. The paper would not be publishable. The paper would be archived, by Master Ragnarok, in the Goblin Library under the bank. It would be the first paper any human had been allowed to add to that library in 800 years. Master Ragnarok had asked her, by owl, on the morning after Voldemort's death, if she would consider it. She had not yet answered. She would answer at Christmas. She had decided, that very quiet evening, that the answer would be yes. Harry spent most of his days in the cellar. He had asked Bill, in the second week of October, if he could begin learning the goblin half of the Cursebreaker's craft. Bill had laughed for a long minute and said yes. Master Ragnarok had agreed, on a Sunday afternoon visit, to have Harry sit in, twice a week, on his clerk's lessons in goblin warding, the lessons that had not, to Harry's knowledge, ever been taught to a human before. The lessons were brutal. Master Ragnarok corrected his accent 6 times in the first hour of the first lesson, and twice more before the end, and in the second lesson Harry's accent was only corrected 3 times, and Master Ragnarok, at the end of the second lesson, inclined his head a quarter of an inch and said, "Acceptable," and Harry, who had not realized how much he had been hoping for that single word, had to stop in the corridor outside the chamber and lean his head against the wall for a moment. The goblin blade hung, in its sheath, on a hook by the cellar door. It hummed faintly when Harry passed it. The hum had changed. It was no longer the attentive hum of a working animal. It was the contented hum of a working animal that had finished a long task and was sleeping, lightly, against the day someone needed it next. Harry suspected that day would not, with any luck, come for a great many years. In December, on the night before Christmas Eve, the doorbell at Shell Cottage rang. There was no doorbell at Shell Cottage. Bill had, on the 7th day of his marriage, hexed away the brass bell that had hung beside the door, on the grounds that the wards already announced anyone who was coming up the cliff path and that the bell was therefore an aesthetic insult. The doorbell at Shell Cottage rang anyway, that night, because someone with a great deal of spite had taken the trouble of binding a small portable enchantment to a brass bell that they had carried in their pocket all the way up the path, and they had hung the brass bell on the doorframe and rung it. Bill was at the door before the second ring. He came back with his wand drawn, in the careful neutral posture he kept for the kind of guests he had not been expecting and was not, in the end, very surprised by. "Walden McNair," he said quietly to the kitchen. "Free, technically, acquitted at the trials in November on a clear imperius, which the Wisingamot believed by a vote of 41 to 36. He has not been imperiused, in my opinion, since 1979. He is at the door. He is alone. He has, in his coat, a small carved figure of a man. The figure of a man, when I looked at it through the door, was a polyjuice marker. He intends to use it to confirm to a holdout cell in Yorkshire that he has reached the cottage. I have not, you may notice, let him in past the first ward. What does he want?" Harry said. "He wants Harry." Sirius, in the corner armchair, set down his book. Specifically? Specifically. He wants the boy who killed his lord. He has, he says, been planning this for 3 months. He has, he says, been recruiting carefully. He has, he says, 12 men in a barn near York who are going to come down on this house tonight to finish the work the Dark Lord did not. The kitchen went very still. "Bill," Hermione said, very quietly. "How many?" 12. And he is 1. 13. 13. What are we going to do? Bill looked at her. We are going to invite him in, he said. What? We are going to invite him in. We are going to give him a cup of tea. We are going to let him think the cottage has accepted the polyjuice marker. We are going to let him send the signal to the barn. The 12 men in the barn are going to apparate to a meadow half a mile south of the cottage at midnight, where they believe a portkey will be waiting to bring them up to the door. The portkey will, in fact, take them to a small holding parlor in Aberdeen where, as you may recall, a curse-breaker friend of mine specializes in interrogating uninvited guests. She has been notified. She is expecting them. She has, this evening, reinforcements. You knew this was coming. Tonks heard a rumor in the 3rd week of November. Master Ragnarok confirmed it on the 2nd of December. I have been ready for 2 weeks. I did not tell you because Hermione was finishing her paper and Harry was on the 2nd module of the goblin warding curriculum and Sirius was teaching Creature how to play chess, and I did not see any reason to interrupt any of you. Bill. Hermione. I love you very much, Hermione said gravely. I am also going to write you a strongly worded letter at some point about the limits of unilateral curse-breaker decision-making within this household. Write the letter. I will. Now, Bill said. McNair. Please. He went to the door. He came back with Walden McNair at his elbow, which was a phrase Harry had not, 3 months ago, ever expected to think. McNair was a heavy man with a square thick face and a smile that he had been practicing in the mirror to look pleasant. He was wearing a long traveling cloak. He was carrying, in his coat pocket, the small carved figure of a man that Bill had described. He took the figure out the moment he sat down at the table, and he set it on the kitchen table, and he made, very small and very quick, the gesture that activated it. The figure pulsed once. The polyjuice marker in his coat pulsed back. The signal went out. Bill smiled, very slightly, into his tea. Good, he said. Now, said McNair, we wait. Now, Bill agreed pleasantly, we wait. They waited. McNair drank his tea. He chatted. He talked, in his pleasant practiced voice, about the weather, and about the Quidditch standings, and about the ridiculous new fashion in the Witches' Weekly for very narrow hat brims. He did not, once, look at Harry. He did not, once, look at Hermione. He kept his eyes carefully on Bill and on Sirius, who he had clearly been told were the dangers in the room, and he kept his hand carefully on the small figure on the table, and he believed, for 40 long minutes, that he was running the conversation. At 12:01 Bill set down his cup. Walden, he said. Yes. Your friends in the barn. What about them? They have arrived in Aberdeen. The pleasant practiced smile did not, immediately, leave McNair's face. It froze. It froze in a way that aged him by a great many years inside a single second. What? The portkey you sent them on did not take them to a meadow half a mile south of the cottage. It took them to a holding parlor in Aberdeen. They were greeted by a curse-breaker friend of mine and her colleagues. They are currently unconscious, separately, in 12 different rooms. They will be in the custody of the Aurors by 2 in the morning. You will be in the custody of the Aurors by 2:15. I am sorry, Walden. We have been planning this evening for 2 weeks. We were going to do it more politely if you had been more polite, but you brought a doorbell into my house, and I have, in truth, never forgiven a doorbell. McNair moved. He moved fast for a heavy man. His hand was at his wand before Bill's tea had touched the saucer, and his curse, a long thin yellow thing that Harry did not recognize, was on the way at Bill's chest, and it hit, 6 inches short of Bill, the small ordinary-looking circle of salt and silver that Bill had, 3 days earlier, laid quietly under the table around his own chair. The curse splashed. The curse rebounded. Bill caught it on the flat of his hand, the way Fleur had caught the green curse in the marble hall of Gringotts, and threw it back, and McNair, who had not been expecting that, took his own curse in the chest, and went down sideways out of the kitchen chair onto the flagstones, and did not get up. Bill exhaled. "Right," he said. "Horrors are 6 minutes out. Sirius, drag him to the doorstep. Fleur, would you mind making fresh tea for Tonks and her people, who are going to want to take a statement and stay for a polite half-hour? Hermione, write the letter." "I will write the letter." "Harry." "Yes. You did exactly nothing tonight. I noticed. That was on purpose. You are off the clock. You have killed your share of dark wizards for the year. The next dark wizard who walks into this kitchen, if there is one, is mine, or Sirius's, or Hermione's. Are we clear?" "Clear." "Good." Christmas was small. Bill had said, 2 weeks earlier, that he wanted a small Christmas. Fleur had said the same. Hermione had nodded. Harry had not had to say anything. The Grangers came up at noon and stayed all day. Sirius came up from Grimmauld Place with Kreacher, who had agreed to come on the condition that no one looked at him too directly for the first hour, and Fleur had agreed without speaking, and by lunchtime Kreacher had been sitting in the corner of the kitchen with a small bowl of stew and a face that was, for a house elf who had spent 20 years grieving in a cellar, almost peaceful. Albus Dumbledore came at 3 with a small parcel for Harry. Snape came at 4 with a slightly larger parcel for Hermione. Tonks came at 5 with a face that was the color of bubblegum at the edges and a piece of news that she had been saving for the right room, which was that she and Remus Lupin had set a date in March, and would Bill be willing to officiate, and Bill, who had been quietly studying the relevant ministry rules for a month in case this question came up, said yes. Master Ragnarok did not come. Master Ragnarok did not, as a rule, leave the bank for human celebrations. He sent, however, a small wrapped object to the cottage by goblin courier at exactly 6 o'clock. The object was for Hermione. It was a small flat wooden box. Inside the box was a slim leather notebook bound in goblin grey, with her name on the spine in goblin script, and a single line in his own hand on the inside cover that read, in English, for the paper. "Begin when you are ready." Hermione opened it. She closed it. She set it on the kitchen table and looked at it for a long moment, and then she looked up and said, very quietly, "Bill, I am going to need a desk in the upstairs library. A proper one." "You are going to need a great many things," Bill said. "We will sort them out in the new year." "Yes." That night, very late, Harry stood at the window of his small whitewashed bedroom and watched the sea. The sea was the color of old ink under a half-moon. The cliff path, white with snow, lay out below the cottage like a single careful brushstroke. Somewhere far off, a fishing boat moved a single light slowly along the line of the horizon. He did not, when he looked at the light, wonder whether one of them was hiding someone who wanted him dead. He looked at it, and he saw a boat. There was a soft tap at the door. He turned. Hermione was there, in a dressing gown that had become hers over the course of the autumn, with her hair down her back and a small parcel wrapped in brown paper in her hands. She had been keeping it back. He had not seen her wrap it. He had not, until this moment, known there was one. "Couldn't sleep," she said. "Me neither." She came in. She closed the door behind her, very softly. She crossed the room and sat down on the edge of his bed, the way she had sat down the night before the Dagnard, and she set the parcel in her lap. "I have decided," she said, "that I am going to give you my Christmas present now, in private, because I have decided I am not the kind of person who can give it to you in a kitchen." "All right. It is not very expensive. It is not, in any practical sense, a present. I made it. It is a paper. I wrote it for you. It is 41 pages. You do not, tonight, have to read it. What is the paper about? It is about the 17 things I have noticed about Harry Potter that he has not, as far as I can tell, noticed about himself." He stared at her. "Hermione. Don't read it tonight. Read it in the morning. Read it in your own time. I wrote it because I have decided that I am not, in fact, going to wait until you have decided what to do about me. I am going to tell you what I have decided, and then I am going to give you the paper, and then I am going to go to bed, and you can, if you wish, read the paper in the morning and come and find me and tell me what you have decided. Or you cannot come and find me, and we will go on as we have been, and I will not be hurt. You know me. You know I am not the kind of person who would lie about that. What have you decided? I have decided, she said, looking at him with her eyes very steady, that I love you. That I have probably loved you since I was 12. That I have certainly loved you since the day Bill Weasley pulled me out of a burning house. That I have decided to be the kind of woman who tells a person she loves them, in private, on Christmas night, without making him answer. The room was very quiet. Hermione, you don't have to answer. I'm going to answer. You don't have to. Hermione. She stopped. She looked at him. I have decided too, he said, very quietly. I told you in the kitchen the morning after the Dagnut, and I am telling you again now, because I am not going to leave you alone with that paper. You are not telling me a thing I did not already know. You are telling me a thing I have known about myself since I was 13 years old, and you held my hand on the back of a hippogriff. I am not going to read your 41 pages tonight. I am going to read them tomorrow morning, with you, on the cliff path, with tea, and you are going to walk me through any item I have missed. Yes. Yes. Now come here. She came. He kissed her. She kissed him back. It was not, on either of their parts, a clever or an artful kiss. It was the kiss of two people who had been waiting for it for a long time and had, by silent agreement, decided not to wait any more. The wards under the floorboards hummed once, very softly, around them, in the way the wards hummed when the cottage approved of something happening in it. The sea breathed. The half-moon on the water moved a single light along the horizon. After a while she pulled back, slightly, and rested her forehead against his. Bed, she said. Yours. I am not, tonight, going back to my own. You are not the kind of boy who would expect anything except sleep, and I am not, tonight, the kind of girl who would offer anything except sleep, and tomorrow we have a long morning in front of us with a 41-page paper and a great many cups of tea. Yes. Yes. She climbed in beside him. The bed was small. They fitted. She put her head on his shoulder, where, he thought, with a small startled clarity, it had been for almost 5 years, only neither of them had bothered to acknowledge it. The wards hummed. The sea breathed. Hedwig, on her perch on the landing beyond his door, ruffled her feathers and went back to sleep. Harry, for the first time in his life, did not lie awake counting things in the dark. He slept. He dreamed, this time. He dreamed of the kitchen at Shell Cottage in the morning sun, with his mother at the stove and his father at the table and Bill at the door and Fleur at the sink and Sirius in the armchair and Hermione beside him, and he understood, in the dream, that this was not, exactly, a memory and not, exactly, a wish, but a small ordinary picture of a thing that was, in the slightly different and slightly truer arrangement of the world he had built this year, simply there. He woke at 6. Hermione was still asleep. The sea was the color of slate going slowly silver under a white sky. The wards under the floorboards hummed. He lay still for a long minute, and listened, and breathed. Then he got up, very quietly, and went down to the kitchen, and put the kettle on, and waited for his family to come down. Spring came late that year, but it came. The cliff went green. The path lost its snow. The sea went from slate to a low pale blue that, on a good morning, was almost the color of Hermione's blue silk dressing gown drying on the line. The fishing boats came back out. The gulls argued, with renewed conviction, about every morning in turn. Hermione finished her paper on the 2nd of March. She finished it at 3 in the morning at a desk in the upstairs library that Bill and Sirius had built for her in January, between Twelfth Night and the end of the month, out of a length of oak that had come up from a Cornish boatyard and that had, before that, been part of an unfinished fishing skiff that had been waiting in a corner of the yard for a man to come and finish it. The man had not come. Bill had bought the wood for 9 galleons and a long quiet conversation with the boatyard's owner about wards along the coast. The desk was the color of a held breath. Hermione cried at her own desk, very quietly, on the morning she finished her paper, and Harry, who had come up to bring her a cup of tea and to tell her, gently, that it was 3 in the morning, sat down on the floor beside her chair and let her cry. She did not, in the end, cry for very long. She finished her tea. They went to bed. In the morning she sent the paper to Master Ragnarok by Goblin courier, and Master Ragnarok wrote back that afternoon, in his small careful hand, with 3 lines that read, "Acceptable. Begin the second paper when you are ready. There will be a small ceremony in the spring." The small ceremony was held on the 17th of April, in a private chamber under the bank, with Master Ragnarok and 4 of his clerks and 3 of his wardens and Bill and Harry and Fleur in attendance, and a single small wooden lectern on which Hermione's paper had been placed for the night. Hermione, in a dark green robe Fleur had cut for her over a fortnight in March, stood in front of the lectern and inclined her head a quarter of an inch at exactly the angle Master Ragnarok had taught her over 5 Sunday afternoons in February, and Master Ragnarok inclined his head a quarter of an inch back, and that was the entire ceremony. Bill, walking back up the corridor afterwards, said it had been the most moving thing he had ever seen happen under that bank, and Master Ragnarok, walking just ahead of them, did not look back, but the small almost smile that he had been keeping carefully in private for 50 years had come, very slightly, into the line of his shoulders. Tonks and Remus were married on the 14th of March, in the back garden of Shell Cottage, under a pale spring sky and a long white awning Bill had built that morning. Bill officiated. Mrs. Weasley wept. Mr. Granger, who had volunteered to give Tonks away because Tonks's father had been killed in the second week of December by a holdout cell that had not yet been rolled up, walked her down the short aisle of pebbles between the rosemary bushes with the small quiet dignity of a dentist who had decided that this was, for one afternoon, a job he was qualified to do. Lupin, when he saw Tonks coming, did the thing Harry had not seen him do in 2 years. He laughed, very softly, with his whole face, and Harry, watching, understood that there were several different kinds of repair that the year had quietly worked on the people of his house, and that this was, in some small sense, one of the more important of them. In May Sirius bought a small house in Cornwall. It was a quarter of a mile up the coast from Shell Cottage. It was 3 rooms and a kitchen. It had a garden the size of a postage stamp and a front step that looked out over the same long line of sea that Shell Cottage looked out over. He named it Regulus's house. He did not paint a sign. The name was, he said, for him. Creature came up from London to live in it. Creature took, on the first morning, to standing in the kitchen at 6 and waiting for Sirius to come down for breakfast, and Sirius, who had not been an early riser in 20 years, began, by the 3rd morning, to come down at 6 because Creature was waiting. The 2 of them sat at the small kitchen table for an hour every morning that summer, and they did not, often, speak, but they took breakfast together, and on a Thursday in late May Creature, while clearing the plates, said, very low, Master. Yes. Master Regulus would have liked this kitchen. Yes, Sirius said softly. He would. That was, as far as Harry ever knew, the entirety of the conversation. In June Harry sat his OWL's, privately, in Albus Dumbledore's office, with Albus as his proctor and Snape as the second observer. He took 11. He passed all 11 with outstanding, including, to Snape's narrow private satisfaction, potions. Hermione sat hers in the same office a week later. She took 12. She passed all 12 with outstanding, and she set, in the process, the all-time record for marks in a single sitting in the school's recorded history, breaking a record that had been held for 132 years by a witch named Sirius Black, who was, in his portrait in the headmaster's office, gracious about being beaten, and who said so out loud in front of everyone present. In July Bill and Fleur went away for a week. It was the first time they had left the cottage in 6 months. They went to the south of France, to a small village on the coast where Fleur's grandmother had lived, and they took only a single small bag between them, and they came back with their faces brown and their hands a little less tightly clenched, and Fleur, on the first evening back, set a small carved figurine of a villa on the kitchen mantelpiece beside the cross of Regulus, and she said, very softly, "My grandmother sends regards to everyone in this kitchen. She is glad you exist. She doesn't know us, love. She knows us. She has known about us for 6 months. She wanted you to ave this. She made it bear's elf. She is 92 and she did not, before this year, make anything for any husband her granddaughter brought home. You are the first." Bill picked up the small figure. He turned it over in his hand. He set it back on the mantelpiece very carefully. "Tell her thank you," he said. "I told her. She knows." In August Harry asked Hermione to marry him. He did not, in the end, ask her formally. He asked her, on a long slow afternoon walk along the cliff path, in the middle of a conversation about the second module of the goblin warding curriculum, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding hers, and he stopped, halfway up the path, and turned to her, and said, very quietly, "I would like to marry you. Not this year. Next year, possibly, or the year after. I would like to be the kind of person who, at some point, can say I am married to her, in a sentence in which she is, the her. I am not asking you to answer today. I am asking you to know I have decided." She looked at him for a long moment. The sea moved. The gulls argued. The wind off the water moved the loose ends of her plate against her cheek. "I have decided too," she said. "Next year. Next year. On this cliff. On this cliff. Bill officiates. Bill officiates. Sirius gives me away. Sirius gives you away. Master Ragnarok comes. Master Ragnarok comes. My parents arrange the food and yours, well. Fleur arranges the food. My parents arrange the cake. They do not, on any account, arrange the food. Agreed. Then I have decided, also. Then we have decided. They walked the rest of the way up the cliff path holding hands in a slightly different way than they had been holding hands when they had started up. The wards over the cottage, when they came in through the back door, hummed once, very softly, around them, in approval of an arrangement they had already, 6 months ago, predicted. Bill, at the kitchen table with the Daily Prophet, looked up at them. He looked at their faces. He set the paper down. He said, "Yes. Yes. Next year. Next year. On the cliff? On the cliff. Tell Fleur. You tell Fleur. I will tell Fleur." He went to tell Fleur. There was a small explosion of French from the upstairs landing. There was a small explosion of laughter from Sirius in the back garden, who had heard the French through the open window. There was a small private smile from Hermione over her teacup that Harry, who had been waiting to see that smile for as long as he could remember, did not, on the whole, mind being interrupted by. In September the cottage was full again. It was full of friends. It was full of Order members and goblins and Aurors and Hermione's parents and Mrs. Weasley, who came up every Wednesday now and stayed until tea. It was full of letters from people Harry did not know, who had written to him, in the year since Voldemort's death, to say small ordinary things about their lives and to thank him, briefly and politely, for being part of why those small ordinary things were still possible. He answered most of the letters himself, in the small slow careful hand he had been learning over the year from Master Ragnarok's clerks. Hermione helped him with the difficult ones. The cottage was full of the particular kind of work that came to a small house when the world had decided that the small house was important. It was full, also, of a steady ordinary peace. In the cellar, the salt and silver circle had been redrawn in the spring with a fresh layer, and the small star map on the ceiling above it had grown by the width of 9 more lines, and the small bright knot at the center of the lattice, shell cottage itself, had thickened, and brightened, and held. In the kitchen, on the mantelpiece, 3 small objects stood in a careful row, a small carved cross from a friend of Regulus, a small wooden figure of Avila from a grandmother in France, and a small chipped clay teacup that Harry's mother had once made, at the age of 9, in a kiln at her primary school in Cokeworth, and that Snape had brought up from his own house in Spinner's End on the Sunday after the Wisengamot trials and had set, without speaking, on the mantelpiece beside the cross. The 3 objects had not been arranged. They had simply, over the year, ended up there. Fleur dusted them every Sunday. She did not, when she dusted them, move them. She put them back exactly where she had found them. On the night of the first anniversary, Harry stood on the cliff path with Hermione. It was very late. The cottage behind them was full. Bill and Fleur were inside, in the kitchen, with Sirius and Snape and Master Ragnarok and a small bottle of something Master Ragnarok had brought up from the bank that was, he had said, 400 years old and not, on any account, to be wasted on people who did not know what they were drinking. Mrs. Granger was teaching Mrs. Weasley to play backgammon. Mr. Granger was teaching Lupin to play chess. Tonks was teaching her week-old daughter, who lay in her arms wrapped in a small soft blanket Fleur had knitted in May, to look at the lamp on the windowsill without crying. Harry and Hermione stood at the top of the cliff path in the dark, with the wind off the sea moving Hermione's hair against her cheek, and the half-moon on the water moving a single light slowly along the horizon, and the wards over the cottage humming, very softly, around them. "A year," she said. "A year. Did you think we'd be here? On this cliff? In this life?" He thought about it. He thought about it longer than she had perhaps expected. "Yes," he said. "Not the details. But yes. The shape of it. I think I have been waiting for the shape of this since I was 11. I just didn't know what the shape was. I do now. The shape is, this. A house. People in the house. A cliff. A sea. Work in the morning. Tea at 3. A wife, eventually." He paused. "I would like to be the kind of man who notices the cliff every morning." "You will be." "How do you know?" "Because I will remind you, when you forget." "Which you will, sometimes. That is what wives do. According to Fleur. Fleur is right about most things. Fleur is right about all things. We will, on the whole, be smart to listen to her." The sea moved. Behind them, in the cottage, someone, Sirius, probably, laughed at something Snape had said, and Harry, hearing the laugh, marked it as one more small thing the year had quietly repaired. "Inside," he said. "Inside." They went in. The kitchen was warm. Fleur was at the stove, refilling Master Ragnarok's small black cup. Bill was at the table. Sirius was in the armchair. Snape was at the end of the table with his narrow black mouth doing the very distant cousin of a smile at something Hermione's mother had just said. Tonks's baby was asleep on Lupin's shoulder. Mrs. Weasley was cheating, gently, at backgammon, and Mrs. Granger was letting her, gently, get away with it. Harry sat down at his place at the table. Hermione sat down beside him. Outside, on the cliff, the gulls had gone to bed for the night. The sea moved. The wards under the floorboards hummed once, very softly, around them all. Bill, at the other end of the table, looked up. He looked at Harry. He looked at Hermione. He looked at the kitchen full of people he had been quietly, patiently, year by year, building a place for. He raised his cup, very slightly, in salute. Harry, who had been quietly, patiently, year by year, learning the small hard art of being someone who could let himself be welcome, raised his back. Chapter 7 End.